Morning. Day 3. If the YouTube will start. Day 3. There we go. Morning, Blue Nose. So I was punching around and, of course, somebody else is live streaming this, which is good. I didn't know for sure. I put out a tweet actually because somebody in their live stream caught more to do with McKinney about the there was a lot of colluding going on how to be basically a jackass. Did I have that up here somewhere? Oh, it's on a different browser, of course. Morning Countryside. So I tweeted that out the other day. Here we go. It's this one here. So the channel war campaign is not in the toilet, clearly, like my channel. I think it's probably a newer channel, and they probably don't cause problems. So they live stream, and they get a lot of views. I think they're live streaming right now, and they have 443 people in there anyway. So probably I'm not going to step on any toes, maybe. And then that way it'll free me up for doing other stuff, but I don't know what your thoughts are. I know we've got a little family here together, but then you get to visit with lots of people. I didn't know if anybody else was live streaming, so I assumed, well, okay, just continue on with this stuff. Mr. Sunshine Baby streaming around 3,000. Okay, well, interesting, Mr. Sunshine Baby. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. All his videos went poof sometime back during all that. He's putting out a lot of stuff. Former military, as I recall. Morning, Linda. Still no email about inappropriateness of witnesses using cell phones. I'm sure it will be coming soon. Okay. Yeah, well, can always hope, right? And that hot mic business, great pickup there too. So, you know, there's all kinds of interesting stuff happening on these people's part. Anyway, okay, it looks like they're getting ready to go. Morning, Nosy Scotian. CK. So if you guys want to let me know about your thoughts about, because having all kinds of different live streams everywhere seems a bit silly. And that wasn't my intent. I didn't actually know if anybody would honestly live stream it. I mean that in all sincerity. I don't like how he's chosen to use the word inquiry. That's total fail, but people are still baffled by this one. Okay, so I think there we go. We got it all lined up. Do I have the audio on? Oh, looks like somebody's coming out and doing something. Tamara Litch's lawyer had some interesting things to say the other day. Christy.
Lord, order.
Order.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning, bonjour. Day 3. Looks like a very interesting week. On a des témoins intéressants cette semaine.
with interesting witnesses this week. So I believe this morning the commission is calling a new witness. Are you ready? Very well. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Bonjour, good morning. Natalia Rodriguez, Senior Commission Counsel, and Commission would like to call Steve Kanellakos.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Kanellakos.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Kanellakos, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
A religious document,
We have the Bible, the Quran, the Torah available.
the Bible.
Please take the Bible in your right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Steve Kanellakos, Kanellakos.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's nice, isn't it? Religious document. Heavy into the water already.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kanellakos.
Morning.
Nice to see you again. Can you confirm your position with the City of Ottawa?
I'm the city manager for the city of Ottawa.
And as city manager, I understand you are the most senior public servant in the administration, is that right?
That's correct.
And you've held this position since May of 2006?
No, May of 2016.
16, sorry, my mistake. And you had an interview with Commission Counsel on August 17th of this year, correct?
That's correct.
And have you had a chance to review the summary of that interview?
I did.
Great. Do you have any corrections you would like to make to that summary?
I do not.
So I would like to bring it up so that we can have it entered into evidence. It's WTS 1, ending in 1. Okay, so this is your witness summary?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So we will have that entered into evidence. Thank you. And you've also sworn an affidavit attaching the institutional reports for the City of Ottawa for this commission, correct?
I did.
Great. And the affidavit is AFF3, if we can pull that up. Okay, and if we can just zoom in a little bit. Okay, so that is your affidavit, correct?
That's correct.
And the institutional reports that it attaches are OTT.IR.701. And if we can zoom in, you recognize that as the City of Ottawa's institutional report.
I do.
Okay, and if we can go to OTT.IR702. And this is the second institutional report, which is a timeline of events submitted by the City of Ottawa, correct?
That's correct.
Great. And are you aware of any changes that should be made to either one of these documents?
I am not.
So we'll have those entered into evidence along with your affidavit. So just by way of background, according to your witness summary and an institutional report, there are 10 departments within the city. Each department has a general manager, and each general manager then reports directly to you.
That's correct.
And one of those departments is the Emergency and Protective Services.
That's correct.
And Mr. Kim Ayot is the general manager for that department.
He is.
And I understand that bylaw and regulatory services falls within emergency and protective services, and then that subsequently subsequently reports to Mr. Kimayot and then up to you as city manager, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also the chair of the EOCCG when that group is activated, correct?
Yeah, it's the EOCG.
The EOCG.
Yeah, Emergency Operations Control Group.
And what is the Emergency Operations Center Control Group?
It's actually the same thing, but I think it's just wrong in the acronym. It's 2 C's, it's only 1 C.
It's only 1 C. Okay,
correct.
thank you for that. The EOCG then. And my understanding is that the EOCG includes all 10 city departments, in addition to certain independent agencies such as Ottawa Public Health, Ottawa Police Services, and others. Is that right?
That's correct.
And as chair, you have final decision-making authority for matters that are within the city's jurisdiction if there's a lack of consensus among the EOCG members. Is that right?
Yes, I do, but I don't have jurisdiction over the police chief, the medical officer of health, or the chief librarian, the CEO of the libraries. Those positions are under different legislation. I can't direct them.
Right. So if it's an agency that falls outside of one of the 10 departments, then you don't have authority over those.
That's correct.
Okay. And the lead agency for this particular emergency was which agency?
It was Ottawa Police Service.
Okay. And how was that decided?
Well, Ottawa Police is responsible for maintaining public order in the city of Ottawa. I mean, under our incident management structure, police would be the lead agency when it comes to public order issues. That's been our practice for as long as I've been at the city for the last 22 years.
So is it the case that every time there's a demonstration, that's considered a public order issue and therefore the police is the lead agency for that?
That's correct.
Okay. Does it depend on the nature of the demonstration?
No, if there's a demonstration, the police are the lead.
Okay. What about in the case of a parade, for example?
Well, even a parade, we have a group called SEAT. It's a interdepartmental group, including the police, that plans for parades and other special events. And police have a role, but they may not necessarily be the lead if it's depending on the nature of the event. Sometimes it's just managed with incident command, but often police are still seen as a lead for any gathering of people.
Okay, thank you. And at the EOCG level, which I understand it is a City of Ottawa emergency group, what kinds of decisions are taken at that level?
They're very strategic decisions. They're really around policy. They're looking ahead in terms of what resources we might need into the future, the sustainability of our staff, turnover of our staff, because people in emergencies normally work, basically every waking hour on the emergency, and we have to make sure we rotate them out. We make sure that services in the departments are sustained and they can continue, so there's business continuity for city services. And so it's very much a strategic direction. It's not at the tactical and operational level at the EOCG.
So as city manager, having all city departments reporting up to you and as chair of the EOCG, it is fair to say that you would have been aware of any major considerations or any major decisions or actions that the city would have taken with respect to the convoy.
Generally, yes.
I want to take you to OTT 101. And all of the OTT documents will end in .0001, but I'm not going to say that. So it's just OTT 101. And this is an email that was sent to you. If we go down to the bottom. All right, let's go all the way to the bottom. Okay, so if we go up a little bit just to see who this is from. Yeah, okay, so we have Steve Ball. And do you know who Steve Ball is?
Yes, I do.
And who is he?
He's the president of the Ottawa Hoteliers Association, I believe.
Okay, and this is dated January 25th, so this is before the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa. And he says, see note below, I spoke to this guy and he gave me more info about the plan to shut down access to the city. And then he sends a message there, which says, in part, the current count of transportation individuals are estimated at 10,000 to 15,000 members who will be attending for a duration of 30 to 90 days from the day of January 29th, 2022 to February 27th, 2022, extending to February 1st, 2022.
April 1st.
Sorry, April 1st, 2022. And my understanding is that this, this message that was received by Steve Ball was somebody purporting to be on behalf of, it looks like the Canada United Truckers Convoy, looking for hotels to stay in Ottawa. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, it is.
And after that message, it looks like if we go up from Steve Ball, he sent it to Mathieu Gravel, and he's at the mayor's office. Is that correct?
That's right. He's a special advisor to the mayor.
And then he forwards that to you and to Steve Box and to Kim Ayotte. And then he says, after having raised $3+ million through the crowdfunding initiative, the truckers are starting to reach out to hotels to book stays of at least 30 days. Steve Ball spoke to this guy and he basically laid out the plan, which is basically that they will leave their trucks in place, chain them together, and attempt to block all accesses to the city. What is our level of preparedness to respond to this? Should it go on for many weeks or months? Who is our lead in responding and presumably liaising with the federal authorities? It would be helpful if we could have a quick call either today or tomorrow to share intel. Okay, and then if we go up, so you received that on the 25th. And then it looks like you say that we are briefing the mayor's office this week once we have the info we need. And then Serge Arpin says Chief Peter Slowly has set up a briefing with the mayor tomorrow after council. And so it looks like then my understanding is that this information received from the Hotels Association was passed on to the Ottawa Police Service.
It was.
And it looks like a meeting was held then on January 26th, which was the day after this email with former Chief Slowly. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And was the information in this email discussed?
I don't recall if it was discussed at that meeting. This information was shared with Ottawa Police. I know that for a fact because we have our email records, so we sent it over. But I don't remember if it was actually raised in that particular meeting.
Okay. And if I can take you to OTT 259. This is the email from Intersec on January 26th. If we go down. Yeah, okay, there it is. And if we go up a little bit more just to show that it comes from Intersec, and it came actually on the 21st of January, but it was forwarded to the city on the 26th of January. If we go up a little bit more. Yep, and it says the situation remains fluid. And it says, if we go up a little bit more, all open source information and our interactions with organizers indicate that this will be a significant and extremely fluid event that could go on for a prolonged period. And that is under current information, the first bullet point there. And so if we go up, it looks like you received this email as well. Kim Ayotte forwards it to Steve Box and to Beth Gooding, and then Steve Box forwards that to you.
That's correct.
And you recall receiving this at the time?
Yes, I do.
And if I can take you to OTT 538. And this is dated January 26th. It's from Riley Brockington. I understand he's a counselor.
Yes.
And he sent this to you and to some other people at the city, including Diane Deans, who was the chair of the OPSB at the time. Is that right?
That's right.
And in his email, he says, in part, this isn't just going to impact downtown, but the entire city region. Many are now saying shut down the city until the restrictions are lifted. This is going to last more than a weekend. The OPS today estimated 1,000 to 2,000 to protest. No way, expect many more. So when he says that OPS today estimated 1,000 to 2,000 to protest, given that this is on January 26th, is it fair to say that in the briefing that was given to council and to you and the mayor on the 26th of January, this was the number that was provided to council and to you about what to expect in terms of numbers?
Well, the numbers, I mean, this speaks to the information that we had heading into the first weekend. And the information the city was receiving, even though we did receive information from other parties, such as the hoteliers, was pieces of information that was fed into police. Police were responsible and are responsible and have the access to the intelligence and the information across the country at the federal and provincial level to make the risk assessment that we all need to participate in to be able to respond appropriately. So all of this information, it was moving around. I think early emails had 200 to 300 or 50 trucks, and then it kind of escalated as the week went on, I think from about January 24th on. And the numbers were growing and they were varying, and there was different pieces of information coming in. We rely on the police to gather that information, collate that with all of the information they have, and make a risk assessment to provide to the city in terms of the strategies they're going to take to mitigate that risk. And so from my point of view, and I've been doing this a long time in terms of dealing with emergencies, it wasn't unusual to have a variance in the views of people who thought it was going to be bigger, longer, smaller. There were all kinds of opinions on what that would be. The only information we could rely on was the Ottawa Police in terms of reliable information at that time.
And so in terms of the city's planning for this event, what basis did it plan on? Was it on the basis of a prolonged stay that could last 30 to 90 days, as the Hotel Association was suggesting, or was it on a different basis? The
basis from Ottawa Police and our work, because we were an integrated team, was based on through the weekend and maybe into the following week till Wednesday was the initial assessment heading into that first weekend. There wasn't an assessment that said it would go longer than that. Okay, so then it would have been until maybe February 1st or so, or 2nd? I don't know I don't have a calendar from me, but that first Wednesday was when they thought the last of them might leave. Okay. And the majority of them leaving after the weekend? That's right. Okay, and this was information provided to the city on the 26th of January? That's right. And who provided that information? Ottawa Police. Chief Slowly was providing that information. I think we also had emails and documentation in our EOC shared from the National Capital Regional Command Center participants heading into that weekend. And so in that week and in that meeting, did anybody from the city say, well, we have different information. What's the plan in case this goes on for longer? It could potentially go on longer. No, because I think the one thing that from my experience, and I think from the people that have worked with Ottawa Police for a long time, Ottawa Police has extensive experience dealing with demonstrations in national capital. They do that on a regular basis. Sometimes it's almost weekly. So there's a lot of confidence, and they've done it well over the years. Over the last 20 years that I've been involved, they've handled those demonstrations very well. And people had confidence in their assessment of the situation to guide us in terms of what to expect and what posture we should be at to be able to deal with the risks that were being proposed. And so in that meeting, it's fair to say there was no discussion about conflicting intelligence or conflicting information about the duration. It's just vague for me, but I believe people were talking about the what if situation should they stay, but I don't recall the specific discussion. Okay, and so did it concern you then that you're hearing from other people that this could be longer, but the planning is only for the weekend? No, based on my experience, that was pretty normal to have a variety. Almost every protest we've had, whether it was the G8, G20, the farmers protest, the numbers vary widely leading into the actual protest event. That is a normal situation in my experience. Okay, so you were confident then that the city was prepared and that OPS was prepared? I was confident that we were prepared for that first weekend with the assumption that they were leaving after the weekend. And so how did that first weekend go in terms of what you expected and what actually happened? Well, based on the assumption that they were going to leave after the weekend, we all thought it went quite well. There wasn't any violence. People were protesting. It was managed. There were no major incidents that weekend other than, the honking. There was a disruption to the neighborhoods. But from the perspective of if they would have left after that weekend, it probably would have been very much an insignificant event compared to what it turned out to be.
Now, there are documents that suggest that the city was upset about certain incidences that weekend, such as the National War Memorial being desecrated, the Terry Fox statue as well. Did that raise any concern for you?
Well, we were concerned obviously by some of those behaviors and what happened, but you know, in my timeline, if it would have ended after the weekend, they were unfortunate incidents and they were dealt with, and everybody would have moved on and we would have cleaned up the city heading into the following week. So from the perspective of you know, was that first weekend managed perfectly? They never are. Were there incidents? There always are. Was there any extreme violence or anybody seriously injured? No. Was there incredible disruption to the people that lived in downtown, and other people were disrupted by the physical presence of the vehicles, the noise, the fumes? Absolutely. But in my window, 3 days of that, we could have got past that.
Okay. So I want to take you now to OTT 10560. And these are text messages between you and former Chair Deans. That's okay. We're just waiting for them to be pulled up.
Counselor, did you mean 10560?
10560.
Thank you.
Okay, and if we can zoom in there on page 3, let's go to page 3. Okay, and if we zoom in a little bit more. Okay, and my understanding is this is a text from Chair Deans, is that right?
That's correct.
And she says to you, "Hi, Steve, questions are being asked about why heavy trucks were allowed into the core. I have heard a couple of explanations from police, but wonder what your thoughts are." And you say, "The problem is that we don't have enough locations that could park all those vehicles, and we didn't want them just parking their vehicles in neighborhoods and other streets and walking away. So it was a negotiation to balance their need to get downtown and get them to park in controlled areas." So can you explain the rationale that you're laying out here?
Well, I'm reflecting the discussions we had with police on the rationale for allowing those trucks into the core that first weekend. And the assumption was that they were going to leave. They had previous experience with the farmers' convoy where tractors and other heavy trucks came into the core. They did leave after the event. It wasn't a significant event from a policing perspective. And the comment back here is that police made a decision in terms of how are they going to manage the influx of trucks coming in. And if the streets weren't going to be closed and basically a zone created, a no-go zone for vehicles wasn't going to be created, the risk was they were going to leave their vehicles on the 417 in neighborhoods all over the city and just walk away and leave the parks and disrupt the entire city. And so the strategy, from what I understand it, was to try and get them into a footprint to be able to contain them and be able to manage the protesters in a smaller area. So that's what I'm reflecting in that text message back.
And in terms of that strategy, was the city consulted on that strategy?
We were in the discussions, but it's not our decision in terms of how the police, what Ottawa Police chose to do in terms of their operational tactics to manage the event. But we were integrated with our traffic incident management group and others on our emergency operations group with respect to facilitating that decision. Because once they made that decision, we had to reroute buses, we had to reroute ambulances, fire trucks, we had to change all our protocols in terms of being able to sustain our services, the continuity of our services, garbage pickup, snow removal, all those things had to be looked at from the perspective of how do we work around that area. We got to create an emergency lane within that zone, protect that emergency lane for emergency vehicles. So yes, we were engaged in facilitating the outcomes or the mitigating factors to support police in terms of their strategy.
And did the city inform the OPS of the impacts that would result on the city because of the strategy? So bylaw infractions, trucks into, a non-truck areas, effects on businesses and residents. Was that something that was communicated to the police?
I'm not aware if that was specifically discussed in terms of a conversation. I don't know.
Okay. And so what I think you're telling me is that OPS made the decision, informed the city, and you worked with them to achieve whatever changes and modifications and accommodations needed to be made.
The role of the city when the police are the lead in an event like this is to support the police and their activities. That's the role we played throughout this entire 3-week period.
Okay, regardless of the impact on residents and businesses and the city services.
Well, we manage our own city services, but the challenge, of course, is the city of Ottawa can't direct me, the mayor, council, can't direct the police chief in operational matters or decisions that he or she are making. And so the city takes if you look at the structure of emergency management setup, the city effectively is there in a support role for law enforcement to ensure that they can get what they need to be able to fulfill their mandate.
And what did Chief Slowly say was the basis for allowing the heavy trucks in, for having to allow the heavy trucks in?
Well, at the time, I believe Chief Slowly and others were talking about whether they had the legal authority to prevent the trucks from coming into the streets based on their charter rights. And that was the rationale that I had heard at the time. There was also the operational aspect based on the assumption that they were going to leave, that keeping the footprint contained would be more beneficial to the police to be able to manage the crowds and not spread the resources too thin, because it always is a challenge for resources. They also felt that from an egress point of view, it would facilitate an egress when the protest was over, because then they could guide them out of the city from one place rather than having to manage it in terms of multiple places all over the city if the trucks happen to be parked there.
And if we go to page 5 of this document, Chair Deans asked, if the ones that have left come back, will they be allowed downtown? And then you say, no, once a truck leaves, no other trucks, including the ones that left, can return into the zone. It's a bone of contention with the truckers who feel that if one goes out, someone else should be let in.
Should be let in.
Oh, let in.
Yeah, I have. It's a
Okay.
typical typo with autocorrect.
No, I thought maybe it was my eyes. Okay, can you explain that it was a bone of contention with the protesters? Where are you getting this information?
Well, my understanding from Ottawa Police was that that once some truckers did leave, there weren't many, but some did leave, that the remaining organizers wished another truck to fill that space because they didn't have enough place to park them. So they were being blocked from coming into that zone to try and limit the amount of trucks. Once we realized that they had basically clogged up the entire downtown. So we were trying to keep them out of that zone, particularly in front of in the downtown core or on some of the side streets. And then that kind of turned into the notion, could they be put somewhere else on LeBreton Flats or some other location, S-Jam? They ended up on the Queen Elizabeth driveway. Police were trying to manage where they could park them and still manage them without spreading their footprint out too wide.
And we heard evidence on Friday that trucks that were leaving the red zone early days were being allowed back in. Do you have any information about that?
That's contrary to the information I have, but.
Okay. And how often would you say you were in touch with Chief Slowly during this time?
Not often. They were more formal meetings. I had a few calls with him. He would call me or I would reach out to him. But most of our interaction was on scheduled calls that we would have either as at the staff level or with our elected officials or with the discussions. Most of my calls with him were, not most of my calls, but several of my calls were also with the intergovernmental calls with the federal and provincial officials that we were talking to.
Yes, and we'll get to those in a minute. And so do you agree that the city, as an entity through bylaws, has authority to close roads?
We do have that authority.
Okay. But in this case, exercising that authority was not contemplated. Is that right?
No, because police took a different strategy in terms of how they're going to manage the protests. So we wouldn't close roads without the support of the police partners, Ottawa Police in particular. Because if you're closing roads and you're putting hard barricades, I had some councillors, tell me that, asked me to put barricades in front of streets to try to block streets from other trucks going in the neighborhoods. And the challenge that most people don't understand is that life still goes on despite the fact you're in this crisis, and that fire trucks, paramedics, snowplows, garbage pickup, maybe water service crews, if a pipe bursts in the winter, which we're having a lot of those, have to get into those streets. So if you're blocking with a hard barricade any street in Ottawa, unless you're closing the street completely and you're not allowing anybody in there, but if residents are there, they're obviously allowed to go back in. You need to staff that barricade with a physical person, with a person who can allow people to enter and access that depending on their requirement legally. And so the notion that we would close streets on our own has been thrown out. Why didn't the City of Ottawa close streets? Well, we would never close streets without the agreement, collaboration, and participation of Ottawa Police to ensure that it aligned with their operational plans, to ensure that they could staff them and they had enough resources to put people at the actual access, and that it didn't impede with something else they were planning with respect to managing the protests.
So did the city ask the police then, Chief Slowly or anyone else at Ottawa Police Service to look into that, to consider that, to work with the city to achieve some road closures?
No, there were road closures after the fact, later on as the weeks progressed, but initially, no.
And then on February 4th and 5th, which was a second weekend, there were several additional convoys that entered the city. And I believe you were aware of that at the time that they were coming, right?
Yes, yes.
And so that wasn't, at that point, I understand they actually did go into the city. They were not stopped or turned away in any way. Was there any discussion prior to that to try to prevent them somehow from entering and joining the existing convoy that was already downtown?
Well, I can't say it's a categoric no. I mean, I think they were trying to guide them and prevent them from entering certain areas, but there was still the notion that we can't prevent them from their rights to protest and come in. And that's the posture that was taken for that second week.
So for the second weekend, the posture of OPS was still that there was no legal authority to stop them from entering on that second weekend.
That's right.
And do you know whether that posture ever changed throughout the, at least throughout the time that Chief Slowly was chief?
There were some streets blocked off later in terms of trying to prevent them from getting into some of the streets. We were able to staff them, but that was later in the period. But the only time that that the streets were actually closed off and barricaded, where the red zone was created, was going into the third week, and then when the Emergency Act was invoked, then it got locked down.
Okay. Now, we have some notes from Ottawa Police indicating that the city had asked Ottawa Police to harden the downtown core. Do you have any understanding of what that means or where this might have come from? This
City
notion?
asked or police asked?
The city asked the police to harden the downtown core. Do you have any information?
Well, the only recollection I have of that is that those were elected officials who wanted a hardening of the downtown core and to prevent more vehicles to come into the residential neighborhoods in particular.
The councillors, you mean?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about overflow spaces, Sir John A. Macdonald, which everybody refers to as SJAM, and Queen Elizabeth. What were the other designated overflow areas?
There were two. There was Coventry Road, which happened on the initial first weekend. And the other one was 1500, I think it's 1500 Bronson, was another area where police directed some vehicles in the latter days of the protest.
Okay, so let's talk about Coventry. Do you know how the Coventry Road Stadium parking lot ended up being used by protesters on that first weekend?
Police didn't have enough room for all the trucks in the downtown core, and asked the city, our general manager of Parks, Recreation, Culture and Facilities, Mr. Chenier, Dan Chenier, if they could use that as an overflow for the weekend. And Mr. Chenier agreed to allow the trucks go there for that weekend.
And that parking lot is city-owned?
It is.
Okay.
That's for most people know, that's the baseball stadium on Coventry.
That's right. And who determined then the use of 1500 Bronson? How did that come about?
Again, that was Overflow when they started moving vehicles on that on the last weekend when police went into tactical operations. They were using 1500 Bronson to tow the vehicles as a staging area to be able to compound the vehicles.
And my understanding is that 1500 Bronson is a federal building?
That's right.
Okay, so it's not owned, but that's not owned by the city?
No,
And the city wasn't asked for permission to use that?
no,
But they were asked to use the Coventry Road Baseball Stadium parking lot?
that's correct.
And my understanding was that the use of that was only meant to be for that first weekend, correct?
That's correct.
And my understanding is that the tenants that were renting the space were not happy about what was happening at Coventry Road. Is that your understanding as well?
That's right. They expressed to us, I think in writing, that they wanted them out. They weren't happy it was disrupting their business. They were trying to get ready for the baseball season.
And in fact, they wrote some angry letters to the city, asking the city to revoke OPS's
Yes,
access to that site. Is that right?
that's correct.
And were these issues raised with OPS?
Yes.
And what was the response?
Well, OPS didn't have the resources to be able to remove the people that were encamped on Coventry Road at the baseball stadium. At that point, they couldn't get them out. There was no way to remove them.
And my understanding is that it was initially meant for protesters to park and then make their way into downtown. And it looks like that's not what ended up happening. What's your understanding about how that area was being used?
Yes, that's exactly what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to shuttle people back and forth so they could go and join the protest, but it turned into an encampment and I'd say a logistical compound to support the protest.
And are you aware of any safety or security issues with that site in particular?
I don't have any personal knowledge, no.
Did the OPS say anything about why they couldn't evacuate or get that encampment shut down?
Well, OPS are on record saying that they were worried about, potential for weapons there or violence should they go in. They were quite entrenched, according to Ottawa police, and there were concerns about their ability to go in and safely remove those people without significant violence.
And I want to take you now to OTT 4144. This is an OECCG. Oh, this one says OECCG. Well, I guess we can use both acronyms. Update 10, and this is on February 5th. And these updates, I understand, were put out daily. Is that right?
Yep.
And these are the Emergency Operations Control Group putting out a situational update as to what's going on so that everybody is aware of the situation on the ground. Is that right?
That's right.
And on the second paragraph there, it says,
Sorry, Council.
Yes.
I believe this is a draft.
yes,
I don't know if it's been finalized or not. I just can't see the top of the document. My apologies. You just said it's the update. I think it's the proposed update.
the final one is identical, but it isn't, we received it after, anyway, my notes were not finalized at the time. So we do have the final one, which says the same thing in terms of what I'm going to take the
That's fine. I
witness
just
to.
wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. So on the second paragraph and the final version says the same thing. It says there were about 13 convoys that arrived today, and unfortunately, they refused to park in the designated overflow space. Instead, they came into the city. And so in this case, what was the designated overflow space on February 5th for them to go into? It wasn't Coventry, because I think at that point, Coventry had already been taken over.
That's right.
Was it 1500 Bronson?
I don't know.
What about Sir John A. Macdonald?
So John A. Macdonald had some vehicles initially, and then they added some more, but then they stopped. They felt that was becoming a risk too, because it was getting, it was being extended quite deep going west, and they were worried about blocking, potentially blocking the interprovincial bridge. That was a big concern of the police on both sides in Quebec and Ontario, and so they were trying to protect that particular area at all costs. But I don't know where the overflow was for this.
And do you know how they were able to come in despite there being designated overflow spaces for those convoys?
No.
And so can you confirm then that the area that the truckers took up in downtown grew because these 13 convoys entered the downtown area?
Definitely.
And I'm going to take you to OTT 10455. And this is a chat that seems to be among people within the Emergency Operations Center, perhaps. And so I just wanted to confirm who some of these people are, just so that we can be sure that they are in some way related to the emergency management. Beth Gooding, I believe, is the Director of Public Safety. Is that right?
That's correct.
And who is Nicole Ward?
Nicole Ward is a staff member in the emergency management group.
And Kelly Cochran?
She's also a staff member.
Okay, and Steve Box?
He's my chief of staff.
Ryan Perot?
He's the associate general manager of emergency and protective services. He's on a secondment there for professional development.
And Andrea Lanthier Seymour?
Yeah, she's our director of corporate communications, but she's now, at the time, she was kind of there, plus with Service Ottawa, overseeing Service Ottawa, a director.
And so were any of these people representatives to the NCRCC?
That's correct. Kelly Cochran was embedded with the NCRCC, and there was another, there's a few other people, but I don't see them on this list that were also part of the NRCC. We had city staff from our public safety group embedded in that group.
And just for the record, the NCRCC is the National Capital Region Control Group, Control Center?
Command Center.
Command Center, thank you. And so there seem to be in this chat situational updates. Can we generally take these situational updates as accurate?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about towing. Who was responsible, in your view, for ensuring sufficient towing capacity to tow convoy trucks or any trucks that were parked illegally?
Well, towing is it's the responsibility of police and bylaw services. It'd be those two groups that have authority to tow trucks in the city of Ottawa.
So both the city and OPS?
That's right. That's right.
And what happened with the towing capacity in this situation? My understanding is that there wasn't sufficient towing capacity. So maybe you can explain this, what happened, what the situation was.
Well, it became evident early on that we needed to access heavy tow trucks, and they aren't a common vehicle. We explored what the city has in its own inventory, and we had two heavy tow trucks with OC Transpo that could have been utilized, even though our staff were very reluctant to participate and do that because they felt for their safety. We then started at the NRCC, we ended up calling tow truck companies, other cities, the province, the federal government, looking to see if we could access heavy duty tow trucks for our use in the event the police needed them or we needed them. And we were getting declined by everybody we called in that they didn't want to get involved. So we had no access to any tow trucks other than the two that we had, and our staff were reluctant to go in.
So was the city taking the lead then on procuring towing capacity on behalf of both the city and OPS?
No, both were doing it. We were working with the police. Police were making calls, and we were also making calls to our sources. We found out and tried to contact anybody we knew to see if we can get tow trucks into Ottawa.
And were any of those efforts successful?
No, we didn't get any.
And you mentioned that some of the tow trucks companies refused to tow vehicles that were associated with the convoy, or they were not willing to tow. What's your understanding of why they were refusing to tow?
Well, there were several reasons. The first was their own safety. I think they felt that trying to tow a vehicle without the site being secured in amongst protesters, you could imagine, it could be quite conflictual when you're trying to take someone's truck and people are still around the truck. So they were concerned about that. They were concerned about the damage potentially to their own vehicle should things get out of hand, and it's a cost to their business. Some were concerned that they do business with truckers and trucking companies, and that this would damage them reputationally and they would lose business. Some were sympathizers or supported the protests and didn't feel that they were going to offer their services to do it. Those were generally the reasons.
And these are companies that the city has on contract, is that right?
No, the city does have a towing standing offer, but we don't do a lot of heavy equipment vehicle towing. We have heavy equipment, obviously. Most of our towing contracts are to tow parked vehicles in and around the city who are illegally parked or for whatever reason or for enforcement issues. But yes, we do have contracts with tow truck businesses in Ottawa who have in their inventory heavy tow trucks to be able to use in the event one of our dump trucks or heavy trucks needs to be towed or any other situation.
So is your understanding that the refusal was coming both from the existing contractors with the city and with others that you were reaching out to?
Yes, because we reached out to our standing offer contractors first and they refused.
And would this be, were they contractually obligated to respond when the city called on them?
Yes, they were.
And what measures did the city take to enforce these contracts, if any?
Well, it's a short time frame. You can't enforce it in a matter of days or weeks, but certainly our procurement people and our lawyers were looking at the contracts to start taking action against those tow truck companies. But you couldn't fulfill that in the time period that we had and actually take any significant action to make them do it. And even then, to make them do it probably would have been a difficult situation at that stage of the protests.
And so the two heavy truck, tow truck vehicles that OC Transpo had, did those end up being used?
No.
And why not?
Well, a lot of people, have asked me, and at the time were demanding that we start ticketing and towing the vehicles out of that area in the neighborhoods and particularly on Wellington Street. But the reality is, until and you saw it on the last weekend when police moved in and started clearing the red zone, you need to secure the area where the actual physical truck is, protect it before you can bring the tow truck in and be able to move it out. You can't safely tow a heavy vehicle like that that's end-to-end, bumper to bumper with a whole bunch of other trucks. And civilian people and protesters are all around that truck, and you're trying to bring in a heavy truck and police haven't been able to secure the scene. So until you can actually hopscotch your way down the street, push them back, clear the spot, get the truck out, move it, and then keep moving in a systematic way, it's a very volatile, unsafe situation to bring in a tow truck into a very crowded area, expect people to move, and expect the tow trucker to somehow get in there and do their work when people are potentially going to be resisting the ability of the tow truck operator to do that. So police weren't able to, obviously, they weren't able to clear that area and protect each individual truck so the tow truck could get in. So it was a non-starter to be able to tow truck. Even if we had tow truck companies, we wanted to retain them, to have them available for when police ultimately went in operationally or tactically. But it was a non-starter until that happened for us to think about towing any heavy truck that was in the compressed areas on Wellington Street, some of the neighborhood or some of the downtown streets where they were all bunched up.
And so do you know if where the trucks came from that were eventually used for the police operation that cleared the area?
Well, once the authorities came in under the act, the police were able to get tow trucks to actually come and compel them to come, is my understanding. And some of them came with the decals off their vehicles, and they came incognito, so no one know who they are. But they then it just seemed to be all of a sudden we had a lot of tow trucks available in those final few days before the last weekend.
But the city wasn't the one didn't procure those?
Police did.
The police did. Okay, so does the city have any knowledge of where they came from specifically?
We do, but I don't have it off the top of my head.
Okay. And can you give us a sense for how bylaw was being enforced outside of the immediate red zone? So I understand that within the red zone, there were a lot of issues with safety, but outside of the red zone, we heard on Friday that vehicles that appeared to be associated with the convoy, either because they had flags or something indicating that maybe they were part of the protest, that they were not being towed, even if they were outside, even as far as, some areas of Councillor Fleury's ward east of the red zone. Do you have a sense for how bylaw was enforcing issues outside of that zone?
It's difficult. I mean, you can target vehicles based on the fact some may have a flag on it, but doesn't necessarily mean they're part of the protest. So the market and other areas east of the zone where on Wellington Street towards Elgin, the War Memorial, there were all kinds of cars and people still live down there. So the challenge for bylaw was not towing and catching the wrong fish in the net and towing vehicles that you think are part of the protests who happen just live in the area and park there. So it was a very complicated situation for bylaw. They were ticketing. They were towing vehicles that were blocking the emergency lane in the red zone. They were clearing that out. In the neighborhoods, they were ticketing. They started ticketing. But there were also a lot of protest vehicles and people congregated in those side streets, and they were working with police to ensure the safety of our bylaw officers. So when real activity started happening is when police and bylaw integrated into teams and went out together, which protected the bylaw officers. Bylaw officers aren't trained or equipped to deal with those kinds of situations. That's not their role.
Do you know when that integration happened?
I believe it was in the second week, but I don't remember the date.
And what was happening
I
then?
think it was when they did the surge, and I forget the term police use, surge and contain, or I forget the term they used, where they started sending teams into the neighborhoods. That's when they first started integrating bylaw with police, so that bylaw had security to protect them as they went in, because they felt very insecure about fulfilling their role in some of those more volatile areas.
So prior to that integration, bylaw was acting independently and ticketing and towing as they saw fit?
Outside of the red zone, in the red zone, no. They were guided by and working collaboratively with police. Police were concerned about the volatility they might create if they start going in and ticketing or trying to tow vehicles within the red zone. And, I was advised of that early on by Kim Ayotte. And from my own experience, that seemed like a reasonable request. I know people said, there's a difference of opinion whether police directed bylaw or it was done in collaboration. Police can't direct bylaw, quite frankly. Bylaw can do what they need to do under the bylaws of the city. But we were working under an integrated incident management system, which basically police are the incident commander. They're leading the response. The city is supporting and working in collaboration. And it was a reasonable request, whether it was a direction or not, is irrelevant to me. But when I heard that and I was advised of that, I said, that's reasonable not to expect bylaw to go in on their own volition and enforce without police knowing that they're enforcing and creating a potentially volatile situation in a crowded area, which police would have to eventually respond to. And as our bylaw chief, Roger Chapman, was concerned about the safety of our bylaw officers trying to do that on their own.
So then your understanding is that the police was not preventing bylaw from exercising its authority. Is that right?
No, what I'm saying is police and bylaw agreed whether they were directed or not. There's a dispute about whether, there's a disagreement about whether police actually directed that bylaw not go in there. I think that's irrelevant. They had agreed that they would not go in without police support.
And when you say go in, you're talking about the red zone.
That's right.
And so outside of the red zone, before the integration, could bylaw ticket and tow as they saw fit?
They could, but there were also areas that were also volatile, because once the truckers displaced into the neighborhoods, some of those streets, particularly downtown on Kent, on Slater, on Bank, they were jammed up with trucks and people, and it was the same situation as on Wellington. So it was still a potentially volatile situation. So Bylaw was using, was still operating under the agreement with Ottawa Police, and in other areas, in the market and some of the other areas where it was less volatile, they were still issuing tickets as per their regular jobs, and in other parts of the city.
Okay, but not really towing, is my understanding.
There was very limited towing. Most of the towing initially happened in the emergency lanes where some lighter vehicles, pickup trucks, et cetera, were blocking the emergency lane that gave access to the ambulances, fire trucks, and other police vehicles in the event there was a 911 call or whatever in that area for businesses or whoever.
And so when you speak of the OPS and bylaw integration, is that when we had heard on Friday that when some residents would call 311 to report a bylaw violation, they would be redirected to NCRCC? Is that part of the integration that you're speaking of?
Yes.
And you're saying that happened sometime in the second week, correct?
The second week is when the police and bylaw created integrated teams. That's correct.
Okay.
I believe.
And so just on the point of emergency lanes, my understanding is that a lot of the towing that happened early on was to, as you say, keep those emergency lanes open. Can you describe a little bit the emergency lanes, if you will? We've seen images that show some streets appear to be completely blocked by trucks. Was every street supposed to have a lane open for emergency, or was it just certain arteries that had a lane open?
I don't know the specifics. I believe it was certain arteries. I believe Mr. Ayad is now testifying. I think that'd be a question better posed to him.
Okay, fair enough. So I want to talk a little bit about the city's municipal state of emergency. And I want to take you to OPS 5187. And this is from January 31st, which is pretty early on. This looks to be a briefing that occurred with Chief Slowly and the mayor and some councillors, and you were there as well, in Kimayot. It happened at 11. This is in the institutional report of the city, so I assume you recall this briefing.
I do.
Okay. And so it looks like the chief gave an update. And then if we go to the questions at the bottom, so questions, there we go. And do you know the questions that are being posed, we can see who's posing them, but in terms of the answer, do you know who was answering questions at this time?
Just one moment. I just want to review this. Most of it would have been answered by Chief Slowly or his staff.
And if you go to 6, if we scroll down a little bit, if we look at question number 6, Councillor Luloff says, when do we know when to invoke a state of emergency? And the answer is infringing on this if we need more resources than we currently have, but does indicate to the public that this is getting more serious and all hands are on deck. Will consider and may make recommendations to the mayor's office. So who has the responsibility to recommend to the mayor's office whether or not to invoke a state of emergency?
Ultimately, it's me, and I usually receive that through Kim Ayat, our General Manager of Emergency and Protective Services.
And so is it fair to say that you probably answered 6E?
That sounds like me, yes.
Okay. And then you said will consider and may make recommendations to the mayor's office. Did you consider it at this point, January 31st?
Yes, it's always under consideration when we're in that situation, and it's a question of timing. And the declaring an emergency at the municipal level doesn't give the municipality much other than a sense of urgency, a sense of, hey, there's some real issues here, and gets everybody focused. There are limited authorities that come to the city by declaring an emergency at the municipal level.
And so you didn't recommend, I take it, on January 31st that the mayor declare a state of emergency?
Not at that time, no.
And why not?
Because as I said, there was very little that it would give us. The biggest thing on a state of emergency is either get the attention of other levels of government that we're in trouble and we need help. Because sometimes the province can declare before we do, or the federal government, depending on the situation, obviously. But normally it's the province. And the other thing that the declaration of emergency gives us is benefits around procurement and decision making, where the mayor has more authority to make decisions without having to convene a full council meeting. And all the protocol, the process that goes behind that. So we can be more efficient around our decision-making, our procurement, the allocation of resources internally, but it doesn't give the mayor any other powers with respect to, other than the bylaws we already have, with respect to invoking any other authorities that he might not already have.
Right, but as you mentioned, it does have other functions such as signaling to other levels of government, or
Yes.
even, for the public to know, and maybe for the residents to know that the city is taking this seriously, right?
Yes.
And did you ever tell the mayor that you did not recommend it? Meaning, did he ever ask you and you say no, not yet, with respect to whether he should declare a state of emergency?
I don't recall having a specific conversation, but I know we did talk about it. He raised it. I know he raised the issue of invoking or enacting or declaring an emergency at the municipal level, but I don't recall the specific conversations, but it was suggested.
So we know that on February 6th, the city did declare a state of emergency. So in your view, what was the tipping point? Why was that the right time to do it?
Because it became evident that they weren't leaving. Police were reporting that they did not have enough resources to end it. There was a sense that this was going to be a prolonged activity by that point. And we felt that by declaring it, we would effectively notify the community and our organization that this was serious, and that the mayor will have the authorities that I talked about, the limited authorities to move quicker. And quite frankly, and it's in another email that from a meeting I was in the minutes from a meeting I was in, where I really felt, and the mayor felt, that we wanted the province to also step in because they actually have authorities if they declare an emergency.
So I'll take you to that document. It's ONT 311. And it looks to be a call between the federal government, province, and the city of Ottawa. And it took place on February 6th at 11 a.m. And so you recall this call with Deputy Minister Stewart?
I do.
Okay, and who was there from the province?
In this meeting, I don't know if anyone was here at the meeting of the
Okay,
province. I'd have to
maybe-
look at the summary. There were so many meetings, I don't recall the attendees at each one.
Okay, so if we go to the second bullet point, it says Steve Kanellakos, city manager from Ottawa, provided an update from the city's perspective. And it says Steve Kanellakos is concerned about the posture of local councillors who are pointing the finger at the province and federal government to provide assistance to resolve the matter. And then it says there in bold letters, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30 p.m. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve this. So you said in the meeting that that was the intention of the state of emergency.
Yes.
And what kind of pressure were you hoping to put on the province?
Well, up on that point, the province was taking the posture that this is a law enforcement issue, and that Ottawa Police should be dealing with the Ottawa Police Chief should be dealing with the other police chiefs and the OPP commissioner, and to get the resources they needed, and that they weren't going to get involved politically. We were hoping that they would exercise powers around, through the Ministry of Transportation and other legislation that they had. I don't know the extent of what they had at their disposal, but through the regulations, to be able to put more pressure on the protesters to try and help us end it. And so the provincial legislation, the premier has a lot more authority in terms of powers. Once he or she declares an emergency, and at that point, they hadn't declared. I think they declared after around when Windsor
On
was
the
happening,
11th.
on the 11th.
And so was part of this then an effort for was this trying to encourage the province or to signal to the province to also declare a state of emergency provincially?
Yes.
And so from the city's perspective, did it consider that the province wasn't doing enough to be engaged in the issues and to help resolve it?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as that. I would characterize it the province, clearly through the Solicitor General, felt that this is a law enforcement matter that could be dealt with through existing authorities that law enforcement have, and that the police should be working together to deal with the resources and what they need under their existing powers to resolve this. That was the initial feedback we received from them.
And then it says, so if we go close to the bottom, it says Ottawa City Council is likely going to ask the Premier and Prime Minister to intervene directly. The Mayor of Ottawa, Jim Watson, is feeling the pressure and wants this issue to be pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. City of Ottawa is looking for a way out. Can you explain what's meant there by City of Ottawa is looking for a way out? What would you have communicated that led to that notation?
Well, at the time, it was obvious to me that unless we receive more resources and got help from the federal government, the provincial government, with respect to accessing some of the regulations that they have under their authority, that it would be very difficult for the current resources that the resource of the time that Ottawa Police had and the city had at that stage in the protest, where they were very entrenched, to be able to move them out. And the feeling was that the federal government and the provincial government would need to get more involved in supporting our resources and giving us whatever tools, particularly around existing. At that time it was around existing regulations. The meetings we had with the Minister of Transport, or the Deputy Minister of Transportation at the federal level and at the provincial level, was about how do we get access to, are there things we can do for insurance around their CVOR? Are there things that they have at under their authority that we can put pressure on the truckers to help to move them out without direct enforcement?
And we'll see in a bit that you did speak to the Solicitor General. You and the Mayor had a discussion about what could be done. What generally, before we look at those documents, what was the general feedback from the Solicitor General to those suggestions?
As I said, the Solicitor General at the time, it was Sylvia Jones, in a different portfolio now, ministry now, but she made it clear, my recollection, that this was a law enforcement matter. It wasn't for elected officials to be getting involved in that.
Okay. And so had the city declared a state of emergency sooner, would that, you think, have brought in other levels of government sooner to assist?
No, I think the declaration of at the provincial level is when things escalated and we started having issues at a significant border crossing.
Okay. So I want to take you to 2218. And this is now with respect to the City of Ottawa's injunction. So I'm going to move on to that topic. So if you go to the first email there from Chief Slowly at the bottom, he says, this is dated January 30th. Yeah, there it is. He says, Steve, thank you for the call we just had and for your agreement for the City of Ottawa commence the formal process of preparing for and seeking an injunction in regard to the demonstration. My General Counsel, Christiane Hanot, will be OPS lead on this matter. She will have the full support of the OPS to provide the information required by the city for this injunction application. We recognize that the city will have the final say on whether or not to make the final injunction submission based on your own assessment. And what was your understanding? You had a call with the chief about this, and what was he asking the city to do on that call?
Well, he reached out first to our city solicitor, David White, who effectively referred him to me because David White didn't have the authority to proceed with that. It was under my delegated authority. And Chief Slowly asked me he was looking for another tool in his toolbox based on discussion with his executive command. And he asked me to look into the possibility of getting an injunction to give them another tool in the toolbox to be able to do enforcement, to enforce some of the issues that were rising that first weekend. And I made a commitment to him that I spoke to our city solicitor first. After he had emailed me, then I spoke to Chief Slowly, and I made a commitment to Chief Slowly that we would pursue it and work with his team to see what that might look like.
And did you have an understanding for what, an injunction for what exactly?
No, it was very broad-based in scope. It wasn't defined at that time.
So he didn't come to you to ask for anything specific. He just said an injunction.
Yes.
Okay. And he says, though, we recognize that the city will have final say on whether or not to make the final injunction submission based on your own assessment. So he seems to be putting the ball on the city to say, this is your decision. If you want to do it, go ahead based on your assessment.
Well,
right?
actually, in fairness to Chief Slowly, he's writing what I asked him, what I told him. I said, we will make the final assessment. So he's confirming that in this email of what I requested, of what I advised him in response.
Okay, so you're saying in the end, it's up to the city.
That's right.
Okay. And on February 4th, I'm going to take you to an email, OTT 3935. And the email of February 4. Right. So Councillor Fleury says, are you aware of this idea? And he posts a Twitter link. My understanding is that was a link to a Twitter post asking the city to seek an injunction. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. So you saw it at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go up, this gets forwarded to you then. And or it was CC'd to you by Councillor Fleury, and then you respond to him and to the city solicitor David White, copying other people, saying everyone has ideas, but if they paid attention to the multiple briefings that have been provided to council and the media, they would know that the chief and I and city solicitor have addressed this idea. We have initiated the process last weekend to go get an injunction. The problem is that once we get it, we have to action it, which means that police have to be prepared to initiate a tactical response to remove the trucks and protesters. We are working with police to gather the evidence required to successfully get an injunction and for police to tell us how an injunction would be enforced. This is actively being worked on. So what was done between the 30th of January then, when you had that discussion with Chief Slowly, to now February 4, when Councillor Fleury is saying, has this been thought of, essentially? Have you thought of this idea?
Yes, the in between the conversation with Chief Slowly and this, discussions had been initiated between the legal counsel of Ottawa Police and our city solicitor and his staff, and they were sorting out what would be required to get one. And our city solicitor, I don't have in front of me, but posed at least a half dozen questions, maybe more, to the police solicitor. Asking answers to the questions to be able to successfully move forward with an injunction. And my understanding is they never replied. They were having discussions in between, but they never replied in writing to the questions our city solicitor felt he needed to be able to proceed. And one of the concerns which our city solicitor had and that I had was that going and getting an injunction, if it was broad in scope, rather than something very specific, but at the time the discussion was broader in scope, but it was never properly defined, was that once we had it, there'd be a public expectation that we would actually enforce it and go for contempt. And the concern was at that point that police didn't have the resources to and enforce a broad scoped injunction to be able to do, to basically get the benefit of the injunction, and that would erode public confidence. And I think our community confidence and our elected officials' confidence, because once we have that tool, they would rightly expect that we'd be able to utilize it and get results for the things that were happening on the streets of Ottawa.
So you say that the police never answered the questions that the city was asking in order to be able to finalize that?
At that time, correct.
Okay. Do you know if answers were ever received to those questions?
They were not.
But the city went ahead anyway and did obtain an injunction ultimately on February 14. Is that right?
We did. We had to assess at that point, did they have the resources? More resources were coming into Ottawa at that point. The police presence was increasing. And we restricted it to basically what's in the city jurisdiction, which are city bylaws. We didn't broaden the scope of the injunction. So it was fires, parking and all those other things that were happening on the streets within our own mandate of council passed bylaws.
So in the end, you didn't need the police information in order to obtain the injunction because it was obtained without the police information anyway,
That's right.
Um,
Kemayat swore to it.
And so in hindsight, could this have been pursued sooner? Because you're having the discussion on January 30th with Chief Slowly, and it's not actually heard and obtained until February 14, 2 weeks later, more than 2 weeks later.
Well, in hindsight, I wish things would have lined up where we could have got an injunction earlier, because it probably would have helped. But getting an injunction where police weren't in a position from a resource perspective to deal with it and not being able to define what they needed, and that back and forth, it delayed it, absolutely. And, looking back, is that something that, could have been done sooner? Possibly. But we weren't prepared to go forward. I didn't think it was reasonable to go forward until we all understood how the injunction fit into the police operational plans.
But you never understood that because they didn't answer your questions.
That's right.
And did the injunction obtained by Ms. Lee put pressure on the city to get one as well? I understand citizens were not happy about that.
No, absolutely. I think Ms. Lee did a remarkable thing and put herself out there, a lot of courage, and got that injunction, and it had an effect. It did bring down the horns. They kind of came back later, but it had a significant effect. And of course there was pressure. There was pressure from the public, from our council, not understanding why the city wouldn't move to get an injunction also. We felt that pressure, but we couldn't get to a place where we understood what the scope of that injunction was in terms of what police needed.
But in the end, you didn't need that because you defined the scope yourself, right?
We did, yes.
And did you ever talk to Keith Wilson, who was counsel for some of the protesters on the ground, about the city's injunction?
I don't recall talking to Mr. Wilson about the injunction, but I stand to be corrected, but I don't recall that.
Okay. They have produced some texts kind of at the last minute that have some of those discussions. So my understanding is you did. I just don't know the context of those discussions that you had.
If I could see the documents, I might be able to comment, but.
See if I can find it. It would be up to, we didn't give notice of these. Obviously, they came in, I think, last night or the night before. But we do have a doc ID for them. Thank you. It's HRF 1466.
I'm unable to locate that document in the database.
It appears it is in the party database at this time. It's HRF 401466. Okay, well, while we're looking for that, we can move on to something else and then we'll see if we can get that because.
Sorry, Council, these are text messages with Mr. Arpin? I thought you said these were text messages with Mr. Kanellakos.
It is with Mr. Arpin, but it mentions a call with Mr. Kanellakos.
The text seemed to reference a call with Mr. Kanellakos about that.
Okay,
So because we can't seem to get them, we can move on to some communications that you had with federal officials and provincial officials. So I understand that after the first weekend of protests, you had some contact with Deputy Minister of Public Safety, Rob Stewart. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how did that discussion come about?
His office emailed our office, my office, and asked if a meeting could be set up later in the day. And I think we had a telephone conversation. I forget the date, but I remember late afternoon.
And what was the purpose of the call?
He had reached out to connect because obviously they were the deputy minister community there and the relevant ministries and the prime minister's office was getting briefed on what was happening, and he wanted to have a better understanding of the situational awareness of what was happening on the ground from our perspective, so that he could relay that information back to his minister and to cabinet.
So he's reaching out to you to get a better understanding of what's going on.
Yes.
And it wasn't necessarily for him to offer any kind of assistance.
Initially, no. It was, can we get together and have a conversation about situational awareness? What do you know? What's happening? They wanted to know our perspective on what was happening.
Okay. And after that, I believe that situational awareness calls were set up.
Yes.
And that several of them took place. According to your witness statement, you say February 3rd, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th.
That's correct.
Okay. And these came out of that initial discussion you had with the deputy minister on February 2nd.
Yes, when we talked, he suggested that we bring together some of his colleagues, Chief Slowly, myself, and initiate some calls to start getting updates on a more frequent basis so they're in the loop.
And according to your witness statement, these meetings sometimes included Jody Thomas from the Privy Council Office, Director David Vigneault from CSIS, Deputy Minister Michael Keenan from Transport, Commissioner Brenda Lucky from the RCMP, Commissioner Tom Carrique from the OPP, former Chief Slowly, Mr. Kim Ayotte, Laurie LeBlanc from MTO, and Deputy Minister Mario De Tomaso, the Solicitor General. Did anyone else that you recall attend these meetings, or is that generally?
Yeah, that's generally the list, but it grew. It didn't start off with all those people. It kind of evolved over the meetings. Were more, pretty typical. We started off with 3-4 people, and it expanded as the meetings went on.
And what was the purpose of these calls?
Initially, it was to get everyone understanding what was happening on the ground, and for them to tell us what was happening from their perspective. So it was really an updates in terms of what's the situation, what's evolving, what's coming. And then it turned, after a few meetings, it turned into the whole issue of resources and police from other police services, particularly the RCMP and OPP on those calls, being allocated or redeployed to Ottawa to assist with the event. And then it kind of evolved into when the request it sort of started generally about resources. And after it evolved into the specific request that Chief Slowly made through the police board, where the letter was sent by Mayor Watson and Councillor Deans, who was the chair of the police board at that time, asking for 1,800 officers, and part of those 1,800 were civilians with specialists to be redeployed to Ottawa. And then the discussions became a lot about what was happening, but when we're getting the resources and how many resources we actually had received.
Right. So my understanding is that letter from former Chair Deans and the mayor came on February 7th, requesting the 1,800 officers. And so 2 of the meetings on the 7th and the 8th of these situational awareness calls would have been or could have been about that specific request.
They dominated the discussion.
Okay. And what was the conversation around resources? Obviously, resources were needed, but in terms of getting them to Ottawa, and how soon they could get here and why they weren't here yet. What was the discussion?
Well, the central theme was a disagreement on between Ottawa Police and the other parties at the federal and provincial level on how many officers were actually here and under the command of Ottawa Police. That was the most relevant part of the discussion.
And what was your understanding of the disagreement? Just about counting, like it was improper counting, or what was the issue?
Yeah, it was Ottawa Police had numbers that they believed they had under their command, and RCMP and OPP less so, but mostly RCMP felt that they had more officers there under the command. So there was a disagreement about how many officers were actually under the authority to be deployed in operations by Ottawa Police commanders. And it was a frustrating period because we couldn't get to an agreement on how many police officers were actually here in Ottawa from outside, from other enforcement agencies.
And did that ever get resolved during the time that those calls were taking place?
I would say no.
And the last meeting took place on February 8th. Why did they stop after the 8th of February?
I don't know why they stopped after the 8th of February. I don't know why we stopped talking at that point.
Okay.
Council, I just wanted to let you know that the document is available.
We're going to object to the document being put to Mr. Kanellakos. The document was listed by counsel for the protesters as a document they may put to Monsieur Arpin only. It was never indicated to us that it was going to be put to Mr. Kanellakos. So in accordance with the rules, I believe my friends would need to seek leave.
It was just to be fair to the witness so that he understands the context in which the question was asked, but I can ask it without the context. I'm fine with that.
Again, though, he wouldn't be aware of the context. If it had been provided, we certainly would have given it to him, but it hasn't been.
That's fine. So to your understanding, though, you did not have a conversation with Keith Wilson about the city's injunction, a call specifically with Mr. Wilson?
I just don't recall that.
Okay.
I may have, but I just don't recall.
Now, my understanding is that based on the timeline produced in the institutional report, that you and the mayor had a call with Solicitor General Sylvia Jones on February 9, and we talked a little bit about that. And my understanding was that the purpose of the call was to ask Ontario to provide resources to the Ottawa Police Service. Is that right?
That's right.
To provide OPP, to facilitate OPP officers. Is
That's
that
right.
right? Okay. And what was the response for that request?
I recall the minister saying that this was something the chief should be dealing with the OPP commissioner on, and elected officials should not be getting involved in this.
Okay. And in that call, was the issue about the truckers' insurance and CVOR certificates also discussed?
I think it was discussed in a general way about what other things the province could do to help police and the protester, put pressure on the protesters. But again, I believe the minister said that this was a law enforcement issue and it should be dealt with by law enforcement.
So did the province offer any tangible assistance?
Not with respect to insurance and CVOR. They declined to look at that. The deputy minister, Lori, I forget her last name, you had mentioned her in one of the meetings.
Yes.
And I know Lori, my apologies to her, but she was the deputy minister.
LeBlanc.
Lori LeBlanc. I believe she's retired now, but she was the deputy minister of Ministry of Transportation. And she was on a call where that was specifically with the other deputy ministers, not this call, where that question was specifically posed to her. And she basically said that she'd have to go away and get back to us, but never did.
Okay. So my understanding is that you also took part in what were called tripartite meetings, and these took place on February 7th, 8th, and 10th. Is that right?
That's right.
And did you participate in all three calls?
I did.
Okay. And my understanding is these were intended to be meetings of all three levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal. Is that right?
That's right.
And my understanding is that generally Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, yourself, the mayor, Deputy Minister Rob Stewart, and some others joined those calls. Is that right?
That's right.
Do you know do you recall who else would have been on those calls other than the people I mentioned?
From the provincial level, there were no elected officials, I seem to recall. They didn't attend. I think Mayor de Tomaso might have been on one or two of those calls. He was a deputy minister of at the Solicitor General, I believe.
My understanding is that he was in the situational awareness calls, but not in the tripartite.
Yeah, that's why I thought he was in the tripartite, but I'm not sure. He may have been. But I don't think anyone else from the province was there. It was all federal and us.
Okay. And do you know why? My understanding is that Premier Ford was invited to participate in these meetings and declined. Or is that your understanding as well?
I know he declined, but I don't know why.
Okay. And so I'm going to take you to one of the readouts from that meeting. It's SSM-CAN-NSC ending in 2676. And so this is a readout from one of those tripartite meetings. It looks to be the last one on February 10. And there we see people's initials. BB is Bill Blair, my understanding. JW, Jim Watson. MM, Marco Mendicino. And if we go to the second page, it looks like your contributions are redacted. And on the second page, Mayor Watson says, we would like to get MTO more involved, put pressure on insurance companies. Oh, sorry, just up. Yeah, there we are. We would like to get MTO more involved, put pressure on insurance companies. It was a disappointing answer from the province. Yet they are always setting up blitzes on the 400 series highways to check tires, etc. So my understanding is that this is in relation to the call that took place the day before on February 9.
Yes.
Okay. And was this in relation to the ask about the commercial insurance that they had declined to get involved?
Yeah, and other possible regulations that governs heavy truckers or trucking companies. And I don't know if it was the meeting before. I don't have it in front of me, but it was at one of the meetings with the deputy ministers that we had federally and provincially. But it was very close to that.
And so in terms of other regulations, were these other regulations that the city was asking specifically, saying, you know, this regulation, that, can you look into that? Or were you simply saying, can you look at what you have in your toolbox available to assist?
It was exactly that. It was, what do you have that can help us in your toolbox under existing legislation and regulations? That was a specific request.
Okay. And the answer was, this should not be dealt with at the political level?
Well, there were two answers from the deputy minister. It was, I'll get back to you. I think she felt kind of blindsided at that meeting because no one told her in advance that she was going to be asked. And I think it was asked by one of her federal colleagues, actually, because I think the deputy minister of transport at the federal level looked, and they didn't have anything that could help us that was relevant because it's all mostly provincially regulated. And the question was posed to Laurie LeBlanc, and I think she seemed to be a little miffed that she got put on the spot and basically said, I'll get back to you, I'll look into it, and never did. With Minister Jones, it came up in a general way, but the position she took as Solicitor General is, this is police chief to commissioner to police chief, and that's where this should be dealt with, not through us.
Was it ever suggested to you that pulling the truckers' commercial insurance or doing anything with respect to that would upset the trucking industry or would upset the truckers themselves?
No, I didn't. There was no further response in terms of specifics, no.
Okay, and it was never said to you, there's nothing more in our toolbox, we can't do anything. The answer was simply, we'll get back to you, and they never did.
That's what I'm aware of, yes.
Okay, and then if we go to page 3, if we go down to Bill Blair's comment, so he says, thanks. If we can speak frankly for a moment, it has come to the media's discussion that they are not in this meeting for the third day. Statement from Ontario is that this table will accomplish nothing. So is it fair to say that in the meeting there was frustration at Ontario's lack of attendance?
Yes,
And when Bill Blair says this table, he means the tripartite meetings.
yes.
And to your understanding, this comment that's attributable to the premier that it will accomplish nothing, was that made to the group or was that made in the media? Do you know?
I'm trying to find that on page, Council. I'm sorry. Where is it?
Just Bill Blair at the top says, thanks. If we can speak frankly for a moment. He says, it has come to the media's discussion that they are not in the meeting. And I assume this is talking about Ontario because then it says statement from Ontario is that this table will accomplish nothing.
I don't recall specifically what it was, but he was obviously reacting to something that was put out by the province. But I
Okay.
don't know what it is.
And so if we look at the bottom at Mayor Watson's comment, the third line, he says, I can say that I'm disappointed that the province has not come to the table. Premier is telling me anything you want, but then there is silence. Did you share the mayor's disappointment that Ontario was not at the table?
Did I share that? Not entirely. I mean, I think I was disappointed that they didn't participate, but they stated what their position was. But certainly OPP and Commissioner Carrick were very participatory and collaborative in terms of bringing resources. So there was never any issue from the policing sources. OPP was probably the least amount of discussion about the resources they had committed early on. They were true to their word in terms of what they committed, from what I understand. So from my perspective, you know, OPP was doing what they were asked and were being very helpful. But the other ministries were not participating, and I think that was, you know, obviously a direction from their political masters.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, I think that deputy ministers won't engage unless it's clear from the premier and others that they're able to engage to participate in terms of seeking out other alternatives and other tools for the toolbox.
So your understanding is that then the premier would have told them not to look into that?
That's a speculation.
Yeah.
I just know that deputy ministers will not speak out of turn without being in alignment with their bosses.
Fair enough. Now on page 4, Minister Mendicino in the middle of the page says, just this towards the end, to the extent that Slowly is laying out the plan to colleagues, the province should be at this table. It is a useful forum to show leadership and coordination. So do you agree that it would have been helpful to have Ontario at the table?
Yes.
Now back to page 2, where it says RS, we'll go down. And that's Rob Stewart, is that right?
That's right.
And he says, from what I understand, the plan of the chief has not yet been completely fleshed out. That may affect the speed with which the RCMP can deploy resources. What did you understand? What was the discussion around this point?
Well, what that references is that the various commanders from OPP and RCMP, but he was speaking specifically to RCMP, didn't feel the operational plan that was eventually enacted was ready for them to deploy the resources to participate in the plan. So there was a ongoing discussion, from what I understand from these meetings, about the readiness of the plan and the assessment of the plan by the commanders in the RCMP and the OPP reporting back through their chain of command.
And this was the last tripartite meeting on February 10. Do you know why they were discontinued?
I don't know.
I want to speak now about the deal that the city made with the protesters, the negotiations with the protesters.
Yep.
Now, I understand that on February 8, you received a call from then Deputy Chief Bell.
I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
Do you want to just hear that call or the?
Tell us about the call that you received. What was the discussion?
Yeah, I was on my way into work early that morning, and I received a call from then Deputy Chief Bell, who said that he was sending over his police liaison team. They want to meet with me, and they want to come over first thing in the morning to discuss opening up some line of communications with the protest leaders. I said, okay, what time are they coming? And he said they'll be there, somewhere after 9. I said, fine, and that's all he told me.
Did he tell you why PLT was going to be coming over with protest leaders?
He didn't give me any details. He just asked if I would meet them if they came to my office.
And you didn't ask what for?
No, I just said I'll wait till they get here.
Okay. And did you tell anyone about that call before you met with them?
No.
Okay. And so what happened then? Did they come to City Hall? How did that play out?
Yeah, the acronym is PLT, Police Liaison Team, and 4 officers came to my reception area in my office. The lead on it was Sergeant Lee. I don't recall his first name. They came and basically advised me that communications had broken down with the protest leaders, and that they weren't communicating anymore with the PLTs. And this was a significant issue in their ability to continue to try to negotiate an end to the on the ground in terms of the things they need to do. And that they had asked to meet with someone from the city as a show of good faith. I'm paraphrasing what he told me, my recollection of it. From someone from the city, and they want to meet with me to be able to discuss the situation and what's happening. And I was reluctant when he first told me. I was, I'd say, reluctant to say, why would I meet with them? We never had any intention, the mayor, myself, the mayor's office, anybody on my team had any intention of meeting with the protest leaders. That wasn't on our radar or anything we were planning to do. But they were imploring me to meet with them because they needed to show that they could actually get me to the table to have a conversation with them.
Did they explain to you why? Did they say why they had lost the communication with the protesters? What had happened there?
They didn't tell me, no.
Okay.
And at that point, I wasn't convinced that I should meet with them because I felt that was opening up another door in terms of a signal that we're prepared to start negotiating. I told them that I need to call the mayor, and we brought Serge Arpin as chief of staff into the call. So I went into the next room in my boardroom, called the mayor, and told them that they want me to meet with them to have as a show of good faith to police need us to meet with them. He was very reluctant. His initial reaction is we shouldn't, and thought that doing that was going to put pressure on the federal government in terms of, if we meet with them, someone else would have to meet with them. And Serge Arpin was kind of the same view, so we batted it around a bit, and I basically advised the mayor that I thought I should meet with them and hear what they have to say, and maybe there's something we can get in return. And it won't involve you. It'll be me. Doing the discussion, and you're out of it. It's not a political leadership meeting. And
Did
so
the mayor express any concerns about this?
he didn't tell me not to meet them, and he didn't tell me to meet them. He accepted that. At the end, I said, I'm going to meet them. I basically made a statement that I'm going to meet them. So he didn't say don't, and he didn't say do it. But he was reluctant at the beginning. The first part of the conversation was he just thought it was a bad idea. And so I went back out and told them that I would meet with them, the protest organizers. I didn't know who they were bringing. I didn't know who the parties were. Police said, great. They left and they ran over to one of the hotels where the participants were. And they came back a couple hours later, probably around noon, with 3 people, Tom Marazzo, Keith Wilson, and Eva Chepiak, I believe is how we pronounce her last name.
Yep.
Even if I got that right. And they arrived with the 4 PLT members.
And sorry, this was around noon, you said?
It was probably around noon, if I recall. It was several hours later, over noon hour, 1 o'clock, around that area, that time. And So they came in and we had another boardroom down the hallway in the in City Hall at the Heritage Building. And Tom Marazzo asked if he could speak to me alone. And we went into the boardroom alone. And everyone else waited outside, the 4 police officers and the 2 lawyers, Keith and Eva. And Tom and I began having a conversation about why they're here, his background, what happened to him, his story, just getting to know each other basically. And so he explained why he was here, what the issues were, what happened to him in terms of the vaccine mandate, etc. And then we talked about from my recollection that, look, you know, if they wanted a meeting with the mayor. And I basically advised them that if they're going to have a meeting with the mayor, they have to show something in good faith back. And that was a discussion when the PLTs first came to see me. When I came back out from seeing the mayor, I forgot to mention that, is I said, well, if I'm going to meet with them, I need to get something back in return. I'm not going to meet with them just for the sake of meeting with them. And the police officer suggested, well, maybe we can start getting them, ask them to move the trucks out of some of the neighborhoods. I said, well, that would be a good thing to try and relieve the pressure on those people in those neighborhoods if they would agree to do that.
So OPS was the one who made the suggestion that maybe the exchange for meeting with the mayor would be getting the trucks out of the neighborhood.
That's right.
Okay.
So when we were talking to Tom, and I don't remember it was exactly with Tom or when everyone else came in, when Keith and Eva came in after.
Sorry, when Keith and Eva came in after, did the PLT officers also join, or was it just?
They came in also.
Okay.
Yeah, so they all joined the meeting at that time. And then we had a discussion about the protests and would they be willing to move trucks out of the neighborhoods. They said yes, they'd be willing to do that. And we said, well, then we have to work out the logistics and they'll get back to us. So we met for about, in total, about an hour and a half, I'd say, maybe 90 minutes. They left with the understanding that we would reconnect and talk about what the terms would be of them moving the trucks and the conditions under which that would happen and get an agreement to do that.
And what was your understanding for why the protesters wanted to meet with the mayor?
Well, they didn't tell me specifically, but I assume that it was a symbolic, significant gesture. If somebody, no one was meeting with them of any official capacity at the political level. And I would think that, you know, you'd have to ask them when they testify, but I assumed the mayor was the first step in trying to open the door to meet with the prime minister or someone senior at the federal government.
And so at the end of the meeting, what was decided? Who would do what? What were the next steps that were going to be taken after that meeting?
I think we exchanged the numbers, and then we said that we'd get back. I don't recall exactly that we'd reconnect with each other and start talking about that. Then, you know, a number of things happened after that in terms of, you know, updating the mayor and Serge later in the day and updating Chief Slowly. Those are all other aspects I'm sure you'll get to.
Well, my understanding is that the next day you did indicate to Chief Slowly and Deputy Chief Ferguson, Deputy Chief Bell, that this had taken place and relayed a little bit of the information that had been exchanged. Is that right?
I did. I told them the outcome of the meeting with the PLTs and with the protesters.
And
protest leaders.
Did they express any concerns about that?
Well, there were a couple points. I mean, it depends where we are in the story here. We hadn't at that point figured out the logistics of, or the terms of what the agreement would be. That happened later in the week and didn't get finalized till Sunday the 13th, I believe. So at that point, it was more an indication of what I gave an overview of to Chief Slowly and his team on what the discussion was, what they had asked for, and what we were going to pursue in terms of, or what we were going to start pursuing in terms of trying to get an agreement to move trucks out of the neighborhood.
So at that point, the deal was, if you move trucks out of the neighborhood, we'll facilitate a meeting with the mayor. So it was kind of high level.
That was the concept. That's right.
Right. That was the concept. So no details had been fleshed out at that point.
None.
Okay. So you exchanged numbers, you briefed the mayor about what had happened. And then what happened?
Well, about 2 days later, and I think it was on the 10th, the mayor received a call or a text, I'm not sure. I never clarified that, but he was put in contact, or he was contacted by Dean French. And Dean French told the mayor that what the mayor can speak for himself, but my understanding was that he was trying to help, and that he was trying to help to get a resolution to this agreement that we had. And the mayor passed on Dean French to Serge Arpin, and I believe they had a conversation. I don't know exactly what they talked about. And then Serge Arpin gave Dean French my number, and he contacted me and basically announced himself as a helpful third party that was going to try to mediate between the two to try and come up with an agreement.
Okay, so then you became the point person for that.
No, I became the point person to get to the place where the logistics were agreed to, but the actual negotiation of the terms of the letter that was eventually sent to Ms. Litch, and that she replied back agreeing to, was done mostly through Serge Arpin, the mayor's office.
Okay.
I was engaged in that, but the negotiations were happening between them.
Okay, so between February 8th, when you have the meeting with the PLT members and Tom Marazzo et al., and then the 10th of February, when the call from Dean French comes in, was there any kind of movement on that deal between the 8th and the 10th?
No, it really didn't start moving till the 10th was, I'm trying to think the day, what day was that? The 8th was Monday.
Well, no, the 13th was Sunday.
Yeah, so the 10th was what, Wednesday?
Maybe a Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
That's something for Mr. Arpin to answer in terms of what discussions were taking place at that point. But things didn't really start taking shape till later in the week, early weekend. And it wasn't until probably Sunday morning, the 13th, that I saw a draft in terms of the terms that's in that letter that was made public.
So you weren't involved in the drafting of the letters?
I was involved in providing some advice on the drafting of the letters based on my discussions with police. So Serge checked with me in terms of where the trucks would go, some of the other information on the in the letter. But
so specifically, the letter talks. Sorry, specifically, the letter talks about Wellington Street. Was that one of the points of discussion with OPS?
It was generally, yes.
Okay. So then, if I understand correctly what you're saying, on the 10th, Dean French called and announced himself as potentially being helpful or a potential mediator. And then the letters were drafted and sent, I believe, on the 12th of February. And in that time, you were having discussions with Chief Slowly. Was it Chief Slowly or anybody else within OPS? Deputy Chief Ferguson?
No, it was, there were a couple calls. The one call, the final call was before the letters went out on, it was over noon hour on the Sunday, the 13th. It was right to the wire in terms of when the letters finally were approved.
Okay, so they're dated the 12th, but you're saying they were exchanged on the 13th.
That's what I believe, but I could be corrected.
Okay, and so while they're being finalized, your involvement is getting some input from OPS and suggesting some wording to the letter, including the area where the trucks are going to relocate to. Is that right?
Yeah, Serge had various drafts. It was going back and forth, and I don't remember the drafts, but different language, and I was providing some edits and some advice on the final language in the letter.
And why was Wellington Street chosen? Who chose Wellington Street?
Well, that came up as part of the discussion initially, I believe, with the protesters, where the protest leaders, my apologies, the leadership, where there was no other place to put the trucks. There were very few options in terms of where to put the trucks, and the discussion was that we wanted to reduce the footprint in the area to get them out of the neighborhoods and have them more condensed in one more manageable enforcement area. And so Wellington Street was an option, but it was understood that Wellington couldn't accommodate all the trucks from the neighborhood, so there just wasn't enough room. So part of the discussion was, would some of them agree to move to a site, I believe it was in the West End, Arm Prior, there was some other site they had, if they could go there. They wanted to get onto S-Jam. We didn't want them on S-Jam. So there was discussion internally about the parameters of where they might go, and that's what translated into the logistical meeting that we finally had on Sunday night, the 13th, when Superintendent Drummond, myself, and Kim Ayotte met with a group of representatives.
Okay, so before we get to that meeting, before the letters were finalized, I understand that Chief Slowly had a chance to look at those letters. Is that right?
He received a I'm trying to think if he received a draft or not, because he sent me an email asking me for an edit, but it was too late because the letter was finalized.
Right, and actually that's OTT 6985, so I'll take you to that, OTT 6985. So he says, thank you, Steve, but if we go down to the bottom, we can see, Steve, as suggestion, alter this line in the mayor's letter. As a departure of the 400 trucks from residential areas is a significant logistical undertaking that will probably take 24 to 72 hours. We ask that protesters stop asking more demonstrators to come to Ottawa this week and over the long weekend. So it looks like that highlighted portion of this week and over the long weekend was an edit that he wanted in that letter. Is that right?
That's right.
And if we go up, you say, hi, Chief, the letter from the mayor has already been signed and sent to Convoy leadership. It just hasn't been made public, so can't make edits now, but we can discuss when we meet them.
Yeah, we sent him a version of the letter they obviously had, and he wanted to make an edit, but at that point it was too late.
And if we go to OPS 10664, we go, there we go. It looks to be from Christiane Hanot, and she says, Steve, can you send me a copy of the letters we just discussed on our call? Redemo Convoy negotiations, thanks. And who did you understand her to be?
Who was she?
Yeah, Christiane Hanot.
Yeah, she's the general counsel to the police service and reports to Chief Slowly.
And she mentions a phone call that you had with her about the letters.
I think she was on the call, the noon hour call. It wasn't a phone call specifically with her. I think she participated in the noon call with Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell at the time, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, myself. I think Kim Ayotte was on the call also. So we had a call at noon hour, and my understanding from this is Christiane Hanot is following up on that phone call.
I see. And this would be on February 13th at noon, there was a call?
That's
on the
right.
Sunday? Okay.
That's right.
And if I can take you to OTT 6990. It looks like on Sunday at 1:44, you sent those letters to Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell, Deputy Chief Ferguson, Christiane Hanot, and John Steinbachs.
That's correct.
And if I can take you to OTT 7009. It looks like title is police contact, Sunday the 13th at 3:26. You say to Chief Slowly, Chief, can you please provide the name and contact info of who will be joining Kim Ayotte in the negotiations with the protest leaders to deal with the egress and, I believe that should be and, right? Relocation plan?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that about?
Well, when the letters were sent, we agreed that we would meet that evening because we wanted to get this going as fast as possible, and that they would send a representative group to City Hall to meet with myself, Kim Ayotte, and a senior police official to deal with the logistics, because Kim and I were in no position, as I said earlier in my testimony, to arbitrarily dictate where trucks would move or to be able to manage the relocation logistically. We needed police to be able to do that, to facilitate that, negotiate that, and ensure that the relocation plan was consistent with any future plans they had. or any safety issues, officer safety issues, etc. And so what I was asking Chief Slowly, and I believe it was a subject also on the call, that we needed someone senior to be part of the discussions on the logistics for the actual relocation of the trucks.
And who was provided?
Acting Superintendent Rob Drummond.
And what did you understand his role to be then? Just to, what was he going to be partly negotiating? What was going to happen?
Well, he wasn't negotiating. It wasn't really well, I suppose it could be characterized somewhat as negotiation, but Acting Superintendent Drummond's role was to work out the operational details, right down to where, when, who, logistics. Like he was leading that on our behalf when the group came to see us in the mayor's boardroom on Sunday night. And so he had the map out, and they were mapping out how it would work, who the contact people would be on the police side, who the contact people would be on the protester side. He was basically laying out how that operation would unfold the next morning.
But by then, the idea that they would be relocating to Wellington had already been determined, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your call earlier that morning, or at the noon call, did anybody on the call, Steve Beltrish, Ferguson, Peter Slowly, did anybody raise any concerns with the arrangement that had been reached?
Yes, Chief Slowly raised concerns about the resource requirements to be able to enact this kind of operation, depending on the scope. He was concerned about his ability to do that, and he was concerned about what happens if we go through all this effort and it's not successful. We're back to square one, and we put a lot of resources into it. So we expressed that concern. The two deputy chiefs, the acting and Chief Bell and acting Deputy Chief Bell and acting Deputy Chief Ferguson both expressed that they supported this because it would reduce the footprint and make it more manageable for their resources, because they were spread too thin, covering that larger geography. And so they expressed support for the movement of the trucks.
And so despite Chief Slowly's reservations, did he ultimately agree that this should move forward?
I don't recall that he actually said he agreed, but he didn't object to the point where, because he could have obviously stopped it, but he didn't. I never heard him say, "We're a go." He was basically silent on that point.
Right, but he did provide you Superintendent Drummond as an OPS representative.
He did.
Okay. And so now we're at this meeting, February 13th. You said it was you, Mr. Ayotte, and who else was there?
I don't remember everybody's names. It was on the list. Superintendent Drummond was there. I think, I'm trying to remember, Keith Wilson was there. No, Eva was there. Keith Wilson was there, I believe, but maybe not. I'd have to go back. You'd have to go back to show me the document. I don't remember the other people's names. That Tom Barber was there. I know that.
Chris Barber?
Chris Barber, sorry, was there.
Was Tom Marazzo there?
No.
No.
I don't remember him.
Okay. How many protest individuals would you say were there? How many protesters were there?
I think there were 6 of them altogether.
Okay.
I don't know if Keith Wilson was there. If I saw in front of me, I saw the document in terms of the notes that Acting Superintendent Drummond took, but I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if they're available. They weren't available yesterday, but I'm not sure if they're available now. But in any event, there were a group of protest leaders that were there, you, yourself, Mr. Ayotte, and we don't have a lot of time. So if you can just briefly maybe tell us what happened at that meeting, and then we will have to get my friends to pick it up from there.
Effectively, we discussed how it could unfold, what the expectations were, what we all wanted. The people that represented the protesters were clear that they don't represent all the protesters, so they're going to have some trouble getting everybody convinced based on who was on the streets to all participate and move, and that they would be going out that night and working truck by truck, talking to everybody to get them in line or aligned to support the movement, because it was a good thing for them. And they also made it clear that not everybody will want, some people may not want to go to that other alternate site, the farmers area they rented. I think it was in Arpin, I don't remember. And that they wanted to extend the footprint a bit more down to Deschamps, but we said no. Rob Drummond was effectively leading those discussions in terms of where the trucks would go, how they'd be placed, and as I said, how that process would work in the morning, who'd be assigned out there from Ottawa Police. And so when we left the meeting, it was understood we had a map of where the trucks would be moved, what areas we wanted to clear out. And Rob went back then to talk to his command and the NRCC and his incident commanders to bring the resources required to be able to do that. And we left that night after a couple hours, and the operation started the next morning.
And I understand at some point the operation stopped. Do you know why it stopped?
Yeah, mid-morning it stopped because, and there were some exchanges. I think I don't know if it was a phone call or text with, I was mostly communicating with Keith Wilson at the time, where he was expressing that what he was being told on the ground is that there was miscommunication between some of the police officers and what the orders were, and or the operation was, and weren't allowing some trucks to move on to Wellington. Eventually that got sorted out, and they did move a number of heavy trucks. I think the count was around 40, but that's still in dispute. And a number of light trucks also left, and we ended up clearing a number of streets. But yeah, there were some communications issues, some logistical issues where some of them, my understanding was some of the light vehicles didn't want to move and were blocking other vehicles from moving. So there wasn't an alignment of purpose by everybody that was on all those streets. They had different reasons for wanting to stay.
And I'm just going to take you to the last document, OTT 7480. And this is an email. If we go down, this is 7480. Yeah, that does look right. Okay, let's go up for a second. Yes. So Larry Brookson, do you know who he is?
Yes, I do.
Who is he?
He's the, I believe his position is he's the director of the parliamentary precinct security. But I've known Larry. I know Larry personally.
Oh, okay. Yes, because the email is quite informal, so I figured you must have had some pre-existing relationship with him.
Yeah.
He says, "Hi, Steve. My office is looking to set up a call this morning. Wanted to provide you with some context of my concern regarding the City of Ottawa's recent decision, which led to Wellington being turned into a parking lot of 200 plus trucks. Quite honestly, Steve, I'm at a loss as how this sort of agreement could have been worked out with a clear disregard to security, especially considering that we just finished a bomb blast assessment, which included the threat of explosives being transferred via large vehicles, hoping we can find time in the morning." So is it your understanding that PPS, the Parliamentary Protective Service, did not have notice or information about what was going to be happening with the relocation of the trucks onto Wellington?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on that, but I do know that the PPS was embedded in the National Capital Regional Command Center. They are a member of Intersect. I know that Mr. Brookson spoke to Chief Slowly the late afternoon the day before when the trucks were being moved. So, you know, I think it's a fair assumption for me to make that Mr. Brookson was well informed in terms of what was happening on the ground from a situational awareness perspective. You know, the bomb blast assessment, quite frankly, I'm not disregarding it, but it was a little late then. We already had hundreds of trucks up on Wellington Street to be concerned about moving another 40 trucks up there. So you know, that's his role to take care of the security of the Hill, and it's an important role, and I respect that. But at the time, I felt that Mr. Brookson, when he reached out to me, had the information, especially after he spoke to Chief Slowly, and I spoke to Chief Slowly after he had spoken to Mr. Brookson, and Chief Slowly advised me what the conversation was about, where he informed him what was happening. So I know there was some reporting about I didn't call him back. events kind of overtook things on the 15th. Chief Slowly was in the in the late stages of his tenure, and the deal had fallen apart in terms of moving the trucks anyways up onto Wellington Street by Tuesday.
Okay, and so, and did you tell anybody at the federal level yourself about this deal? I know February 8 is when you kind of had that discussion, and it also coincided with a tripartite meeting. Is that something you would have brought up at a tripartite meeting?
I told, I'm not sure when, but I know I told Rob Stewart, the Deputy Minister of Public Safety, and I also sent Rob Stewart the letters that were agreed to, the agreement letters.
And so ultimately, the mayor never met with the protesters, is that right?
They never fulfilled their end of the bargain, so he never met with them.
Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. So we went a little bit over, which I regret, and but we'll take the morning break at the moment, and we can start with the cross-examinations right after the 15-minute break. And I will show a little latitude in cross-examination, given the excess of in the direct, which is pursuant to our rule when in chief or the evidence presented by the commission will be matched in terms of cross-examination time. So 15-minute break. We'll be back at 5 minutes to 12. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Sorry. Okay. I don't understand where all these documents are. Are we going to get the documents? Because they just keep flashing them up on the screen. I noticed Todd said that this was hastily done, which is totally true. They put everything out at the last minute. I think their website reflects that. But we should have, if it's transparent, we should have all of the documents, no? And I want to know who the hell is making all the redactions and who's deciding that. That has to go through a process. And is somebody independently verifying that? Because down in the case of Nova Scotia, they certainly have questions about a lot of the redactions, and they should, because they're absolute horseshit. Oh, good. Dogs. Oh, hello. 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 Hey, Joe. Look at how Nova grew and changed color. Sorry. I was away for a few minutes. Did I miss anything big? Oh, Becca. Oh, the chat slowed down. Everyone knows I'm the true leader of the convoy. Just to ask Brenda Lucky. Oh, okay. Aerial footage becomes very important, and there is none. What's going on here? I'm getting ready.
Moving to the second phase of the evidence, which is the questioning by the various parties. So if I can call on the convoy organizers to go first. Okay. So there's some technical issues with the document production.
Where are the documents?
Okay.
No, you can't eat that.
Okay, okay, well, can the Ottawa Police Service then go ahead?
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanellakos. My name is David Michikowski, and I act for the Ottawa Police Service. Mr. Kanellakos, I understand that David White, in his email to you, and I can pull up the email if it will assist you, but in the interest of trying to shorten my questions, I won't, but if you do need it, please let me know. My understanding is that he said to you on January 30th that obtaining an injunction to shut down a protest was an extraordinary thing given the Charter of Rights. Do you recall that?
I do.
And what Mr. White told you at that time was that OPS's concerns were, and this is the first weekend, correct? Were the noise, the traffic impact, and the public frustration and pollution, correct?
Correct.
But from his perspective, there weren't any public safety concerns or violence.
Correct.
And Mr. White also told you there was an issue as well from his perspective about the potential that enforcing the injunction could give rise to violence as well.
I seem to, without having the document from me, I seem to recall that, yes.
Okay. And that same day, I understand you then spoke to Chief Slowly And he indicated that OPS would support the city in providing the injunction, but you made it clear it would be up to the city to decide whether to seek it, would have the final say.
That's correct.
And you ultimately did instruct Mr. White to proceed with that injunction.
I did.
The names Omar Ansari, Mary Sims, and Stuart Huxley, those are individuals who work in the city's legal department,
That's correct.
and they report to David White.
That's correct.
And my understanding is, and perhaps if you need the document, I can show it to you as well. My understanding is that Mr. White was informed that the OPS said they could provide evidence of the vehicles and the registered owners. I'll pull up the document if that will assist.
I would, thank you.
If I may please have OTT 29695. Oh, sorry, I wonder if we could scroll down. I may not have the correct document.
It's over there. They're scrolling, I think.
Thanks. Never mind, I'll proceed without the document. Ultimately, the city was the one, I understand, who made the final decision about an injunction on February 11th and then proceeded on the 14th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there were cooperation with the Ottawa police in working with the city on that injunction, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, I believe that from the Ottawa police, the city obtained some language with respect to what the enforcement clause of the injunction should look like.
I don't know that personally. That'd be better posed to Mr. White.
You speak just a little
Oh, I'm
louder,
sorry. I'm
please.
sorry, Mr. Commissioner. It was working fine before. I'll just put it a little closer.
Sorry, what was that answer? I had a hard time.
I said I'm not aware of that personally. That'd be better posed to Mr. White.
And although there hadn't been written responses to the questions that Mr. White had posed, there had been verbal discussions between the party's legal
That's correct.
staff. And from time to time, I take it you were kept apprised of some discussions between the OPS and its policing partners, such as the OPP and RCMP.
Could you elaborate better in terms of what aspects?
Sure. Were you made aware that the OPP and the RCMP, various officials there, had expressed serious reservations about the police getting involved in injunctions?
Not at the time.
Did you subsequently learn that?
Yes, in preparation for this hearing.
And you then understood that the commissioner of the RCMP and the commissioner of the OPP both had some concerns about injunctions in the context of these type of protests.
Yes, I did.
I think you told us Ottawa has lots of protests and demonstrations, correct?
Many.
And it's a fact of life. And again, I can turn up the document if you need it, but there's a series of text message exchanges you have with Mr. Ayat in which you're discussing an article. This was on January 30th that someone sent you talking about the sentiment of the citizens in Ottawa as of January 30th. And your response to Mr. Ayat with respect to the article that had been sent to you is that it's a bit naive for somebody to believe that the police and the city should have just prevented the protest from happening. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And we'll be hearing that some of the convoy that came from out west, and I guess was the first group to leave, were annoyed by the fact that by the time they got to Ottawa, all of the prime spots on Wellington were taken up by others and that they were too far away with their trucks. Do you recall that?
No, I don't have knowledge of that.
And I understand that on Friday, January 28th is when the convoys started to arrive in Ottawa.
Yes,
And the major impacts at that time were on Wellington and the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway.
initially, yes.
And I understand we will be hearing that the space is filled up very quickly. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, I do know that.
And once they filled up very quickly, it would not, I believe, was your perspective, be a viable solution on its own of ending the protest by simply towing vehicles, correct?
I did not share that view.
You
I
agree?
shared that view, sorry.
Right, thanks. And on January 30th, and again, I can turn up the document, but in the interests of time, I won't unless you need it. So please do let me know if you need it. On January 30th, there's an exchange that you have with Councillor Menard, and he asks about the option of having the vehicles ticketed and towed. And then Mr. Ayat forwards it to you and expresses concerns about that approach. And I think your response is you agreed, and you said, where will we put the vehicles that are towed? Do you recall that?
Yes,
And on February 6, 2022, I understand you have an exchange of texts with Kim Ayat about towing the vehicles, and Mr. Ayat points out to you that with 500 vehicles in the core, towing obviously isn't an answer, and you agree that towing these big rigs will not solve the problem. And if I could ask as well, if we could please turn up documents OTT 01239. And if we that is 01239. I'll find the document if you need it. I was just going to refresh your memory, but perhaps you'll agree with me. I think what the point you make in a series of exchanges in which you're discussing Councillor Fleury's request is no way can you tactically tow a heavy truck in this scenario. The way they are parked nose to tail, and it would require a huge amount of police resources. You agree with that?
I do.
And a few days later, I understand the city made an agreement, or an agreement was made with the mayor, which in fact resulted in some additional trucks moving on to Wellington, correct?
We did, yes.
With respect to the city's authority with respect to streets, I understand that the city gets its powers from various statutes. Is that right?
Yeah, and internal bylaws. We have a delegated authority bylaw. We have a traffic and parking control bylaw that we can use to close streets.
And you agreed, as I understood your evidence this morning, and I believe in your institutional report, you've agreed that the city independently does have the authority to close down roads and highways, correct?
The city does, yes.
And they have that authority both under bylaws as well as under statutory authority, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand, though, that you work cooperatively with police when you do exercise that authority.
Always.
And in fact, since the Freedom Convoy, the city has exercised its delegated authority to close down roads, for instance, for Rolling Thunder.
Yes, in collaboration with police.
And for Canada Day as well.
Yes.
And so in effect, since the protest, the parties have in effect created exclusion zones. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, if we could turn up document OTT 26171. If we could scroll down, please. I think that's the bottom. So you'll see Councillor Leeper is proposing a motion. I don't know if you recall that.
I do.
And the motion being put forward by Councillor Leeper is for the General Manager of Public Works to work with city councillors to close some roads to diminish the volume of vehicles able to access the downtown core. Do you recall that motion?
I do.
And that was, I guess, his concern was the weekend coming up of February 19th and 20th. And Mr. Gontier, you'll see if you scroll up it, then shares that with Kim Ayot and says that the city does have the last sentence. While we have the delegated authority to close roads, I would suggest in this case, we would only proceed to do so if supported by OPS. And you agree that that is an accurate statement?
Well, at that stage, based on what was happening in the city, we wouldn't be closing roads without the support of OPS unilaterally.
Thank you. One of the, I'm just moving on to talk about the issue of ticketing. And one of the concerns expressed by councillors was the presence of trucks filled or parked on the Queen Elizabeth Drive, and the request by some councillors to have them ticketed as of January 30th.
Yes.
All that?
Yes.
And you've expressed the view that you did not see what ticketing would accomplish in that scenario. Is that right?
Well, would you like me to expand or just say yes or no?
Sure. Feel free to.
You know, ticketing, it's like everything else. You can give someone a ticket, and if they don't care they got the ticket and they're willing to pay, no action necessarily results from the ticket. It's like your car parked on the market and you get a ticket, your car still stays parked there with a ticket on the windshield. So without some kind of enforcement action to move it, the truck basically stays there. People might feel better that we ticketed the car or the truck, but the truck's not moving unless we actually tow it.
Correct. And I guess you would, and I can call up the document, it's OTT 29632. And while they do that, I understand that this is a series of text messages between you and Mr. Ayot. And if we could turn, please, to page 11 of the document. And if you look at 10:08, 32. And you can read up above just to give yourself the context. But one of the concerns that Mr. Ayot expressed about this is ticketing will also anger the demonstrators.
Well, that was a concern for sure.
And in fact, there had been experiences. In fact, we see in the next line below a situation in which demonstrators got aggressive in another scenario, correct?
That's correct.
And so that was always a concern throughout the protest, that any reaction that the city or the police take may create a very volatile situation.
That was the police assessment, which we shared.
And the demonstration from your experience working with the city was a volatile situation?
Potentially, yes.
and enraging protesters, you shared the police concern that that could be counterproductive.
Yes.
And in fact, Deputy Chief Ferguson communicated with Mr. Ayotte about this situation, about leaving the vehicles on the Queen Elizabeth driveway for now, and said that the police had decided to leave them for now. And you agreed with her, as did Mr. Ayotte.
Yes.
Right? And I believe at 11:37:47 in that same email chain, you indicate 11:37:20, Steve Kanellakos slowly got back to Mayor. Mayor agrees that it's not worth inciting the crowd, so he's good and supports police decision.
That's correct.
If we could please go to document, or again, I won't turn it up because we did see it this morning, but if you need it, let me know. On January 25th, I understand that some information was forwarded from the Ottawa Hotel Association. And actually, I will turn up the document just because there's something attached in the chain. So if we could please have 0070.
Council, can you provide the complete document ID number?
It's OTT. It'll be 6070. So if you just scroll down to the bottom, if you can then just keep going up, and then go up, it says, hi, Sam. This is from Beth. Beth Gooding is the Director of Public Safety for the city.
Yes.
And she's writing to Sergeant Eustace Roberts at the police. And she indicates, hi, Sam. We don't know if this is valid or some kind of attempt to purposefully distract, but sharing an exchange that was sent to the mayor's office, obviously, please treat as confidential. And then that was what you were talking about, the information from the Ottawa Hotel Association.
Yes.
And then if you could please turn up OTT 0392. And while that's being turned up, if I told you that the police did subsequently speak to the Hotel Association, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree with me, would you?
I have no personal knowledge of that, but I have no reason to disagree.
This is on January 26th, so this is just before the protesters came. You'll see, if you look at your email at the bottom at 9:28, 9:30, one of the things you told the councillors is that although planning, I'm in the second line, has been very difficult because the leadership of the protesters are poorly organized and you need their cooperation and you have to work through a number of scenarios. More information will be released as it gets firmed up. And that was a problem, was that the information was changing frequently. Is that right?
Yes, I said that earlier in my testimony.
And the city and police, you said to me, have worked well together. And you would agree with me that on several occasions during this event, you expressed the view that they were indeed working together well.
Yes.
I understand, if I might just ask you a question with respect to the baseball stadium. I understand you talked about the parking there. I understand at one point the mayor wanted to know if the city had allowed the parking and you at the stadium, and you asked Mr. Ayot, and he confirmed that the city had in fact agreed to it.
We did, yes.
And with respect to, if I might just ask you a couple of questions with respect to the agreement with the protesters, I understand that the results of the PLTs letting you know that the protesters wanted to meet on February 8th, that you in fact met, and I think you said you met with Tom Maratza, Eva Chipyuk, and Keith Wilson that day.
That's correct.
And my understanding, but I may be incorrect, is that the PLTs were not present during the meeting. They brought them to the meeting, however.
No, that's incorrect. The meeting started with me and Tom Marazzo, and then we were joined by everybody else. The PLTs were actually in the room, and even at one point they asked me to leave so they could continue the discussions with the people that were in the room, and I refused to leave.
And so the initial part of the meeting was just you and Tom Maratza alone.
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's right.
And I understand that meeting was about an hour and a half, right?
In total.
Right. There are no notes of that meeting or
I didn't take any notes.
emails exchanged about what was agreed to in that meeting?
No, not that I have. Other parties may have.
And the meeting to deal with the logistics was on the 13th, I believe.
That evening, yes.
And that was, I think, at 5:30, correct?
Yes.
And that was after the letters had already been signed by the mayor and Ms. Litch.
Yes.
And then the actual move of the vehicle, of the trucks, then started on the 14th, correct?
That morning, yes.
And there were about 40 heavy trucks that ended up being moved as a result of that.
Yeah, that number varies, but that's our estimate, yes.
And on the 15th, you learned that the police on the ground were not going to continue assisting other trucks in going to Wellington, but would only be letting them move if it was to leave completely. Is that right?
That's right.
And in fact, Rob Drummond, you understand, Superintendent Drummond had some exchanges with Kim Ayot, and he was pretty definitive at that point on the 15th that the OPS was not going to move any more trucks on Wellington.
That's right.
And although he told you that, I believe you were still hoping to try to get things to continue.
I wanted to do everything I could to relieve those neighborhoods of the pain they were going through.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanellakos. I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you. Who's up next? Is the convoy organizers, are you still? Okay, still organizing. The organizers are organizing. Okay, Mr. Slowly's, former Chief Slowly's counsel, please.
Mr. Kanellakos, I'm Tom Curry.
Hello.
For former Chief Slowly. Good morning to you. You have a long experience, not just here as the city's most senior public official, but also previously in police services, I understand.
That's correct.
Taking the entirety of your experience, this event that the commissioner is here to understand is completely without precedent. Is that true?
I've never seen anything like it in my 37 years.
And I don't reckon you got a number for us, but you have seen in your capacity, either as a senior official in the former Ottawa Carleton Police Service and others, or as city manager, it's no exaggeration to say you have been through many hundreds of events and protests in the nation's capital.
I've lost track. That's correct.
I'd be right, many hundreds.
Yes.
And there is a significant difference between protest, in your experience, between protest and events. one of my colleagues asked you about I think about a parade. Big difference, correct?
Significant.
Canada Day is not normally associated with protest. It's an event and celebration.
It's not characterized that way, absolutely.
Right. And so what was, when the commissioner considers your experience in dealing with the kinds of things you have seen in Ottawa here, or the kinds of things that you observed your colleagues in the Ottawa Police Service dealing with, what was coming to Ottawa through the Freedom Convoy was something that no one expected. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And it's one thing one of the documents that you just reviewed with one of my friends made the point about the challenge of trying to understand what the convoy organizers had in their own minds as to their intentions. And you were never able to get that information. Is that fair?
As I said earlier, the information leading up to the actual event was a typical situation where it was changing on a regular basis every day.
Right. This wasn't the Santa Claus parade.
No.
Where someone would ask for a permit, you would understand and make plans and organize crowds. Now, you were also, and I think you told Commission Council, the city has learned to become very experienced, through its experience, very respectful of the right to protest.
Yes.
You are here in the city of our parliament, and parliament has, of course, in Canada, we respect the right to protest, and you do here in Ottawa.
Yes.
And these were, I think your colleague, Mr. Ayotte, described in an email that appeared briefly, I won't go back to it, that he felt that police were doing a very good job in balancing, on the one hand, the right to protest, and on the other, the risk of riot.
Yeah, that comment was made in reference to the initial weekend, but yes.
Right. And when I just want to ask you about that if I could, but before I pull up a document, can I just ask you about your relationship with Chief Slowly? You had a good working relationship with him, correct?
I did.
Were you part of his recruitment?
No.
Did you meet him in that process?
No, I met him after he was announced, but before he actually was sworn in.
Understood. And you learned through that discussion, I assume, about his long experience as a national police leader?
Yes.
And including significant experience in managing public order disruptions and protests.
Well, I certainly knew his resume, but he never discussed that directly with me.
Okay, fair enough. And during the time that you worked with him in your capacity as city manager and his leading the police service, you agree with me that he acted in good faith and tried to the best of his ability to solve this problem?
Yes.
Now, a couple of things, if I can. Could I please ask for a document to be shown to the witness? It is OPS 405187. This should be, if I've got the number right, Mr. Kanellakos, and everyone on earth calls you, except us today, calls you Steve K.
Correct. And feel free to do so.
I won't today, but this is a document dated January 31st, 2022, and it is notes of a meeting that concern a number of officials, one of whom present was you. Do you recall this meeting?
I do.
Could we please just scroll down for a moment? There was an update, maybe just to there. This is an update from Chief Slowly. I won't read it all, but there was a thorough update from the chief to the group, including you and the mayor, correct?
That's correct.
And then one of the things that, just look about maybe two-thirds of the way down, do you see the bullet point that begins 100% of resources tied up with demonstration downtown?
Yes, I do.
Members are stretched and tired before and are more now. The same with the citizens and businesses and with demonstrators. Patience is low and everyone is looking for confrontation. That was not just, you heard the chief make that report, but that was also your own observation. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in the, from the beginning, once you understood and everyone understood that this was not a protest of the kind you had seen before, but rather an occupation, I think you told us that there were never enough resources in the Ottawa Police Service to bring this occupation to a successful completion. Is that true?
That's my opinion, yes.
And indeed, you have said previously, I believe, that you needed support, always needed support from other police agencies and police services, correct?
Yes.
Now, and just one of the questions that I know came up, I just deal with this very quickly. Bylaw services. Bylaw services comes under Kim Ayotte, not the Ottawa Police Service, you told us. Am I correct that there was never going to be any effective solution through bylaw services once you saw what you were dealing with here?
I think we have 132 bylaw officers for the entire city. I don't think they could have ended this protest.
And they don't get paid, do they, to engage in fist fights with people with whom they're trying to enforce bylaws or rolling around in physical confrontations, correct?
They get trained in conflict resolution and other skills, but they don't have the training a police officer does or the equipment.
Every bylaw officer who was going to go into this area of high conflict was going to have to go in with police escorts, correct?
That was my assessment and my team's assessment.
And because there were too few resources, it was not a viable option to rely on bylaw services, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Now, a couple of other things, if I can. There was, just talking about resources. Am I right that there was some confusion at the level of the province of Ontario as to how many OPP officers had been made available to the Ottawa Police Service? Do you recall that occurring?
It was less OPP, it was more RCMP.
Do you recall, though, Minister Jones,
Yeah.
Sylvia Jones, making a statement that there were, I believe, 1,500 OPP officers deployed here?
That was inaccurate.
It was inaccurate, and indeed there were, it was a small fraction of 1,500 at that time.
It seemed to be a cumulative running total of a whole bunch of days. We couldn't figure out where the number came from.
Right, but there were, at the time the minister made the comment, forget who made the calculation error, it was never accurate, correct?
It was not accurate.
Do you recall, though, that it did create some challenges for the OPS because while that information was in circulation, people felt that, well, you've got these resources, what are you doing?
Exactly.
And do you agree that there were never those resources at that time available to the Ottawa Police Service?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. One or two quick things, if I may, please, Mr. Kanellakos. The commissioner is concerned, among other things, to consider recommendations, how to avoid events of this kind in the future, if that is a view that anyone takes. You had an experience with something, well, let me go back one square. Chief Slowly has described this event as a paradigm shift, a change in the way public protest had previously been understood here. You agree with that?
Yes.
And you referred yourself to one previous episode here in Ottawa that had occurred that involved something I believe called a snake march or snake marches.
Yes.
And as a consequence of the appearance of that, and I won't take the time to have you explain what that is, but when that occurred, you as a city manager learned from that experience and took some steps to address that, correct?
Well, the concept there is, that's correct. The concept there is that protest strategies and tactics evolve over time. And police tactics sometimes are a step behind, and they have to evolve to catch up with the tactics that protesters are using. And that's what this event was. The tactics and strategies of police had to evolve immediately after we experienced the trucker convoy.
Understood. Can you assist the commissioner? How many trucks were actually embedded in the geographic areas that you have described?
Well, it varied. I mean, the one count when I think it was the second week, Ottawa Police went and did a physical count, and it was somewhere close to 500 trucks.
Right. Now, one or two then final things, if I may, please. Chief Slowly made a statement, I believe February 2nd, that there was no policing solution alone to this problem. And by that, did you understand, or do you now understand that to mean that the Ottawa Police Service was never going to be able to provide the solutions on its own, whether with bylaw or otherwise?
Well, at the time, I didn't understand what the statement meant. We assumed it meant that there'd have to be negotiations with some other level of government, but that was a supposition on our part.
Understood.
Even now, I'm not sure. I never discussed that with Chief Slowly.
Okay, fine. And then in terms of the negotiation that did take place that you explained to the commissioner, I'll just leave it on this basis. Am I right that you and Chief Slowly didn't have any detailed operational discussions as to where the trucks were going to be moved from the residential areas, where they would end up?
Well, there was a meeting with himself, myself, Kim Ayotte, Trish Ferguson, and Steve Bell. My recollection is we were talking about Wellington, but it wasn't. I don't think we got into the specifics of Wellington from the perspective of we had all the logistics worked out. That didn't happen till the 13th, where we worked out the logistics. So I could understand if someone left that call not being clear on where the trucks were going to go, but it was discussed.
Understood. And in any event, acting superintendent, I think it was Drummond, had the operational
Yes.
Responsibility on the ground.
Yes.
Can I show you one last document, if I may, and just to have your identification of it for the commissioner's assistance later, perhaps? OPP 401521, please. And I'll just need you, Mr. Kanellakos, to help us with one thing. Did you participate in a call between representatives of the City of Ottawa, the federal government, and the provincial government on 6th of February?
Yes.
And I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at these notes, but lots of people were taking notes. These ones appear to have been taken by the provincial representative.
Yes.
You see that bullet point describing some comments attributed to you. A concern that local councillors, that would be City of Ottawa councillors, I presume, pointing the finger at the province and federal government to provide assistance. Mayor Watson to declare a state of local emergency in the City of Ottawa. Expressed intent of this declaration to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. You've described this, and it goes on. I won't have time to take you through it, but you were present at that meeting, and you knew that people were recording whatever everyone was saying was the situation at the time.
Well, I didn't know specifically that people were recording, but obviously someone thought that was quite important that they took the time to bold it.
Right, understood. And that was ultimately the mayor's intention in addressing this matter through the declaration of emergency was to get the resources that Chief Slowly and others had said were required and that you agree were required.
Exactly.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is either the organizers or the Ottawa Coalition. Do you want to take another pass? Okay. Okay, well, it's okay. We're all trying to get to the same things here. Okay.
Yeah. For the record, the organizers owe us all, I think. Next time.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kanellakos. My name is Paul Champ. I am the counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, Community Associations, and BIAs from downtown.
Good afternoon.
I'll start off, Mr. Kanellakos, asking you about the information that was known by the city before the protest started. Now, you told us that the information that the city got, the hotels and so forth, you shared that with the OPS or the Ottawa Police Service. But then the OPS provided you and the city with an assessment that they thought it was only going to be 3 days or so, correct?
That's correct.
But there was some information, even in the hands of the city, to suggest that this protest could or would go on for much longer than 3 days, correct?
There was.
And but I understand the city police did not view that. They didn't think that's what was going to happen. But did they tell the city about any contingency plans in the event the protest did go on for longer than 3 days?
I'm not aware of any.
Did you have concerns about that? Did you ask for any contingency plans?
No.
You were aware, Mr. Kanellakos, that you were saying, you know, the numbers vary and you never quite know about who shows up. But in this particular case, you were aware that a very large number of people were coming from very far away in a large number of trucks. You were aware that those people were coming to Ottawa for several days, correct?
The number, as I said, evolved from the start of the week to the actual weekend. So the number was changing on a regular basis as more information was coming in across the country. And Ottawa Police was collating that information, sharing with us. City of Ottawa has no intelligence capacity to gather that information.
Right. So the City of Ottawa just relied essentially completely on the Ottawa Police for their assessment of that.
We have to. We don't have the complete intelligence picture available to us from all the other agencies at the federal and provincial level that they do.
And unfortunately, we now know that that confidence was misplaced, correct?
Well, it went longer, obviously, yes.
And in terms of the response, you know, allowing the trucks to come downtown, the trucks to park on Wellington Street, you've told us that that was all based on the call of the Ottawa Police. That was their decisions and their decisions alone to make, correct?
That's correct.
So the City of Ottawa was essentially at the mercy of the Ottawa Police and their decisions on these issues, correct?
I wouldn't say we're at the mercy. It's their decision. It's our job to support that decision. And it's, quite frankly, our job to assess when they make that decision if we can fulfill the request that they make of us.
Now, in terms of protecting the people of Ottawa, that's a responsibility of the City of Ottawa as well as the Ottawa Police, correct?
When you say the word protecting, can you be more clear what that means?
Well, the safety and security of the people of Ottawa, whatever the threats or cause of those risks may be, whether it's from propane tanks or open fires or potential crime, that's protecting the safety and security of the people of Ottawa is responsibility of the Ottawa Police and the City of Ottawa, correct?
It's mostly the Ottawa Police, but the City of Ottawa obviously has a role in the health and safety of our residents, but it's a much more restricted role compared to police.
Right. Now, on the decision to allow the trucks to heavy commercial trucks to come in and park, you've told us that there was a legal opinion. The Ottawa Police were telling there's a legal opinion that under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that these commercial trucks had the right of mobility to come and park anywhere they wanted. Is that right?
No, I never referred to a legal opinion. I've never seen a legal opinion or reference to legal opinion. We were advised that Chief Slowly and others in the police made that statement publicly in terms of infringing on people's rights, preventing them from coming in.
So they couldn't prevent them from coming in because of the Charter of Rights. That's what you were hearing.
That's what we heard publicly. That's correct. And in internal meetings.
Okay, so you did hear that from the internal meetings. And did you ask your own city solicitor to provide you with an opinion on that issue?
No.
And why was that?
Well, first of all, at the time, I didn't realize they had a legal opinion. But the second part of it is that, again, police are responsible to keep public order. And as I said in my previous testimony, they're very experienced at doing it. The first weekend, we had no reason to question the intelligence and the strategy and tactics that they were employing to deal with what they believed was going to be an event similar to another event they had in the past with the farmer convoy.
Now, Mr. Kanellakos, I'm not talking about their strategy and tactics. I'm just talking about this first point about their opinion that they didn't have legal authority to stop the trucks, perhaps because of the charter. You did not instruct your City of Ottawa Council to look into that issue. Is that right?
No.
And you had occasion, we've heard evidence to deal with federal government officials and provincial government officials, including ministers. Did any of them ever express a view about whether the Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects commercial trucks?
We didn't have meetings with them till well after the first weekend. Leading up into that weekend, I didn't have any conversations, or I don't know any of my team that had conversations on that topic with the federal government.
In your evidence, though, Mr. Kanellakos, this morning, you were telling us that even by the second weekend, when there was, you were hopeful that perhaps the police would stop more trucks from coming in the second weekend, but that again, they told you that because of the charter, they didn't have the legal authority to stop the trucks from coming in. So by the second weekend, that was still your understanding of
yes,
what the police were telling you.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions about this event protest distinction. So events, those are things where there's someone's holding a celebration or marking a day or whatnot, and they want to go into a park or a parking lot or it can be a private location, it can be a public location, all of these things. So if they want to put up tents, if they want to have a large number of food served, all of those things, they need to get permits from the city, correct?
Yes.
And we've heard evidence and we understand that though for protests, the city does not require do not require permits because that's an exercise of charter rights and freedoms, correct?
Well, we tried to look at, we tried the permit, one of the benefits of the permit or the purpose of the permit is to understand, even if it's a protest, what the plans are of the protesters so we can mitigate some of those effects in advance with respect to traffic, city services, et cetera, barricades, whatever it happens to be, garbage pickup. And so, but we can't force a protest group to buy a permit from the city. And if they don't get one, there's nothing we do about it.
Does the city have any, but if someone puts on an event and they don't get a permit, the city will shut them down quite quickly, correct?
If they're protesting.
I'm not talking about protest.
On an event, yes.
Yeah, protest versus event, but for an event,
right.
you'll shut them down quite
That's
quickly.
right.
On Friday, one of our clients testified, director of the Vanier BIA, that they put on events all the time and they understand very well the types of permits they need. And they also said about the purpose of permits is often about safety, whether you're putting up a big tent, there has to be engineering requirements and so forth. So it's all about safety, correct? Permits?
Safety is one of the key considerations, but not the only one.
Right. And so the city has in mind some difference between a protest and event.
Yes.
And now, do protests typically have fireworks and tents?
Protests?
Yeah.
No.
Or barbecues or hot tubs?
No.
Or stages and dance parties?
No.
They sound a bit more like an event. Would you agree with me, Mr. Kanellakos, those kinds of things?
No, I don't agree with you on that. In the context, it was a protest where people were doing things that were illegal. That's not an event in my mind.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple questions about the impacts, Mr. Kanellakos. It was your view that a lot of these different activities that were going on in downtown Ottawa were presenting a serious danger and threat to the safety and security of the people of Ottawa, correct?
Elements of it, yes.
For sure. And we also know that it's substantially interfered with a lot of the public services, garbage pickup, correct?
Yes.
The fire trucks had difficulty getting downtown.
Yes.
We heard about one incident with the Chateau Laurier that fire trucks couldn't get to them. You were aware of that event?
That's actually not true.
It wasn't true?
No.
Really?
No, one fire truck couldn't get it, but there were fire trucks that got there from other routes. We have contingencies built in for all our emergency operations. So the fire response actually did arrive. That particular truck that was witnessed couldn't get through. But we don't send fire trucks from just one location. We send it from multiple places.
Well, I'm sure the general manager of the Chateau Laurier will find your evidence interesting, Mr. Kanellakos. Now, what about the gas truck underneath the Rideau Center? That was a serious risk and danger, correct?
I don't agree with that assessment.
It wasn't a risk or a threat to have a truck of fuel in an underground parking lot. That wasn't.
You described it as a serious threat. The truck was removed. I don't characterize it in that kind of urgency.
Well, you can review the emails yourself, sir. I believe the Rideau Center did believe it was quite a risk and a threat.
I can't speak for the Rideau Center.
The paramedics sometimes had difficulty getting downtown, correct?
That's correct.
What about garbage services? They were basically not happening at all in that area, correct?
Yes, in some of those areas, that's correct.
In the red zone?
That's right.
What about home care services? Home care services also stopped in the red zone, correct?
Well, could you describe what you mean by home care services? Because there were other social services that were still being provided. There was an effort made to do that. So could you please clarify?
Yeah, people who live in their home who have mobility or other physical disability issues who require home care services. Those services were interrupted.
There were issues getting services into the neighborhoods. That's correct.
So some of our most vulnerable and disadvantaged citizens were put at risk. Is that right, Mr. Kanellakos?
They were.
And snow removal was also delayed.
Yes, in some areas.
Right. And there was also all kinds of large numbers of fake 911 and 311 calls, correct?
That's correct.
That interrupted or interfered with our services in Ottawa?
That's correct.
The hospitals of Ottawa also reached out to the city of Ottawa about concerns that they were having interference with their services because of emergency calls being jammed, and also about difficulties of their workers even getting into the hospital. Also, patients having difficulty getting in for critical treatments and appointments.
That's true. Yes.
That's true. Okay. Now, just want to ask you a bit about your meetings with the organizers. Now, you said to us that you spoke with Mayor Watson to say that the PLT had reached out to you and it suggested this, and Mayor Watson did not have an opinion. Well, initially he was reluctant, but ultimately he didn't instruct you one way or the other. Is that
That's
right?
correct, yeah.
And then you met later that day with Mr. Marazzo, Mr. Wilson, and Ms. Chipiak, correct?
Yes.
And in that meeting, you told them that if they could do some things for you, you could arrange in a meeting with the mayor, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds there like Mayor Watson did tell you he was open to those negotiations. Is that right?
No, no, the conversation that I had with the people that were in that room was that based on an agreement, I would try to get a meeting with Mayor Watson. I couldn't commit Mayor Watson until we had an agreement.
Okay, well, I guess we'll hear from the protesters what they're understanding, but you're telling us now today is that you did not say you could get a meeting with the mayor. You said try to get a meeting with the mayor.
I couldn't until we worked out the final details.
Right.
At that meeting, it was way too early to be able to commit Mayor Watson to a meeting.
Right. And you referred to Mr. Marazzo as Tom. Did you know Mr. Marazzo before then?
No.
Okay.
First time I met him.
And you've had a number of interactions with him after that, is that right?
No, just one other one. The night that I was incorrect. I checked. He was at the meeting on February 13th, a Sunday night, when we were discussing the operation to move the trucks. So that's the only other time I met him.
Right. Now, you also told us that in meetings with federal government officials and also with the Provincial Solicitor General, there were concerns raised about the Ottawa Police operational plans, correct?
Yes.
They felt it wasn't fully fleshed out and so on and so forth.
Yes.
Now, and you shared that with Mayor Watson?
Yes.
He was in on some of the meetings,
yes.
I believe, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you share that information with the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
I don't recall.
Why not, sir?
It's not my role to talk to the Police Services Board chair about what's happening in policing.
So if you're hearing that there's a serious concern, so just take one step back, your understanding from those federal and provincial officials that one of the reasons why there was a delay in the deployment of the RCMP and the OPP was because there were concerns with the OPS plans, correct?
They were concerned about the readiness of the plan as the way it was characterized.
Right, and that was delaying their deployment of their
That's what they said, yes.
And you've told us before that those additional resources were essential to bring this occupation to an end, correct?
Yes.
And so again, sir, why didn't you share that information with the Ottawa Police Services Board?
The Ottawa Police Services Board doesn't have a role in that operational aspect. So I tell you the truth, I didn't see a need to share that with Councillor Deans or Chair Deans at the time.
You didn't think it was important for the Police Services Board to be aware that other police services were telling you and the mayor that there were concerns with the operational plans of the police?
Ottawa Police was aware of that. The actual police officers were aware of that, the senior command.
Okay. With respect to Ontario, I think you suggest to us it seemed to be that there was a high level of indifference to Ottawa, the city of Ottawa's plight from provincial government officials. Is that fair?
I wouldn't say it's indifference. I think they were trying to be clear that this is a police matter. And as a Solicitor General, I think she believed it wasn't her role to go further than that.
You told us about, in the terms of the meetings with the organizers, you later had some interactions with Dean French, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. French, in your interactions with him, was it your understanding that he was aligned with the protesters, that he was representing the protesters?
Yes.
And Mr. French was the recent former chief of staff to Premier Ford, is that right?
I was aware of that, yes.
Right. So Mr. French was representing and was sympathetic to the protesters?
I can't judge whether he was sympathetic, but he certainly was taking a position that he was a facilitator between the protesters and us.
I think we'll hear some evidence later that he thought they were patriots, but I'm just wondering if you ever had a sense that perhaps Premier Ford had some sympathy for these protesters and that was the reason why they weren't cooperating?
I never spoke to Premier Ford.
No, but you did give us evidence earlier, Mr. Kanellakos, that you had some sense that deputy ministers at the provincial level weren't interacting with you or providing all the assistance they perhaps could, perhaps because of direction from their political masters, correct?
Perhaps, but that's speculation.
Right. And just the last question or last narrow area, just on the injunction. So the Ottawa Police on January 30th, Chief Soley said that he would like the City of Ottawa to pursue an injunction, correct?
Yes.
And, but you felt that it was your understanding the Ottawa Police was not providing sufficient information to your solicitors, is that right?
Yes, according to my solicitors.
And you gave instructions to your solicitors, though, to proceed with an injunction at some point?
To proceed discussions with Ottawa Police to seek an injunction to prepare one.
Right. And in terms of the Lee injunction, the Zexi Lee injunction, were you aware that the City of Ottawa Police, the Ottawa Police were cooperating with Ms. Lee's counsel in framing the injunction order and assisting with that process?
I was not aware of that, no. At the time, no.
So you don't know why the Ottawa Police would be cooperating with Ms. Lee, but as you say now, not providing information?
I was not aware of that information.
Okay. And were you aware that Ms. Lee was also reaching out to City of Ottawa for assistance in their injunction? Were you aware of that?
At that time, I was not aware of that.
So when you say not at that time, not during the
I've been
occupation.
advised just recently this weekend in preparation for this hearing, but I was not aware at the time when it was happening.
So you didn't give instructions to City of Ottawa Council, Mr. White and others not to provide information or assist Ms. Lee and her?
I wasn't aware that that advice was sought or cooperation was sought.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have just sort of 5 minutes before lunch. Can I ask for the Democracy Fund maybe to go ahead since they're a 5 minute examiner, and we'll then take the lunch break, and I'm sure Mr. Kanellakos needs a little time, and there's almost an hour of cross left. So go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Kanellakos. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I'm counsel for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. And I just have a couple of questions for you, and I want to start my stopwatch because I have a very limited amount of time granted to me here. I understand that approximately 34 vehicles were towed in the zone between January 28th and February 14th, and some limited amount of towing took place outside of the zone during the same period. Does that sound about right to you?
It sounds right, yeah.
All right. To your knowledge, none of those tow trucks were damaged by protesters. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any damage, but I believe they were light vehicles that were being towed.
Sure. To your knowledge, none of the tow truck operators were assaulted by protesters. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any, no.
All right. Some parking tickets were issued to illegally parked protest vehicles during the same time period. To your knowledge, none of the bylaw enforcement or police officers issuing these tickets were assaulted by protesters, were they?
I think there was one incident where they were, what's the word, surrounded, but I'm not aware of any other incidents. That's better put to the police. I wasn't aware.
And they were simply surrounded and not assaulted?
I don't know the details.
Okay, you're not personally aware of that incident. All right. You mentioned earlier that you felt that ticketing alone would not get rid of all the vehicles, that if all the ticketed vehicle owners simply didn't care about tickets and no towing was taking place, then no trucks would move. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Well, I'll grant you that ticketing alone might not have moved every single one of the illegally parked vehicles. Did it ever occur to you that mounting ticket costs might have motivated at least some of the owners of illegally parked vehicles to voluntarily move?
That's a possibility, but you wouldn't move everybody.
Sure. And the knowledge that tickets were being issued to illegally parked vehicles on a daily or even hourly basis might have kept some vehicles from traveling to Ottawa to join the protests. Wouldn't you agree?
That's speculation. I'm not speculating on that.
Fair enough. Regarding ticketing and towing outside of the red zone, you mentioned that the city was concerned that they would get the wrong people, and I understood that to mean that there was a concern that Ottawa residents might be boiled in and ticketed and towed along with the protest vehicles.
That was a consideration, yes.
And wouldn't the city have had authority to tow illegally parked to ticket and tow illegally parked vehicles, whether they were part of the protests or not?
Well, we don't normally tow illegally parked vehicles on city streets. I mean, there's a certain set of circumstances when a vehicle will be towed. So, no.
But I mean, under these circumstances where the city was being brought.
Well, it depends where the vehicles were. If we're talking the Byward Market, there were still a mix of vehicles, protest vehicles and resident vehicles in the Briarwood market based on the nature of how many people live in that area. So you can't differentiate easily whose is whose.
But the city would have had the authority to ticket and tow vehicles regardless of whether they were involved in the protests or not. Is that correct?
We have the authority to ticket and tow, yes.
All right, thank you. You indicated that the city has a number of what you called standing offer towing contractors, but that they were all unwilling to tow protest vehicles. You remember saying that?
That's correct.
Did the city try and negotiate with these standing offer towing contractors?
I don't know what the extent of the discussion. I just know that I had asked that they all be called and asked. So those phone calls were made. What transpired on, I don't operate at that level. But what transpired in individual discussions with tow truck operators, I don't know.
So you instructed your people to call the tow truck operators and simply ask if they would help
That's
tow the
right.
trucks?
If they'd be made available.
Did you instruct your people to offer to cover any damage to the standing offer contractors towing vehicles?
I didn't instruct that specifically, no.
Did you instruct your people to make any offers to increase compensation to standing offer towing contractors once it became clear that they weren't willing to help?
I didn't give specific directions to that level. That's not the level I operate in.
Sure, but don't you think it might have made a difference to increase compensation to tow truck
Well,
operators?
based on the reasons I outlined why they didn't want to do it, that they were telling us, I don't know. Again, that's speculation.
As I recall, you mentioned that they were concerned about damage to their trucks. They were concerned about their safety. They were concerned about, and some of them were sympathetic to the protesters. Essentially,
Yes.
Is that a fair
Yeah.
characterization?
Well, there were 4 areas, yes.
So if they're concerned about damage to their trucks, I would think that offering
Well,
to compensate them for damage.
Even if you, well, maybe so, but I would argue that, and I shouldn't say that. I would submit to in my own opinion, that maybe damage to a truck, even though they're compensated, still isn't worth the damage to your truck. They're very expensive trucks. And then you start getting into a whole other situation about the compensation for that. So they had their own reasons. And I don't know if our people offered them anything else outside of the standing offer contract. I didn't instruct that. I just instructed to try and get tow trucks retained and make them available for us.
All right. Well, we've just ticked over my 5 minutes. So thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, well, we're a few seconds away from 1 o'clock. So what I'd suggest is we'll take the lunch break. Everybody, I think, needs a little time. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, good afternoon, bon après-midi. This is just a reminder that there's no recording allowed in the room. Il n'y a pas d'enregistrement qui est permis. It is all live streamed, so it's available to everyone. But I mentioned it last week and I mentioned it again. And if there's a failure to cooperate, I'm afraid we're going to have to exclude people who are not cooperating. So just a reminder, please, no recording of the proceedings in the room. Okay, so with that brief comment, is the Convoy organizers, is this a convenient time? Okay. Well, let's see the product.
Deliver. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is a entity that represents the protesters that attended in Ottawa in January and February of 2022. Thank you for coming here today, sir. Sir, I just want to begin dealing with the issue with respect to the agreement that then went awry on February 14th and 15th and 16th, okay? So I first want to put to you a statement from one of your colleagues, Mr. Arpin, and I want to ask you if that is an accurate understanding of what he said. And I'm doing this to be fair to you because he's testifying next, right? So as I understand it, this is Mr. Arpin's evidence on that point, is that on February 12th, 2022, an agreement was reached with the protesters who promised to remove 75% of the trucks in residential areas. Mr. Arpin had several conversations with Mr. French, including an in-person meeting to finalize the details of the agreement. Mr. Arpin spoke only with Mr. French and held no discussions with protesters. The mayor did not take part in the discussions between Mr. French and Mr. Arpin. Per the agreement, some vehicles would be relocated to Wellington Street. The city's understanding was that some protesters wanted to leave entirely and the others would relocate to sites outside the city, in brackets, for instance, Vanklik Hill, close brackets. According to the city, it was understood that the agreement was not a permanent solution, but it was nevertheless considered a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by the protests. On February 13th, 2022, some senior members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Slolly, Deputy Chief Steve Bell, and Superintendent Rob Drummond, were advised of the content of the agreement. They shared no concern about the plan. Furthermore, during the meeting with some senior OPS members, they stated that the agreement could ease tensions with the protesters and increase the police's capacity to respond, since they would have a smaller footprint to manage. Also, it was Mr. Arpin's understanding that the Superintendent Drummond took part in a meeting where he was involved in elaborating the plan's details with Mr. K, if I'll call you that, I'll butcher pronouncing it, a meeting in which Mr. Arpin was not involved. According to Mr. Arpin, there was no doubt that Deputy Chief Bell and Superintendent Drummond were aware that a number of vehicles would be added to Wellington Street. Chief Slolly was advised of the agreement during a meeting whose attendees included Kim Ayot, General Manager of the city's Emergency and Protective Services, and Mr. K. He also received by email a copy of the letter from Mayor Watson to the Convoy organizers confirming the agreement. The agreement was announced to council members that day. On February 14th, 2022, the protesters began moving the trucks with the support of OPS. In the afternoon, according to information provided to Mr. Arpin and for reasons unknown to him, the OPS ended the operation. It was his understanding that approximately 102 vehicles, in brackets, roughly 25% of the vehicles, had been moved in the meantime, including approximately 40 heavy trucks. Is that correct?
May I ask what you're reading from? Because I missed that part at the beginning. If you said it, my apologies.
It's your colleague, Mr. Arpin's statement.
Oh, his statement.
That's what he said happened.
Sorry, I think we might have to take this fact by fact. That was a fairly long read to ask whether the witness agrees with whether that entire description is correct.
Sure.
In addition to that, Mr. Commissioner, I just point out that Mr. Miller is seeking to ask a question about a statement of a witness who hasn't testified yet, and leave needs to be sought to question on that statement.
I'm not going to question you about it. I just wanted to know whether or not it's accurate. I have to put it to you in order to make sure that I'm fair to you. And so I can break it down.
I think that comes pretty close to questioning
Yeah.
on it. You're asking him to confirm that
Right.
information. So perhaps we can go at it in a different way, and you can put to him questions about certain facts, and does he agree with that, and go at it one
Okay.
sort of block at a time without reference to the memo, because in the end, he can't confirm what Mr.
Right.
Arpin said or didn't say, and he'll be up, if all goes well, pretty soon.
Right. So, Mr. Kay, on February 12th, 2022, there was an agreement reached with the protesters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in that agreement, they promised to move 75% of the trucks from the residential areas?
I don't recall the specific 75% of the trucks, but so I can't confirm that.
Okay. And per the agreement, some of the vehicles were to be relocated to Wellington Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that some of the protesters wanted to leave entirely as well?
That's correct.
And it was your understanding that others were going to relocate to sites outside the city?
That's what we were told.
Yep. And according to the city, it understood the agreement was not a permanent solution,
That's correct.
but the city can nevertheless consider it a short-term victory for residents overwhelmed by protests.
Yes.
Right. And so on February 13th, 2022, there was a meeting between members of the Ottawa Police Service, including Chief Peter Sully, Deputy Chief Bell, and Superintendent Rod Drummond, and they were advised of the content of the agreement. You're aware of that?
I'm not sure that Superintendent Drummond was on that call because he didn't get assigned till after 3:30 that day when I emailed Chief Slowly asking for a representative from police. I believe who was on the call was Acting Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, Deputy Chief, then Deputy Chief Bell, Chief Slowly, myself, and Kim Ayotte.
But is it fair to say that none of the Ontario Police Service members on the call shared concerns about the plan?
Chief Slowly did share some concerns about the plan for my operational capacity to be able to affect the plan, as I
Okay.
stated earlier.
But they did state, the OPS members that were present did state that the agreement could ease tensions. Is that right?
Yes.
And by carrying out the agreement, it could also increase the police's capacity to respond.
Yes.
So is there any doubt at all that Deputy Chief Bell knew about this agreement?
No, he knew about the agreement.
And even though he may not have been there, Superintendent Drummond eventually found out about the agreement that day. Is that fair?
He would have been briefed up, I would assume, after he was assigned or before he was assigned, yes.
Right. And Superintendent Drummond never raised any concern with you with respect to that agreement?
No.
So it's true that on February 14th, 2022, the protesters began to move the trucks with the support of OPS. Is that right?
They did that Monday morning. They started, yes.
Right. And is it not true that it was OPS who ended the operation?
Yes.
Right. So it was not the protesters or the truckers who didn't follow through with the deal. They were stopped by OPS from following through with it. Isn't that correct?
Well, not exactly. There were two aspects to it. There were also people parked in the street who were refusing to move their vehicles. So they weren't accepting the deal as part of the deal. And Ottawa Police eventually stopped it, and that's a question for them. But there were people who refused to participate in the deal on the street.
Right. And so wasn't there approximately 102 vehicles moved, roughly 25%, and they had moved in the meantime approximately 40 heavy trucks? Is that not correct?
Well, as I said earlier, that number is in dispute. I had heard 40 trucks and possibly up to 100 total vehicles, but I don't think that represents 25% of all the vehicles because the heavy trucks might have been about 500. The numbers were not nailed down, and even that day on how many were moved, we couldn't get an accurate count.
Okay. So you did have dealings with Mr. Keith Wilson throughout these negotiations. Is that fair?
Yes,
All right. And that included both texts and phone calls?
yes.
All right. So if we can bring up document HRF 000133, please. And can you scroll down? Just down to the text messages, to the first, to the beginning, right there. That you scroll back up, page 2, please. Just right to the top. Okay, so Mr. K, is that a set of text messages between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Wilson there, he's in blue and you're in gray. Is that fair?
I'm in gray. That's right.
Right.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, no. So there you state, or Keith there, Mr. Wilson states to you, trucker logistics delegation of 5 persons will be arriving for a 5:30 p.m. meeting at the City Hall. Please confirm receipt. Thank you, Keith here. And you confirmed it. And you said, call me when they arrive and tell me what City Hall entrance they are at, and I will come and get them. Thank you, Keith. Steve K, right?
Yep.
So you guys met. And if we could scroll down. And that was on February 13th. And he says, will do. I have given Eva and Tom, being Eva Chipiuk and Tom Barrazo, your cell number. And you said, perfect. There was then some issues, as I understand, with some misunderstanding on social media. And you had an exchange about that.
Yes.
And that's that exchange. If you could scroll down, ma'am. And Mr. Wilson got that fixed.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Wilson then let you know, if we can just scroll down, I think the whole thing's there too. On February 14th at 10:13 a.m., FYI, trucks are ready to be moved, but are being blocked by police. And you responded, I'm fixing that. We are allowing 10 trucks now as a sign of good faith. And he responds, thanks. Eva is heading to Chris B, being Chris Barber, to be on the ground there. And you said, okay, good. Then he stated, FYI, Tamara Lynch, former Premier Peckford, planned to hold a press conference. If you could scroll down. At 3 p.m. today, the sole and exclusive focus will be on the federal government's announcement of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. No other topics will be discussed. No comment will be made about the arrangement with the city to relocate the trucks to de-escalate pressure on the residences. And you say, thank you. This is very good to know. Appreciate the heads up. And then the next day, he asked whether that's telling you that the truckers want to move 40+ trucks tomorrow, starting in the morning. They have room on Wellington to fit it. That would just about clear out almost all of the residential areas. And you then advise him that you're having some issues, if you could scroll down, with the Parliamentary Protection Services, and the new interim chief is engaged, and you'll know more tomorrow morning, and we'll share that with him. You then, after that, on February 16th, as I understand it, you ask him if he's available for a call, and you have a phone conversation with Mr. Wilson. Isn't that correct?
According to this, yes. I don't recall it, but yes.
Yeah. And in that phone conversation, as I understand, you apologized that the deal fell apart because of some issues arising with the Parliamentary Security Services, and that it was not the protesters' fault. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall saying that specifically because I don't have a record of it. But I remember we did have a conversation of that. I was disappointed that we couldn't move more trucks out of the neighborhood.
Right. And it's fair to say that at all times through all of this, Mr. Wilson was engaged with you and he acted in good faith with you in your mind?
He did.
and he did everything he could in his power in order to move these trucks?
He did.
Right. And these individuals tried to move their trucks under the agreement onto Wellington, and it was the OPS who didn't allow it.
Well, I don't know if it was the OPS or PPS. I'm not sure how that worked ultimately, but events had overtaken that day. As you know, by that time, Chief Slowly had resigned, and I was made aware that Ottawa Police and the other police service were getting ready to move into tactical operations. So at that point, I think that was probably the greater reason why they stopped moving trucks up on Wellington Street.
Okay. So I want to kind of take you to another point, and there's a lot of folks watching this. Part of these commissions is to get a better understanding for the general public. And so I want to kind of use your very unique background to do that. I understand just from looking at your background that you have an extensive amount of experience in policing as well as in municipal governance and general public governance generally. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. So you attended and graduated with both an undergraduate and master's degree from Carleton University?
Yes.
And you graduated with your bachelor's degree in public administration in 1982?
Yes.
You then graduated with your master's of public administration from Carleton University in 1985?
Yes.
And what I would like you to do in your own words, because a master's of public administration is actually a very important program. Can you explain for the folks at home and if people hear about what those programs are about in your own words?
Like generally what the programs are about?
Yes, those degrees, the public administration.
Well, I would say in a succinct manner that that the public administration program is about understanding good governance and what the role of the public servant is in working within a governance structure.
Right. And it's fair to say that a master's of public administration is one of the primary degrees for such positions as deputy ministers, clerks of the Privy Council, et cetera, and it's quite common for individuals who hold office like that.
Yeah, it seems to be common, yes.
Yeah. And between 1985 and 1989, what did you do for employment?
Which years?
Just after you graduated from?
I was at Gloucester Police, which was pre-amalgamation policing. There were 3 police services in the area.
Okay. And that's the Gloucester Police Service, and you were there as the director, is that correct?
Yes. The event when I left, yes. Well, when we amalgamated, yes.
Yeah. And the amalgamation between that police service and with Ottawa and Nepean, that occurred in 1994, is that fair?
It went into effect January 1st, 1995.
Okay. And then it became Carleton Regional Police Service, is that right?
Ottawa Carleton Regional Police Service, yes.
Okay. And you became the Director General of the Carleton Regional Police Service.
That's correct.
And you were in that position between 1994 and the spring of 2000?
That's correct.
And can you explain what are your duties as a director of the police service?
Well, as the Director General, I was on the executive command. It's basically a civilian deputy chief, and I was responsible for the administration of the police service for everything from finance, HR, evidence room, facilities, fleet, IT, 911. For a while, I had the court liaison function, so it was all the support functions, training, HR. So I had all the support functions that supported the operations of the police service.
Right. So you were involved in, unlike your current position, you were involved in the operation of the police service and their operations in that position.
Yes.
Okay. So can you also explain for the folks at home as well, and they may not understand, about the separation between municipalities and general executive government from the police service and how they're independent?
Yes, it's clear in the Police Services Act that the police is an independent authority reporting to the Ottawa Police Services Board or Police Board. The board has defined responsibilities over the police, but not to direct the police chief operationally. And certainly the mayor, city councilors as a body or as individuals or city administration officials cannot direct the chief of police on any matter.
Right. And so it's fair to say that police constables and the chief make all of their operational decisions, such as what to do with a protest, as well as what to do when arresting someone or if they're going to lay charges. That is all independent of any other branch of government.
Yes.
Okay. Or supposed to be.
Supposed to be, yes. But
Right. And on January 30th, 2022, I understand you had a phone meeting with Chief Slolly, and that's when he asked you about getting the injunction. Isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. And you had agreed to prepare to seek that injunction, but it was also agreed that the final decision was going to be with you.
Yes.
Now, after January 30th, 2022, did Chief Sully, did he say to you that, or Chief Slolly, sorry, did he say to you that he no longer recommended pursuing that injunction?
No.
Were you aware that on January 31st, 2022, that Commissioner of the RCMP, Ms. Brenda Lucky, told him that he shouldn't pursue it?
At the time, no, as I stated earlier in my testimony.
Okay. And did you have any dealings as well with Ms. Brenda Lucky during these events?
Only never as individually or Commissioner Carrick. It was always in the group discussions with the deputy ministers themselves and us with the situational awareness and the resource requirements.
Okay. And I take it you did have several meetings, though, with the executive branch of the federal government. Is that right?
Can you please clarify what you mean by executive branch?
Prime Minister and ministers.
Never with the Prime Minister, but several ministers.
Right. And so were you kept apprised, at least by Mayor Watson, of his contact with the Prime Minister?
He informed me that he spoke to the Prime Minister and generally what they talked about, but not in any great detail.
Okay. Did he relay to you that on January 31st, 2022, that he asked for additional officers from the RCMP from the Prime Minister?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it that you were probably not privy to this call either, but were told about it on February 3rd, 2022. Mayor Watson had a phone meeting with Minister Mediciano.
I heard about it, but I was not on the call.
And again, he reiterated his request for more officers?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And did you participate on February 3rd, 2022? There was a meeting with the representatives of GoFundMe. Do you remember that?
Yes, I didn't participate in that call.
Right. And is it not true that you talked the representatives of GoFundMe into freezing the funds for the convoy and for the protest, and they did so?
When you say you, are you referring to me specifically or city at large?
The city at large. My apologies. I should. It was both yourself were present, Mayor Watson, and the city solicitor David Wright with some GoFundMe reps.
No, I wasn't present at that call, even though I don't know what you're referring to, but I did not participate in the calls with GoFundMe reps. I was advised of it after, and it was the city solicitor in the mayor's office that that had that discussion with them.
Okay. And what was the influence for the city not getting the injunction right away after Chief Slolly said to get one?
What was the
reason? Why didn't the city go out and get the injunction?
As I said earlier, the request was very broad. It wasn't specific. We never discussed the specifics with Chief Slolly. I didn't. And we left it to the two legal teams on the police side and our city solicitor to work out what an injunction might look like in terms of scope, what evidence they were going to bring, and how it would be enforced. Those were the key issues that we were referring to. So we didn't have that information up until, well, we never did get it completely, but we were never in a position to satisfy that request until later on when we stuck to the municipal scope of operations and enforcement.
And I take it throughout your history and working in policing that you've participated in obtaining injunctions in the past, right?
No.
You've never participated in obtaining an injunction?
No.
Okay. And so you don't have any understanding of how that proceeding would work?
Well, in advance, I didn't have a good understanding, but I certainly have a pretty good one now because we got, we were, I was working with our city solicitor and I had lots of questions about injunctions. So it was explained to me and I think I understand how it works.
And you had said in your evidence that one of the biggest problems that you faced was not having tow trucks.
In relation to the injunction or in relation to
In
other things?
relation to removing the protesters or getting them to leave.
Tow trucks was a tool that would be required in an integrated operational enforcement plan. On its own, tow trucks weren't of a big value with that many trucks that were there. It had to be integrated into an operational plan. And to infect the operational plan, you needed to have those tools available to you to finish it off.
Right, but you knew that the OPS and OPP had already quite shortly after the weekend that they stayed longer than you anticipated, had already gathered the license plates, registration, et cetera, for all of those trucks, and they had them in their possession.
Yes.
Right. And so I understand the issue with tow trucks, but having all that information in their possession, and given that you were the director of police, you know what a BOLO is, don't you?
Yes, I do.
So it's a be on the lookout, right? And if one were to drive a truck here, they would have a set of keys.
Yes.
Right. So no one issued a BOLO for the drivers to have them arrested and take their keys, did they?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why?
You'd have to ask the police that. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know about that as an option, wasn't something you considered when you were trying to deal with this issue?
It wasn't in my purview or my scope of operations to consider something like that. As you said earlier, that's a police scope issue in terms of how they choose to arrest or detain somebody.
Okay.
Hey, just to let you know, I think you're now on borrowed time, so.
Oh, I will just wrap this up then. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He's willing to be accommodating, but
Yes,
there you
thank
go. There you are also. Okay, thank you. So next, if I could call on the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanellakos. I'm Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada. And I have just a few questions for you. I think I understood from your evidence this morning, but just to be clear, it's fair to say that during the period of the protests in Ottawa, there were some areas where the protest activity was more volatile and some areas where it was less. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And where the situation was more volatile, the risk to bylaw and law enforcement officers was greater.
Yes, it was.
Some areas had greater potential for violence, greater risk of weapons being present.
Yes.
And for example, are you aware that the Rideau and Sussex intersection was considered a more volatile, higher risk area?
Yes, Chief Slowly fully briefed us on that.
Right. You recall him briefing you that there was a Quebec contingent there?
Yes.
They had an aggressive stature. They were well organized, right?
Yes.
Now, we've heard a lot of evidence today about the city's injunction application, and I'd ask that document OTT 301305 be pulled up. Mr. Kanellakos, on the screen, you'll see City of Ottawa and Persons Unknown application record. You're familiar with that as the application record filed by the city in support of its injunction?
Yes, generally, yes.
Generally, if we go down, I think it may be a couple of pages in. Actually, if you can go back to the next page where the index is, you're aware that Mr. Ayotte was the city's affiant. He provided the evidence in support.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and then the notice of application issued February 11th. Are you familiar with that document?
I have to see it again, but I'm
Sure, let's just go ahead there. this is the document prepared by the city that set out the basis on which it was requesting the injunction, right?
Yes, okay, yeah, I know what you're referring to.
And from the city's perspective, the injunction was necessary at this point in time because of the extent of the bylaw infractions that were going on, right?
That's correct.
It's in the document, but I'll just summarize. The protesters' actions were interfering with the city's ability to maintain roads,
Yes,
perform snow removal,
yes,
regulate the flow of traffic,
yes,
enforce bylaws,
yes,
provide public transportation,
yes,
perform waste removal.
yes,
The document describes all of these behaviors as a public nuisance that threaten public safety, right?
yes,
And by this point, despite over 2,000 bylaw tickets having been issued, these bylaw violations were not stopping, right?
that was my point earlier, yes.
Right. And Associate Chief Justice McWatt of the Ontario Superior Court accepted the city's position, correct?
That's right.
And have you read her reasons?
I did,
You recall she described the city's evidence as overwhelming,
yes,
and she granted the injunction being sought under Section 440 of the Municipal Act, right?
yes,
And that injunction, I appreciate there were more details than this, but in a nutshell, it was an order requiring the protesters requiring the protesters to stop violating bylaws.
yes,
That injunction was granted on February 14th, right?
yes,
And that's the same day that the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act.
yes,
And on its own, the court issuing the injunction was not enough for those protesters to get in their trucks and drive home, right?
well, it's hard to determine that because we just got it, but
But my point is it needed to be enforced.
yes,
Right. And that enforcement, along with all of the other tactical enforcement measures, came within the days after February 14th, right?
yeah, yes,
That was your concern from the very beginning if the injunction was brought at the wrong time and the enforcement capacity wasn't there.
exactly.
Just a couple questions on the arrangement with protest leaders. Again, we've heard a lot about that, and I don't intend to cover what's been said. But just to be clear, in response to my friend's question, this was never intended as a long-term solution, right?
No, it was clear in the discussions we actually had with the leadership that this wasn't going to end the protest. They planned to stay. This was a relief for us, for me, when I first initiated this. It was about relieving those neighborhoods of those trucks and the noise and all the other issues that came with it.
Right. And if it had accomplished its goal of providing some relief to individuals in the residential areas, it still would not have cleared the streets of Ottawa of the trucks and the protesters.
I don't believe it would have, no.
It was contemplated within the agreement that trucks would remain on Wellington,
Yes,
on SJAM, for instance,
the ones that were there already, yes,
right, and other non-residential streets.
that's correct.
And there was, for example, no effort as part of this arrangement to remove the concerning groups from those more volatile intersections like Rideau and Sussex.
No,
And even the modest goal of helping to achieve some relief for the residents, that's something you hoped could be achieved, but you were uncertain as to whether compliance would in fact occur, right?
we were concerned whether everybody that was out there would align with the objectives that the group we met with had and whether they participate.
And in fact, as things turned out, there wasn't complete alignment, right?
There was not.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the CCLA. And they'll be on the video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, what's
Kanellakos,
CCLA? I don't know what CCLA.
Can you hear me?
CCLA is she'll introduce herself.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me, Mr. Kanellakos?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Kara Zwiebel. I am a lawyer for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. We're a nonprofit organization. I just have a few questions for you. Sorry, just give me one moment. And I'm just going to note what time it is because I know my time is limited. I just want to ask about in your testimony when you were being questioned by Commission Counsel earlier today, you talked about the agreement that was being worked on with some of the convoy organizers. I just wanted to ask about communication of that agreement to the federal government. I think you said in your evidence that you had passed that information along to Mr. Stewart in, is it in Minister Mendicino's office? Is that right?
Yes, he's the Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada.
Okay. And so you passed along the correspondence between Ms. Litch and Mayor Watson.
I did.
And did you communicate, was that on the, do you recall whether that was on the 13th or the 14th when the?
I believe it was on the 13th, either just before it went public or when it went public, so that he had a copy of it.
Okay, thank you. And did you have discussions with anyone else, discussions or email correspondence with anyone else at the federal level about that agreement?
No, my main contact was Rob Stewart, who was the Deputy Minister. He was a liaison. It sort of formalized, but it started informally. But him and I were organizing the meetings that we were having with the other parties.
Okay, thank you. And did you have any discussions with anyone from the federal government, any of your contacts, or receive any notice before the federal government announced the decision to declare an emergency under the Federal Emergencies Act?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I think in your the witness statement that was introduced earlier that you gave to Commission Counsel, you mentioned the Emergencies Act providing some assistance to the city, and I think the way you put it was that it discouraged people from attending and helped to shrink the size of the protests. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, so it was sort of a deterrent role in your view.
Well, it enabled the police to basically establish a control zone and limit, not add to the number of people and grow the number of people that were in that zone, which would have made the final operation much more difficult if more people started pouring into that area.
Okay. And you felt that people were discouraged from attending that area because the announcement had been made about the Emergencies Act?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, if I could call on the Criminal Lawyers Association.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kanellakos. My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council for Criminal Defense Lawyers. These are two organizations with a joint grant of standing. Both represent criminal defense lawyers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I only have a couple of questions relating specifically to bylaw enforcement and whether you can help us put any of the numbers we've seen in some of the documents into context. In the city's institutional report, it says that 3,182 parking tickets, so specifically parking tickets, were issued between January 28th and February 22nd. Does that sound familiar?
I saw that number, yes.
Okay, and in the city's injunction application, Mr. Ayotte swore in his affidavit that 2,000 tickets had been issued between January 28th and February 11th in relation to the demonstration. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
I believe that was a number that had just recently come up in questioning. And the Mr. Ayotte's affidavit also says that 1,732 of these 2,000 tickets were parking tickets. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And so am I right in understanding that the other, those that are not parking tickets, but were other tickets, so 268 tickets, that these were issued for other infractions in that same 15-day period, like the illegal fireworks, fires, noise, idling, so non-parking infractions?
No, I don't have the specifics of that. I think that's better posed to Mr. Ayotte when he appears this week.
Okay. And I'll only have a couple other questions, and if it's the same answer, then I'll pose those questions to Mr. Ayotte. But my understanding from reading these documents is that the primary goal of the parking enforcement piece within the perimeter of the demonstration was to ensure that the emergency lanes were clear. Is that right?
Yes, initially that was the objective, correct.
And do you have a sense of these sort of bucket of parking tickets, do you have a sense of how many of those would have been devoted to this primary goal of keeping the emergency lane clear as opposed to other parking infractions?
I'm sorry, I don't have that available. I don't know that.
Okay. I also understand that Bylaw and Regulatory Services received approval for an increase to the set fines for various bylaw infractions on February 8th. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, that's correct.
And do you have either any data or an opinion on whether these increased fines had any impact between when they were changed on February 8th and I suppose when further enforcement measures came in on February 14th?
I don't, sorry.
Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now if I could call on the City of Ottawa.
Hi.
Hi.
Mr. Kanellakos, we've heard about the city's emergency response structure, the EOC, the EOCG. We've heard that OPS was the lead agency on the enforcement, and we've heard about another entity, NCRCC, National Capital Region Command Center. Can you explain a little bit what the NCRCC is and what its role was in the response to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, well, to answer that, you have to put it in the context of the way our incident management system is structured in the city and is best practice through the Solicitor General's guidebook on dealing with emergencies of Ontario. And effectively, you have an incident commander who deals with an incident. If the incident grows larger and that commander needs more support, you'll start scaling up your emergency operations. And what ended up happening in this situation is that you have an incident commander. The National Capital Regional Command Center then was formed because we had multiple jurisdictions and multiple law enforcement entities that were engaged in the event. And so the incident commander had the National Capital Regional Command Center as a support function to help the lead, which is Ottawa Police, be able to enact all the things they needed to enact on the ground. And flowing down from that would be command centers at Ottawa Police, command centers at City of Ottawa, which we call the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, and other organizations would have the same, which when requests came from the incident commander through the National Capital Regional Command Center, it'd go down into the, for instance, City of Ottawa, the EOC, and the EOC would make sure that what they needed was actually actioned in the departments and in the service areas. And each one of those service areas stood up its own departmental command center so they can coordinate all the efforts. Because these aren't things that we do in the corner of our desk. It's a full line of accountability structure from the top, the incident commander, right to the front line.
Thank you. Now, you've mentioned incident command. Who was incident command for the Freedom Convoy, just so we're clear?
Ottawa Police.
Okay. And you've mentioned the role of the NCRCC. Thank you for that. Who sat, and I appreciate there may have been quite a few, but can you give us an idea beyond OPS and the City of Ottawa, who was embedded in or sat on NCRCC during the Freedom Convoy?
Well, I probably don't have an exhaustive list off the top of my head, but it would have been all the police services, OPP, RCMP, the PPS would have been there. OC Transpo is there. Our public works are there. Corporate communications are there. The public works certainly was there. Traffic management incident group was there. Some of the federal agencies were also represented. Some of the ministries were there. Some of the intelligence functions were also linked to the NRCC. So they had all the representatives of anybody that was actually involved or had a role in managing the event, were all embedded in a coordinated fashion in that NRCC.
And I think you mentioned earlier, you made reference to Kelly Cochran, if you'll
Yes.
recall. And can you just remind us, I don't think her name's particularly important, but what her role was in the response?
Kelly Cochran was a liaison back to the EOC, our EOC. So that structure is set up so that there's a person embedded in the NRCC who links back to our command center, which is Emergency Operations Center. So there's a clear line of communication about what the requests are, what information we need to know, what they're planning, et cetera.
And now you mentioned earlier the EOCG provides strategic direction and looks ahead with respect to resources and staffing rotation needs and so forth. Who does the EOCG provide strategic direction to?
To the EOC. So once we get to that level of event, the EOCG, which is made up of the city department heads and the outside police, library and public health, their role is to set the policy direction and the strategic direction for our command center to be able to implement for city services effectively.
So we've described the role of the NCRCC, EOCG, and I skipped one. Can you describe in your own words the role of the EOC in responding specifically to the Freedom Convoy?
Yeah, the EOC is made up of representatives of every service area of the city, including police, and sometimes we bring in external partners. And their job is to action the requests that come from NRCC, whatever those actions are.
Thank you. And I'm just going to take you to two documents and then that'll be it, Mr. Kanellakos. The first is OTT 30299985. And can we scroll down to the bottom, please? Thank you. Or, well, up a little bit. Yeah, we'll start there. Perfect. Now, this is in relation to Coventry, Mr. Kanellakos. You were asked a number of questions about the use of Coventry Stadium. And this is an email from Michelle McElligott at the City of Ottawa to other individuals at the City of Ottawa. Do you know what Ms. McElligott does?
She's a program manager, I believe, in our traffic operations group.
Okay, and she writes, "Hi, Amanda, thanks for taking my call. As discussed, we are looking to obtain permission to use the RCGT parking lot." What's that?
That's the baseball stadium parking lot.
Is it the one you were referring to earlier in your testimony? For the overflow of vehicles that arrive for the trucker convoy between evening Friday, 28th of January and Sunday, January 30th. She's mentioning 2021. I think we can just assume that's a typo. This site is ideal as those who won't fit on Wellington can take a quick train ride if they so choose to demonstrate of Parliament Hill. I've spoken to Roads and they will send someone by the lot to see what type of snow clearing may be required. Thanks for your help. And can we scroll up a little bit, please? Now, there's a new individual on this chain, Regan Katz. Do you know who he is, Mr. Kanellakos?
I believe he's part of the ownership group of the Ottawa Titans.
And who are the Titans?
The professional baseball team in Ottawa.
Okay. And you've mentioned that this is the parking lot for the baseball stadium. Do the Titans own or use the stadium? What's the relationship there?
They lease the stadium from us and the parking lot.
So the chain sort of keeps coming up. Can we scroll up again? Right. And there's a list of questions. And at the top there, just a little bit higher, please. Mr. Katz finally responds. Oh, little lower. Sorry, it's harder to do this when you have to direct someone else. Mr. Katz responds, "Amanda, sounds like this wouldn't have any negative impact on us. We have no objections to the lot being used." Now, you mentioned earlier that the Titans did express frustration with the use of the parking lot. When did that objection arise?
I'm not certain exactly, but it was probably after the first weekend as it extended and as the presence on that lot grew and it became a logistics center, basically to support the protesters, I think that's when they became very worried.
Thank you. Final document is OTT 4. And I apologize, I actually realized I have the wrong number. I have our doc ID. Ms. Tompkins, can you figure out what the control number is for doc ID OTT 401313? I apologize. Our doc ID is OTT 401313, but I need the control number. Mr. Commissioner, this is my last question, so I think I'll still be within my time allocation.
That's fine. I think you're just showing how the system works. Ultimately, it's, I hope people are appreciating how all these documents come up and are controlled. It's obviously a lot of work behind the scenes. Much appreciated.
The doc ID number is OTT 401313. Perhaps you could just read out the control number directly.
OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
My apologies. Can you repeat the number?
Yes, it's OTT 00030030.
Thank you.
There we go. Thanks everyone for your patience. Mr. Kanellakos, this is a letter dated April 28th, 2022. And if we can scroll to the bottom, you'll see it signed by Mr. Ayotte. You've told us who he is, but that you're copied on it. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Perfect. And if we can go to the top now, it's a letter addressed to Steve Bell, who at the time was interim chief of police. Now, you discussed earlier the authority that the city uses to close roads. And so I want to draw the second paragraph of this letter to your attention and then ask you to explain the approach that was taken. This letter, of course, is in respect to the Rolling Thunder Convoy, which postdates the Freedom Convoy. And so Mr. Ayotte says to Interim Chief Bell, in light of the information that the city has been provided with respect to the proposed rally, including the intelligence that OPS has shared with staff, the city remains of the view that the use of vehicles in the Rolling Thunder Ottawa 2022 rally will have a significant impact on the orderly movement of traffic in the city and could pose a serious potential for injury or damage to persons or property. As a result, in addition to traffic measures along the motorcycle route, the city and OPS have jointly agreed on the necessity of restricting vehicular traffic in the designated downtown core area. So can you just explain the approach to road closures here?
Well, the Rolling Thunder was obviously had the benefit of the learning from the protest we had in February. And at that time, we started discussing as we were planning for that, what authorities we had to be able to close the roads. And Interim Chief Bell and myself had a conversation about exercising that authority to close the roads. We got legal opinion at that time in terms of what our authorities were, what were the actual statutes and bylaws that allowed us to do it. And Ayotte was brought into the discussion, and based on the information that was shared with us by Ottawa Police with respect to what they were expecting for Rolling Thunder, we made the decision that we would create a no-go zone, basically a red zone, for the inner core to prevent vehicles from permanently taking route. So we changed, as I said, sort of the snake march example. We changed our tactics based on the learnings that we had from that event in February, and it was quite an effective strategy.
You said we created no-go zones. Who's the we in that sentence?
Well, that's Ottawa Police in collaboration with the city.
Thank you, Mr. Kanellakos. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Is there any re-examination or? Yes, go ahead.
Hi again. Very briefly, I'm going to take.
Just reintroduce yourself for the
Yes, for the
public.
record, it's Natalia Rodriguez, Commission Counsel. If I can take you to COM 693. And just briefly, you had, in response to some questions from Mr. Champ, you had indicated that the city treats parades and other types of events differently from protests. Do you recall that?
Well, they're actually the same, but we treat them differently in terms of how we prepare for them.
Okay, so I'm just going to take you to the special events on city streets bylaw. And I want to take you to the definition of special event on page 2 of the bylaw. And it's section 1K. And you'll see that there, special event includes a demonstration, parade, sports event, festival, carnival, donation station, street dance, residential block party, sidewalk sale, outdoor mass, and other like events. So a protest is a demonstration, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so under the bylaw, a protest would be included as a special event.
Yes.
And so if we go to section 2, special events permit required. And it says, no person shall participate in a special event on a highway unless such special event is carried out under the authority of a permit issued by the general manager pursuant to this bylaw. So according to the city bylaws, even protesters should be getting permits in order to participate in a demonstration, correct?
Yes, we asked them to do that, yes.
Okay. And the word there is shall, so it's not discretionary, it's they must get a permit.
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to section 5.1, which is on page 3 of the bylaw. There it is, the general manager or the chief of police. And here the general manager refers to a city manager, is that right?
The general manager, in this case, I believe is the general manager of Public Works who oversees our transportation and parking bylaw.
Right, so it's a city official.
That's right.
Okay. So the general manager or the chief of police may at their discretion cause to be closed one or more highways or parts of highways. And in this case, highway just means a city road, like any road, essentially, right? To pedestrians or vehicular traffic or both, and cause to be erected such ropes, barricades, and other barriers as may be needed to preserve public order and protect persons and property during the time of such special event. And so Mr. Champ had put to you that the city has a responsibility to protect the public, and you indicated that that was mainly the responsibility of the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And under this section here, it looks like the general manager or the chief of police, so either the city or OPS, has the authority to barricade or close roads in order to preserve that public order. Is that right?
Yes, but it's very rarely, especially on a special event that's considered a demonstration, that one party, whether it's police or the city, would do it arbitrarily and unilaterally without consulting with the other, because you can't close a road without both participating.
Right, but the bylaw grants authority to both independent of each other.
Yes.
Okay. And so finally, my last question relates to a proposition that Council for the Government of Canada put to you in terms of enforcing the City of Ottawa's injunction. And the suggestion was that enforcement of the injunction came in the days after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. And my question to you is, was the city's injunction ever used as a measure? Are you aware?
No, it wasn't used as a measure.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you,
Mr. Commissioner.
Steve Kay, for your contribution and for coming forward.
Thank you, sir.
So you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next witness that's being called.
Mr. Commissioner, Jean-Simon Schoenholtz, Commission Counsel. We'd like to call Steve's in my head, Serge Arpin as our next witness.
Commissaire.
Voulez-vous prêter serment ou faire une affirmation?
Would you like? We have the Bible or the Torah or the Quran. Please take the Bible in your hand. For the minutes, please spell your name. Serge Arpin, Sergearpin. Do you swear that the testimony before this commission will be the truth and only the truth? So God, help you God? Yes, I do. You do.
Will be in French, so there are obviously, no, it's going to be in English, I'm sorry.
In the end, Monsieur Alpin asked to testify in English.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I was misleading you.
It was a last-minute change, but Commission Council was made aware.
Okay.
And agreeable. Thank you, Mr. Schoenholz.
Okay, well, Mr. Arpin, you are, of course, free to testify in either language. If you're going to switch, as an earlier witness did, if you could give us a warning so that people can put on the translation equipment, because it's we're not all bilingual in the room and everyone's entitled to follow the proceedings. And so if you are going to switch, please give us fair warning. Okay, I'm sorry to have interrupted that. Go ahead.
No problem. Mr. Arpin, could you start by telling us your title?
I'm Mayor Watson's Chief of Staff.
And I understand you had an interview with Commission Council on September 8th.
I did.
And that interview was held in French.
It was.
So WTS 6015, we'll pull that up on the screen. This is a summary of your interview, and that's drafted in French, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review that summary.
I have.
Okay. Do you have any corrections?
I don't.
Okay. And you didn't review the English translation, though?
I did not.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So this summary is going to go into evidence. So I'd like to start talking about the discussions that you facilitated with the protesters. According to your summary, you facilitated negotiations between the mayor's office and a group of protesters. Those discussions were facilitated by Dean French. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you explain the genesis of those discussions?
On or around February 8th, the city manager approached myself and Mayor Watson to inform us that he had been approached by the PLT team as they posited that the city's relationship with the truck convoy representatives had broken down, and the PLT team sought the city manager's support to engage with representatives from the truck convoy protest. The city manager approached the mayor and myself. We had a brief discussion in the foyer of the mayor's office. I think it was around 5:30 p.m. that day, asking us for our views on this proposal. My initial reaction and my advice to the mayor is that it was extraordinary. It was an extraordinary request. We would normally not take part in such a meeting. We were not aware of the individuals. We had no dealings with those individuals. We had no history of reliability. And hence I made the recommendation, the mayor accepted the recommendation that we would not take part in the meeting, but the city manager was free to proceed with the meeting if he felt it would be beneficial to better understand the concerns, issues, and demands of the truck convoy protest. And my understanding is he proceeded to grant that meeting on the 8th. And he informed us thereafter that he felt it had been a constructive meeting. He felt that the parties were speaking reliably. We had no knowledge of whether or not they represented a large cross-section of truckers, but they appeared to be dealing in good faith with the city manager and the PLT team. It's also our understanding from the city manager that the PLT team had suggested that we engage with the truck convoy representatives on their willingness to initially move some trucks out of the residential district as a sign of goodwill. My understanding is that the city manager did explore that concept with the representatives early on. That was shared with us post facto. On or around February 10th, the mayor received a call from Dean French saying that he was willing to play a goodwill role as an ambassador between the two parties. He appeared to be seeking no gain or personal benefit. We knew him from his time as Chief of Staff to Premier Ford. I had what I could call a professional, courteous, and friendly relationship with him. We felt he was a straight shooter in our dealings with him in the past. And so the mayor asked me to call him back and see whether or not there was any potential for any kind of an agreement that would help relieve the extraordinary stress that our residents were under in the residential districts.
Thank you. And so my understanding is that the purpose of your discussions, and we'll focus on your discussions with Mr. French, as we've already heard Steve Kay's testimony. The purpose of those discussions was to find a solution that would kind of relieve some of the stresses on the residents of the downtown core. Is that correct?
The context of the moment, and just to back up a bit, we have never in 11 years and 11 months since the mayor's election in 2010 been involved in negotiations with any group in the context of a demonstration. That's extraordinary. And we would not have involved ourselves had the PLT team not approached the city manager and sought the city and the mayor's involvement in such a dialogue. It's extraordinary. We would normally not do it. The context was we're into about day 9 or 10 of what was initially going to be a demonstration has become an occupation of our residential districts. Residents, shut-ins, residents from all walks of life are feeling threatened in their personal safety and security. And the mayor was living that every single day. He took it home every single day. He was working 15, 18 hours a day. Yes, he was looking for any solution that might help us alleviate the pressure on our residents and what they were going through. And for us, it appeared that there was no downside for us to undertake this dialogue, as there was no end in sight. There appeared to be no cogent, multi-jurisdictional plan to bring this thing to an end. And so if we were able to get one truck out of the residential district, it would be a small victory. That wasn't our goal, of course, but the intent was to alleviate the pressure short term. And we were told by various parties, including the city manager, including Steve Bell, including Kim Ayotte, that the short-term goal was to bring the temperature down with the demonstrators since the relationship had broken down with the PLT team, and bringing them into a small perimeter would also help the OPS and the combined forces potentially one day bring the demonstration under greater control, if not to a halt.
What group of Convoy organizers did you understand that Mr. French was representing or speaking on behalf of?
Generally speaking, we did not have a clear sense of how the groups were organized into his dialogue that he offered to lead. We only understood that he would only speak on behalf of moderate groups. He had no interest whatsoever in representing the fringes. He told us, I'm a plane ride away. I can leave as quickly as I've arrived. I want to help. Obviously, we had no interest whatsoever in engaging in a dialogue that might include some of the factions that were hurting Ottawa residents on a day-to-day basis.
So was your understanding that some of the factions were not included in this negotiation?
Quite possibly, and it was something that Dean had said to me in the course of the 3 or 4 days during which we dialogued, on a number of occasions, and he restated his desire to do something that would help. That's how it started. That was his message to the mayor. It was no more specific than that.
And what exactly was being discussed in those 3 days? I think it was February 10th to February 12th. what was being negotiated?
As you know, we're already 10 days into the crisis, with horns blaring and, heavy trucks spewing diesel into a number of residential streets in the core, at Rideau and Sussex, at Coventry and Overbrook Forbes. Our goal from the get-go was to get a sense of their willingness to recognize through Mr. French that they were hurting local communities. And if there was no agreement on that notion, then there was nothing to discuss. We wanted to, get to a point very, very quickly of understanding of whether or not he could get the key organizers to recognize that they never intended to hurt, ordinary people in residential districts. And that became apparent quite quickly in our first few discussions. And we laid out a couple of ideas. Some of them had come directly from the PLT team. Because again, as you would know, and as I mentioned to you earlier, I cannot recall us ever being involved in a discussion with a group of demonstrators directly. It would not happen. And so we sought to establish some parameters, and they included, a sense from them of their willingness to remove a large number of trucks from the residential district, and we set out a number, 75%, below which we felt we would not be providing any relief to the residents who were under essentially, what they viewed as siege and what we concurred with as being a siege of their day-to-day life. So it had to be a big number. We wanted to see rapid progress on the removal of trucks because we would find out very, very quickly if this was a stunt or if it was a bluff to try to, gain more time, and we found out that it wasn't a stunt. We believe that, we set out those parameters of roughly 75% rapid movement towards, removing the trucks from the residential district. And we rapidly came to, an understanding in principle. I wrote something up. I sent it to Dean, which was going to be the mayor's opening position around this is what we need for us to have a dialogue and to commit to a potential meeting, a listening meeting with Mayor Watson. If they could meet those conditions, then we would consider granting a meeting.
And is what you wrote up what eventually became the letter that went out
Correct.
on the 12th? Okay.
Correct.
And so Mr. French had a role in kind of providing feedback on that letter?
It was very, very, it was very, very succinct. This is what we believe we can, bring forward that would lead to a dramatic improvement in the day-to-day lives of our residents. And they agreed with us that they thought that would be an appropriate starting point. And they brought it back to the other party.
In those discussions, did you agree upon, and this is, I know there's a subsequent February 13th meeting that Mr. K has testified about, but did you and Mr. French agree on where the trucks would be moving to?
No, it was a rather fluid situation. I'm wondering if we can bring back the mayor's letter, if at all possible.
Yeah.
Because you'll notice that we describe a broad perimeter, that's an aspiration, but in the 2 or 3 days in which we were dialoguing about the potential of removing trucks, it appeared, we were told that some were heading to Vankleek Hill, some were heading potentially west to Arnprior. Apparently some demonstrators wanted to go home with their kids, family, etc. And so we started getting bogged down in who would go where. And when we realized that was futile because we had no clear understanding of what proportion of trucks would end up going where, the general dialogue, after I consulted with the city manager's office and with Kim Ayotte, I had a discussion with them because this was, again, at the urging of the PLT team. They asked that we engage in this dialogue, and they recommended that we talk about reducing the number of trucks in the residential district. We set forth a framework that would have them go into a smaller perimeter. I consulted with Mr. Ayotte. I think I remember him saying that there was room for, a significant number of large trucks as long as they parked in a more compact fashion in that broad perimeter of Elgin, Wellington, and west of that. And obviously, we're in the middle of the pandemic. Most of those buildings were empty at that point in time. We expected that if there were significant operational concerns, the city would have raised that with us in the last stretch of those discussions in the last 48 hours, as the city was liaising with OPS and other police forces. And so, no, there was no explicit, it wasn't like the handshake was not predicated on every single truck will go to Wellington, because then if they'd moved trucks to Bankley Kill or Arnprior, then it would have been seen as being outside of the agreement. We tried to not get too bogged down in that.
Sorry, you said you would have expected that the city would have raised concerns. I'm assuming you meant OPS.
No, because we had no direct dealings with OPS on the scope and the nature of this goodwill arrangement to try to get more trucks outside of the residential precincts. Our liaison, as it is normally, our liaison on almost every single city matter is through the city manager's office, and the city manager liaises with, various groups that they have a role in, on which we don't sit.
Okay. And when you say that you were, you understood that some protesters want to move into the outskirts of the town, or some wanted to go home, is that what you had heard from Mr. French, or
Correct.
did that come from?
Yes.
That was Mr. French.
Yes.
We can pull up that document OTT 406964. Was this, we'll go into this in more detail, but was this agreement meant to achieve a permanent resolution to the protest?
It wasn't.
Okay.
We had no illusions around that. It was a temporary solution aimed at taking down the temperature and reestablishing a contact between the city and the truck convoy representatives and members.
And was it ever raised that there would be some kind of protection for the trucks that limited themselves to Wellington Street, for example?
Absolutely not. And I recall raising with Dean the fact that he had to be fully cognizant in his discussions with truck convoy representatives that we were having no discussions whatsoever with any agency about enforcement, anything that could happen inside or outside the zone, if we had no capacity to direct any of these activities and to either anticipate them or constrain them. And so they had to be cognizant of the fact that they could subject themselves to action at any moment. It could happen 5 minutes after they start moving trucks. We had no control over that.
And my understanding from what you said just earlier is that OPS was not consulted on your discussions with Mr. French. Is that right?
Not through us. No, not through us.
And neither was the Parliamentary Protection Service?
Not through us.
Okay. Was it through someone else?
My understanding is that once OPS had been briefed on the matter, it was their responsibility to brief their partners.
And we'll get to that later. Okay, so looking then, this is the letter that was issued by the mayor's office setting out the parameters of that agreement with Mr. French, correct?
Yes, and I just want to draw your attention to the fact that paragraph 4 says that they will restrict their presence to a perimeter. We did not say that they would move all of their trucks into the Wellington perimeter, and that's an important point. We had no ability to anticipate which trucks would be going where.
When did the mayor start having input with respect to this letter?
The mayor gave me a broad mandate to engage with Mr. French to see if they were serious, if Mr. French could reliably and credibly speak for a significant number of truckers, and if we could come to a kind of a framework within 48 hours. I picked up the phone within, I think, an hour of him bringing us the message, given the state of urgency that was being felt throughout the city, especially the impacted zones. And that day, I briefed the mayor verbally on the fact that I believed that we could get Mr. French to bring a credible proposal to the other side that included moving a significant number of trucks outside of the residential district, and if they did that in a short period of time, that it would likely lead to the mayor granting a listening meeting, which typically it's extremely rare that the mayor doesn't grant a meeting to a group that's requesting it, and that includes people we don't agree with.
Okay, so in terms of, you've mentioned this 75% number, and you've pointed to the fourth paragraph. That's why I'm writing to ask you that you remove your convoy and truck from all our residential neighborhoods and restrict your presence to Wellington, essentially. And then if we just move down a little bit, it kind of details the conditions to meeting the mayor in a bit more detail. I don't see the 75% in the letter itself. So maybe if you can explain how it fits in.
There is going to be an extraordinary level of scrutiny and criticism of this effort to remove trucks from the residential district. Obviously, we could not, put the mayor in a position where, they move 25% of trucks and they claim that we promised to grant them a victory, that we promised to grant them a meeting with the mayor. And so a bar was set that was, extremely high. They knew what the bar was. That was the basis of the, the good faith arrangement, and we expected them to live up to it.
So that was communicated verbally, is that what you're saying?
Okay. Correct.
And the last paragraph that we can see on the screen says, references the departure of over 400 trucks from residential areas. That was your understanding at the time of how many trucks were in that?
It was the number that was given to us by Mr. Ayotte, and it combined all the trucks that they knew about throughout the city, including Coventry, the Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton Stadium.
So it was an ambitious undertaking to try and move these.
It was, and up until that point, we had not seen any relief. There was no relief in sight for residents in terms of what they were, the turmoil they were being subjected to.
And you've already said that the protesters weren't necessarily one unified kind of group, and that some of the fringe elements were not represented in your discussions with Mr. French, correct?
We believed from what we read, what we saw on social media, that there were various factions, and we believed that Dean was dealing with the broad, moderate center of those factions.
So is it fair to say that it was an ambitious goal to kind of satisfy the conditions set out in this letter?
Yes, it was. And we felt, given the fact that we were into day 10 of the demonstration with collapse and public confidence in our city and in our police service being witnessed across the city, council's confidence was collapsing, the public's confidence was collapsing. We felt we had nothing to lose in trying to remove the trucks from the residential district in a cooperative fashion.
Did the protesters provide any kind of assurances, or through Mr. French, on being able to liaise with some of those fringe elements and convince some of them to also vacate the residential areas?
I have no knowledge of that.
No. Okay. I expect that we'll hear from Inspector Drummond that the PLT had negotiated similar kind of agreements to move trucks in the previous days, and that Convoy leadership had not been able to execute on those deals. Were you aware of any of that?
We're not privy to that.
None of that had been brought to your
Not aware
attention.
of that.
But you felt here that essentially there was nothing to lose in kind of making this deal.
And Mr. French was a credible individual we dealt with in the past, and when we'd had dealings with him on the floods, et cetera, on other issues, if he sought a meeting with the mayor on item X and the premier was going to discuss item Y, it usually happened in the sequence and with the content that he'd committed to, Again, we felt it was reliable, trustworthy, and excluding the politics and the ideology, it was our best chance at that moment to try to see some progress, which again, we would not have initiated without the PLT's engagement with the city manager.
Was part of the agreement with Mr. French that some vehicles, some additional vehicles would be moving on to Wellington Street?
It was clear to us that some of them would be going onto Wellington Street, yes. And that the city had provided us with the opinion that it was feasible and that it was a lesser harm to remove these trucks from the residential district and bring them into a large thoroughfare, which was, except for Parliament, largely vacant at that point in time. It was imperfect, but it was better than the status quo for our residents.
Would you agree that that's not explicitly set out in the letter?
It is not.
And the timeline from this move was 24 to 72 hours.
That they would, start showing goodwill towards a very, very significant shift of vehicles.
Can we pull up OTT 406965? So this is Tamara Leach's letter of acceptance, same date, February 12th, essentially accepting the mayor's offer. It says, third paragraph, we have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. Is that reflective of your agreement with Mr. French?
I can't really opine on that because that's what they felt they needed to put in the letter to get buy-in from their truckers. That's my understanding of it.
Were
part
you,
of their PR campaign.
Sorry. You mentioned Mr. French was consulted on the wording of your letter. Were you consulted on the wording of this letter?
We saw their letter and we thought that it met most of our aspirations around the removal of trucks from the residential district.
And you had been advised, as you said previously, by Mr. Ayotte that there was additional room for those trucks to move on to Wellington. And he was your only source of information when it came to that?
I would say primary. I can't remember if there were other sources, but it would have been through the senior management.
Okay. You provided Mike Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino, with a copy of the mayor's letter shortly before making the letter public, right? About an hour before. Is that correct?
Yes, as a courtesy.
But apart from that, the federal officials were not consulted on this.
I have no knowledge of that. They should have been. They would have been through the once that information. We assume PLT had shared it with OPS. PLT were not acting on their own. They had to engage with the decision making structure, and hence they would have had some kind of mechanism to inform other forces of that potential agreement as they approached us to engage with the truck representatives.
We understand that the PLT met with Steve Kay on around February 8th. Were they involved after that first meeting, once kind of you took over in your discussions with Mr. French?
They had to be, because the OPS was involved in the Sunday night meeting where they went through the details of how this thing could unfold. And hence, OPS had delegated individuals to take part in that meeting to help decide how it was going to unfold.
And that the Sunday night meeting you're referring to is on the 13th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you specifically aware of any PLT engagement in between the 8th and the 13th? Okay. Let's pull up document OTT 3005. Sorry, I missed another 5. 30055. And let's go to page 13. So these are your texts with Mr. Jones, Chief of Staff to Minister Menachino. And here you're this is around the time where you had provided him with notice of this arrangement with the protesters. And so in the third, in the blue bubbles are you, correct?
Can you scroll back to a date, please? My apologies.
We could just go up. Just keep going up.
Wow.
There we go. So that's the 13th in the afternoon. That would have been around the time you provided him with the draft letter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we can go back to page 13. And am I correct that your words are in the blue bubbles on the right-hand side of the screen?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And so you say here in the second blue bubble, but why don't you tell me who you thought we should be meeting with when you made that suggestion when we spoke on Friday? And we can, if we just go down to the next page. And if we can zoom in on the bottom bubble there. Sorry, go up a bit. This one starts the second one. So you said that the suggestion had been made that the city could be meeting with some of the more moderate elements. So could you just explain what this is referring to? It seems like you had had a previous discussion with Mr. Jones about potential meetings with protesters.
You would have to back up to the call from the text message on the afternoon of Friday. We have to back up some more, where I first raised my reaction. We'd have to find it. Sorry, you have to back up.
Yeah, if we could back up. The very first text that Friday afternoon?
There's another no at the end of the day on Friday, where includes the word nauseating, I think.
So this is Sunday, so we have to go, I guess, quite a ways back here. Okay.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
The final, the penultimate bullet.
Okay, so could you maybe just explain for us?
In the 4 to 5:30 p.m. Time frame, I sent that to Mike, responding to a call that we had about 30, 45 minutes before this exchange, where I had reflected on what I believe he had shared with me, which sounded something along the lines of, why don't you guys meet with them? And it would take the pressure down, etc. And, we had a number of things we were discussing, and within a few minutes of hanging up, I sent this note saying, sometimes you've got 100 things on the go. You're not always thinking on your feet. And I sent that note with the crystal clear recollection of that call 15 minutes ago saying, I hope you know that it is distressing for us to hear the suggestion that we should be meeting with them when you will not. Basically, that was my intervention. And he, on one or two occasions, came back saying, I never said that. I don't remember saying that. And that's his recollection. You'll have to ask him.
Okay. So your recollection is that on February 11th, Mr. Jones suggested that the city should itself be meeting with protesters.
Correct.
And at that time, you were in fact already engaging with Mr. French.
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell him that at the time?
I don't recall I don't know if I did.
And why was this suggestion made by Mr. Jones? What was the context of that conversation in which he made that statement?
We had been engaged in a rather feisty exchange around what the city was being told in terms of the number of RCMP officers that were being made available to OPS. And we felt that there was a dramatic disconnect between what we were being told and what OPS was relaying to myself and the mayor through the chair, through the city manager, et cetera, around the number of officers that we were seeing on the ground. And, you know, Twitter, social media, media outlets, et cetera, we're saying we're not seeing anything. We're not seeing additional officers. We're not seeing additional mobilization. And so our data, what was being provided to us, was completely inconsistent with what OPS was relaying to us. And you'll note that in a very, very lengthy and detailed exchange with the chair of OPSB, you know, we're having an exchange about the numbers, asking them if it's taking too long to swear people in, which was a suggestion coming from Mike, that there could be, you know, various delays. We understood that. But we would go back to OPS and say, well, you know, what are you seeing? How many officers are you getting? Are you seeing this surge of, you know, 250 officers? And the answer was no. It was and it wasn't 10 shy of 250. It was 200 shy. It was 180 shy. It was a very, very large discrepancy, which, as you can see in our exchange, even Mr. Jones says, I can't reconcile it. I'll go back to my people and ask them why those people are not on the ground yet.
And we'll look more closely at some of those exchanges a bit later. So was it a response to the city's frustration over those resource issues that statement was made? That, well, if you want to relieve some pressure, why don't you meet with them?
No, I don't believe they were related, but I can't remember.
Okay. Okay. If we can go to document 698, OTT 6985. So this is just a copy of the email, again, same time, afternoon of February 13th, when a copy of the agreement is sent to both council members and then members of the OPS. So if you scroll down a little bit, you see that it was sent. If you go down a little bit more. So here, so we see the email from Matthew Gravel, and that's forwarding the letter to the councillors, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then just above, we see your email forwarding it to Steve K. And then just above that, I believe is Steve K sending it to various members of OPS. Is that correct?
It must be.
Okay. And is that the first time OPS was seeing kind of the terms of the agreement?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
What had been relayed to them by the team, I cannot imagine that OPS would not have been aware of the broad outline of this agreement, because they had liaison people in at least 2 of the meetings with the city staff where the movement of trucks outside of the residential precincts had been discussed at their suggestion and at their behest. They proposed that we undertake this dialogue. I can't see how they would not be aware of it.
There was actually, sorry to take you a little bit back in time, but there was a meeting around noon on February 13th. If we go to document OTT 30059, these are the transcription of the notes of Kim Ayot. We'll go to page 12 once it's opened up. Are you there? So you see here, Sunday, 2022, 13th, meeting regarding protest. So this was around noon, as I understand, and here the OPS was given a certain briefing on the terms of the agreement. Were you present at that meeting?
I was.
You were, okay. If we go to page 13, it says at the top there, 50 holdout truckers, plus now they all need to participate. Do you know what that means?
I do not.
No. Further down, it says major backlash if that RCMP or $ from the feds. Do you remember that being brought up in the conversation? Okay.
May I, backing up, in relation to the letter, the chief was briefed on this agreement by the mayor directly at this meeting.
At this meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then in the letter, he raised a concern around language in one paragraph.
Mhm. And I think by that time, the letter had already been,
Yes,
that the letter had already been
had
sent.
been issued.
Let's go to, I just have one more I want your thoughts on at page 15. Sorry, at the top of page 15? Oh, okay, sorry, just a bit higher. So it says Steve K, mayor's concerns, and you see the third one is where are the truckers going? So can you speak to that? What exactly was the concern?
My recollection of that is that we raised that issue I raised that issue in discussions with Dean French, that we could not be in a position where if trucks were moved out of the precinct, technically out of the residential districts, technically honoring their commitment, then they would be backfilled by other trucks, or we would see some of those trucks move into other residential districts, thereby technically honoring the agreement, but violating the intent. Those were issues that the mayor wanted to make sure were covered, that we wouldn't be, tricked into an agreement that would end up hurting residents elsewhere in the city. And that's why those, rather explicit conditions were in the letter exchange.
And was your understanding that the exact terms of where the trucks were going to be moving, that was to be worked out at the Sunday evening meeting with Steve K?
Absolutely, in which we had no involvement in either planning or attending.
We expect to hear from Chief Slowly that he did not know that more vehicles would be moving on to Wellington, and that would have been contrary to what he was told was happening. What is your response to that?
You'll have to ask him. I have no idea what his intelligence from his PLT and other troops was.
You were present at this meeting, and you sent him the letter.
Sorry, and the letter was explicit in terms of the intent. The mayor mentioned it verbally as well. And he raised no significant concerns around the redistribution of trucks.
So is your understanding then that Chief Slowly would have been advised that the trucks were to move on to,
100%.
that some trucks were moving on to Wellington?
Absolutely, 100%. It was crystal clear in that meeting.
Okay, let's move to OTT 25453.
We have a moment then. Can you step out, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Okay, so if you can just scroll through this document so Mr. Arpin can get a sense of it. Maybe start at the bottom and scroll up. So my understanding is that this is some messaging that was prepared for the mayor shortly after the agreement went public. You recognize this?
I do.
And at the top, it just a little bit higher. Here we have a response from the mayor, just down a bit, saying, should we add something about fines? I assume that's supposed to say, et cetera. Do you know what that's about?
I don't. Okay. I think it was the mayor trying to, reflect to residents that we had other tools.
And just above, Matthew Gravel answers, it was Serge's position that we do not promote that unless asked.
That refers to what I mentioned earlier on. There was significant fluidity around the smaller footprint into which vehicles could be moved. And it was our understanding that the city did not want to see more trucks on the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway west of, let's say, Bay, where you would start to bleed into the residential district. And it was intended in the letter as a broad perimeter, was intended to be fluid in nature. And we immediately, within an hour or two of issuing the letter, we got a call from the local councillor saying, does this mean we'll see a lot more trucks on the parkway? And the answer was no. In the letter, if you read it again, I think literally it shows from Elgin to the Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway. Obviously, it wasn't intended to bring trucks out to the Chaudière Falls. That's how far you could go. You could go very, very far. You could go to Champlain Bridge on the Sir Jam. So the intent was to create a perimeter where SJAM started. That's where we would see, trucks would go there, but not much further. And that, again, was on the recommendation of city staff.
And so that was what we didn't want to promote, kind of.
We didn't want to promote that because there was confusion around that aspect. It was fluid. We didn't know how many trucks were leaving the precinct to go somewhere else. But the mayor had been quite firm that he didn't want to see more trucks back in residential districts. It was to honor the broad framework of the goodwill arrangement with the truckers.
Now, according to your witness statement, you say that 102 vehicles, including about 40 heavy trucks, were moved on the morning of February 14th. What do you know about where these vehicles went?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, I know some of them went onto Wellington. We know that for a fact, and they were accommodated.
Okay.
We don't know if others chose to go home, etc. And when I engaged with Mr. Ayot to have a sense of whether or not we had a handle on it, he informed me that it was an extremely fluid count, that at one point in time, his understanding is that we were only counting big rigs, small delivery trucks, etc., were either leaving the precinct, being removed and not being counted because they were not, the worst offenders in terms of noise and fumes, etc. So it's my understanding that we did not have a tight count on the number of trucks being moved.
Okay. And your understanding, again, according to the witness statement, is that the movement of trucks ended the afternoon of February 14th. Who advised you of that?
I believe it would be the city manager or Kim Ayot or both.
And do you know what the reason for that?
I do not.
Okay. You weren't advised, the mayor's office was not advised of for what reason that movement?
We were told that OPS had stopped the movement of trucks. And in fairness, we had understood at the start of the day that, there were significant communications challenges on the ground, and that there's a point in time at which many trucks were ready to move and they were not being allowed to move, etc. It was very fluid.
So the OPS put a stop to it, but you're not sure why. Is that accurate?
I do not know why.
Okay. Going to document OTT 7120. So here we have an email exchange between the mayor's office and the Parliamentary Protective Services office, I guess. So if we just go down a little bit, down a bit more, down a bit more. Okay. Oh, one more, sorry. So James worked for the mayor's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he received, you recall this exchange? He received a request for an urgent call for the mayor to have a call with acting director.
Correct.
Larry Brookson, yes. And if we go up a little bit, we see that James responds that the mayor would be happy to speak to him now. And then if we go further up, one more, he further responds a little while later, sorry, that there's been a change of plans. Do you know why the Parliamentary Protective Service was trying to reach the mayor's office?
Yes.
And what reason is that?
They wanted to share their concerns around the fact that they did not like the idea of seeing more trucks move into the Wellington precinct. And they further shared the information that there could be theoretically a bomb in one of the trucks.
And the PPS had not been consulted by the city in coming to this agreement, correct?
If an agency had to consult them, it would have been OPS.
Okay. And so you're not aware of any of them being consulted anyway. You're saying had they been consulted, it would have been through the OPS, but you don't have knowledge of that.
I do not.
Okay. And so can you explain why the mayor was, I guess, why there was a change of plans here that he would no longer take
I
this call?
overruled the staff recommendation to organize that call because it is extraordinary for the mayor to deal directly with any other head of a security agency other than the chief of police of the city of Ottawa. It is not within our historical practices to have the head of the RCMP, the head of the OPP call the mayor and berate them about an agreement with a civilian. It's never happened in our history and hopefully would not happen under our history. We understand that he was unhappy. We referred him to the city manager. It is my understanding that he was eventually put in touch with someone within the command structure to have a dialogue about his concerns.
The OPS command structure.
Correct.
Do you remember during that discussion that we touched on around noon on February 13th with the OPS, was there any discussion of reaching out to the Parliamentary Protective Service to advise them?
Sorry, can you restate the time frame?
So we looked at Kim Ayout's notes of that February 13th meeting at about noon before the agreement went out. Do you recall in that meeting with OPS any discussion of advising Parliamentary Protective Services of this deal?
I do not, but it is my understanding that the PLT team would have a responsibility to report up within its structure, and then someone would make the decision on which police forces need to be informed of the OPS's actions in relation to negotiating movement of trucks.
And in fact, I mean, that meeting wasn't with PLT, it was with senior OPS leadership.
Sorry, we're not talking about the same meeting then. My point was on either of the meetings where PLT agents were present with the city manager and or city staff, they would, I assume, exit that meeting and brief up on what they had agreed to, what they were working on, because that agreement was a result of their engagement with the city manager and the mayor's office to try to get us to engage with the protesters. And if I may restate, if I have not clearly, when the city manager was first approached, we were told that PLT was looking for either the city manager and or the mayor to engage with the demonstrators to try to take the pressure down and the temperature down. And we declined because we had no, we just didn't feel comfortable enough to engage. That's why we, supported the city manager in his decision to have an exploratory meeting.
Why not direct them to speak to OPS?
Sorry, who is them?
In responding to this email chain, why not direct PPS?
Because we typically do not send other police agencies to other police agencies. It's not our job. Our liaison is typically with the city manager's office, who is serving on at least 2 critical task forces where police forces were present, including the long acronym organization that had the OPP on it, the RCMP. My understanding is that PPS was represented on that group as well, for the city manager.
NCRCC?
Correct.
Is that what you're referring to? Okay. So we expect to hear from Mr. Drummond that the OPS put an end to the movement of vehicles to Wellington for 2 reasons. 1, because there was no more room on Wellington, and 2, because the Emergencies Act was invoked and the police needed time to consider the emergencies orders. Did you hear, so starting with the first, had you heard anything about there being, no more room on Wellington?
No.
Had you heard to the contrary, that there was still room on Wellington?
No, but I had heard from city staff that there was enough, paraphernalia and hot tubs and things that could be moved and displaced, that there was enough room to move a large number of trucks into the precinct. That was their analysis, and maybe it, if they made a mistake, I don't know. We trusted their judgment that there was significant room.
And had you heard anything about the movement of trucks being stopped because of the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
We read about it. We speculated, like others, that might have been a significant driver of that.
But it was just speculation.
Yes.
So when was the last time you communicated with Team French about the convoy?
Sometime on the weekend of the 12th. Okay. He told me he was, getting on a plane, going back home. He was available. He was reachable. If you needed to come back, he'd come back quickly.
Essentially when the deal was completed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't remember if it was the Saturday or the Sunday, and we were working 18-hour days and fielding tons of meeting requests and calls, etc.
When did you first start communicating with Keith Wilson then?
Broadly speaking, Mr. French suggested to me that they had a legal representative. I had never spoken to him before. I didn't know who he was. He asked me to deal with him if we needed to exchange any emails. And Mr. Wilson, my recollection of it is that he engaged sometime over the course of the weekend of the 12th, 13th, when the broad, brush outline of an agreement was in place.
So let's go to document HRF 1465. So this is an email exchange between yourself and Mr. Wilson the evening of February 14th. If you scroll down just a little bit, okay. So here at 6:05, you write to Keith saying, is a touch base call possible this evening between 8:30 and 9? And then if you scroll up, if we scroll back up, there's just acceptance there. Do you recall what I assume, did you have this call with Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what that call was about?
Broadly speaking, I think it was, again, getting a sense of, did they believe they would honor the deal? Would we be providing relief to the people of Ottawa who are under a state of siege?
So
did they feel they had the organizational ability to get the trucks to collaborate?
And what was the response to that?
My best recollection is that he said it was a door-to-door effort. They would knock on every door. They would speak to every trucker. They would let them know that they believed that this was a good thing, that it would take the temperature down. And we would see the results in the morning if they were successful or not.
Was there a sense that it would be a significant challenge to get all the trucks moving out of the residential areas?
I don't know.
If we can go to HRF 1466.
Sorry, if I may back up respectfully. We already understood it to be a huge organizational and logistical challenge because, as you know, some of the streets had vehicles backed up 4 or 5 blocks deep with the cabs facing forward. If you can't get the first cab to move, then you can't get the second cab to move, et cetera, et cetera. So it required a level of collaboration and logistical coordination that we could not begin to fathom, but obviously it required a very high level of collaboration. I think we've provided photos that show 4 or 5 city streets that were cleared at least 3 or 4 blocks deep. So they appeared to have some ability to deliver at least partially on their commitment.
Okay. Let's go to HRF 1466. So these are some texts between yourself and Mr. Wilson. We can go to page 3.
I know my mom's not happy about that photo.
So there's a series of texts here where Mr. Wilson reaches out to you about the city obtaining an injunction and some concerns around that. What do you recall?
I liaised. Well, initially, Again, as Mr. French was kind of like out of the picture on a day-to-day basis, he shared this notion that the city was surprising them with an injunction. And I went back to the city manager and verified with him whether or not that issue had been raised in any of the meetings with the truck convoy representatives. And Mr. Kanellakos told me that that was not a surprise, that the representatives for the truck convoy, including legal reps, were at least one of the meetings where the city had warned that this initiative was underway and that it would continue. And I shared that information back with Mr. Wilson. He did not appear to challenge it.
Okay, so that effort being the city itself going out to obtain an injunction.
Correct. And I mean, I think the remainder of the exchange will show that I relayed to him, you know, what the city manager had relayed to me about that meeting. And he appeared to accept that that's how the meeting had unfolded, because the city manager named specific individuals who were briefed at the meeting on the prospect of an injunction.
So if we can just go down. Go down. Go down. So this is this passage of the text that you're referring to.
And also because I was not present at the meeting, I asked him to have an exchange directly with the city manager so that they could compare notes on what had been said about the injunction. I was just an intermediary.
And are you aware of whether they had that subsequent exchange?
I believe they did, but I'm not 100% certain.
So the concern was just that notice of the injunction had not been provided to the protesters, which didn't align with the information you had.
Correct.
Okay. If we can go to, sorry, keep going down. Keep going down. Keep going. Okay, so here at 9:15 p.m. on February 15th, you receive a text from Mr. Wilson that says the truckers want to move 40 plus trucks tomorrow starting in the morning. They have the room on Wellington to fit. And your understanding of the room on Wellington is not contrary to this.
We had not been told that there wasn't enough room for that movement.
And he continues, that would just about clear almost all of the residential areas. Do you know whether that was accurate?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Okay, we can take that off the screen. So I want to talk about some of your communications with federal and provincial officials. In your interview summary, you state that the mayor was initially hesitant to contact federal and provincial governments to request additional resources, but that the OPS eventually indicated that political pressure would be necessary to obtain the resources. What's your understanding of the reasons that the OPS put forward to ask for that political pressure to be applied?
The chair of OPSB conveyed to me in a very, very direct, insistent manner that the OPS was unsuccessful in its attempts to secure additional resources from either the OPP or the RCMP, and she implored us to engage and to write to both the Prime Minister and the Premier asking for additional resources. As I've mentioned earlier, I've served Mayor Watson for 11 years, and 11 months, or the totality of his current mandate as post-amalgamation mayor. We have never made a request to a politician, an elected official, a minister, a solicitor general for police officers. We've made requests for funding, which are within council's mandate, but the mayor has never been engaged in seeking support from another level of government for a specific number of additional bodies. I shared that with the chair. They provided me with a draft of what a letter they thought should go to the Premier and the Prime Minister and the Premier. We redrafted it. I recommended to the Mayor that it not be sent. We had a good discussion around it, and after I shared with the Mayor the fact that the Chair had said that the OPS would not be securing these resources without our involvement, that they were unsuccessful. In other words, I have to presume that they were being told, no, you're not getting these additional bodies. Then she sent us a draft. We rewrote it. I sent it to her. She sent us a draft, I think at 9 a.m. on February 7th. It should be in the record. I think I've seen it. At 12 o'clock, we sent her a new draft that identified both, I think, Minister Mendicino and or Blair and the Premier of Ontario and the Solicitor General as the people we'd be writing to, providing a broader context for the scope and scale of the crisis that residents were being subjected to, seeking, an additional number of bodies, which that number was provided to us by the OPS, and the Mayor relented and agreed to sign those two letters. We sent them out that day.
So those are the letters dated February 7th, correct? And so your understanding is that prior to that date, there had been requests being made by the OPS for additional resources.
That's what was conveyed to me, and I think you can see that in some of the exchanges between myself and Chair Deans, but I can't remember exactly where in those exchanges.
Do you know how long those resource requests had been ongoing?
I don't.
Okay. And did she provide to you an explanation for why those requests had been unsuccessful?
She did not.
But it was felt at that time that it was no longer sufficient to be making those requests at the police-to-police level and that it had to be escalated.
We cannot ascertain that the request was made police to police. We were only told that the OPS was unsuccessful in getting additional, people and bodies provided to the tripartite effort by the other two agencies. And the numbers that we were seeing, that were referred to in previous exchanges, seemed to corroborate the fact that no significant additional resources were coming to the effort in the first 10 days of the crisis.
Let's look at OTT 7429. This is a email exchange with the PMO where you request initially to speak to his Chief of Staff, Katie Telford. If we can scroll down all the way to the bottom to the first exchange, and it's you want to speak regarding Ottawa's request for additional enforcement support, as we see there. Why did you feel it was necessary at that time, so this was 2 days after making the request, to engage directly with the PMO?
Two things were happening. The discrepancy in the numbers being provided to OPS relative to the numbers that OPS was seeing on the ground, and what we felt to be friendly fire coming from, various political voices federally saying it's up to the city to step up and do their job, roughly, which we can find that text if you want. But, I wanted to convey to the Prime Minister's office that we needed their help. The numbers were inconsistent. We wanted them to know that we were being told about the numbers was inconsistent. And I conveyed that, and I believe that there was a change in tone, roughly the next day. I think maybe someone realized this will have to be a team effort. We need them. It's clear that we need them to help end the insurgency and the demonstration. And I guess everyone came around to the conclusion that it would be better to try to take a collaborative approach and maybe try to reduce some of the finger pointing. You have this many, we have this many, we think you have this many, no, we think you're only giving us this many. And then people being out there saying, we think the city is going to be able to end it by themselves. They have the authority and the capacity to do it.
So we'll go through some more of these exchanges because there is some more of that as time goes on for a few more days. Let's go to OTT 20712. So these are text messages with Zita Astravas. What is her role?
Chief of Staff to Minister Blair.
And so these, so if we can go to page 15, these are texts from the 11th of February. And if you can just scroll down. Oh, so it's the last one. We'll look at the last bubble there. So, so you say, can you please ask the chief of police if this has not been provided to him, be given line of sight on the additional bodies? If we can continue to the next page. On the additional bodies he will get today, number, the additional bodies he'll get tomorrow, and the same line of sight for Sunday. Let me know when we can debrief. And actually just, if we could just go up to the first page again. So where were you obtaining? Well, first, why were you asking for the chief to be given line of sight on the additional bodies he was getting?
Because the mayor was being reassured that we would be getting additional support from the RCMP. And when the information was being provided to us by OPS that there were no significant additional bodies being provided, it was maybe in the 60 to 80 range, and the number that we were being given was 250. I mean, we were really happy to hear that number. It sounded like a very significant increase, and we wanted to make sure that it was not just being relayed to us politically, as we have no role whatsoever in the onboarding of these police officers and swearing in, et cetera, that had to be conveyed directly to the chief of police to be, for them to be able to use that information and operationalize it.
Did someone ask you to make this type of request from Minister Blair's?
I'd have to go back to the timing of when we were being told that we were getting 250, because I was in a concurrent discussion with Mike having a debate around the numbers, which there's clearly a discrepancy and not a disagreement. It's simply their number wasn't consistent with what OPS was telling us. And that ask was simply, if you have a clear number, can you give it to OPS?
We'll go to your text with Mike in just a moment. I want to ask you first, though, where generally were you obtaining your information on the OPS numbers? How were you getting that?
It would have been given to the mayor as part of his regular briefings with OPS and the city manager. And those are scheduled, they're in the agenda. We see documentation from those meetings.
So those would have been briefings with OPS leadership?
Correct.
Including Chief Slowly, presumably?
And sometimes it was the chair of the board. Sometimes it was, a lower ranked individual within the OPS would provide us with a briefing that they believe the resources were not forthcoming, but typically it was the chief telling us those numbers are not being provided without getting into a lot of detail. And again, you'll see in my exchange with Chair Deans that she's answering questions and saying, we're not seeing those additional bodies at this point in time.
You obviously had no direct line of sight on the numbers
Absolutely
yourself.
not.
Okay, so let's go to document OTT 30055. These are your texts with Mike Jones, who again is Chief of Staff to Minister Mendicino, correct?
Yes.
And so here you introduce yourself because it's Mrs. Stravas who directed you to Mike,
right.
Correct? And so you say, hi, Mike, can you give me a quick shout before 3 p.m. Trying to help our chief of police get through his board meeting at 3. This is Serge Arpin. So again, where was this request coming from to help the chief of police get through the board meeting at 3?
February 11th, we're now 4 days out from the issuance of the letter to the Prime Minister and the Federal Minister and to the Premier of Ontario and Solicitor Jones. And we still have no line of sight on additional bodies. And so that's in continuity with that broad effort to try to get a sense of, are we getting troop reinforcements? Are we getting additional support to put an end to the daily, suffering that our residents are being subjected to? It was our daily, we get up in the morning, do we have more people to help with this crisis? As the chief was telling us, I don't have the resources. The chair of the board was telling us we're not able to secure additional resources.
And so was there a request by Chief Slowly to help him prepare for the OPSB meeting?
Not that I recall. My recollection is we had a discussion with the chair of the board who was saying, anything you can give us to help. Okay. Are we seeing any progress? She was asking us about whether or not there would be any motions that would be detrimental to herself or the chief, and sharing with us how urgent the situation was of getting more resources to help with the management of the truck convoy.
Okay. So the answer you receive here at the bottom of this page says RCMP confirms they have committed approximately 250 members, which is what you just relayed to us. And here's the breakdown for the weekend. And so we see the numbers deployed and then the numbers still on standby. And you would agree that most there are on standby still?
It's a big number for sure.
And do you have, what was your understanding of why there was a majority of those officers were still on standby?
My understanding is that we were told by OPS that 50 had been assigned to the Governor General's residence for additional protection. 50 had been assigned to the Prime Minister's cottage. Roughly 50 had been assigned to additional protection of the parliamentary precinct within the East-West Bloc, Langevin, et cetera, that area, but not available to OPS. And hence, it perpetuated that discrepancy in the numbers. And those numbers were being shared with the public. The public was being told we had 250 additional RCMP officers on the ground managing the truck convoy.
And so your understanding of these officers on standby is that they would have been still assigned with the RCMP to protect federal assets? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying there was a discrepancy between the global number that was being told to the public and the specific number that OPS was telling us was available to them. And it was in the 25 to 30 per shift range.
We can go to the next page and we can zoom that in. And here it continues. So what the minister told the mayor that we would be getting an additional 250 on top of the 150 is not factual. That is roughly the same number than at the start of the insurrection. We'll try to connect with OPS to clarify. There appears to be no line of sight, an actual increase unless you know more about tomorrow. So your assessment then is that there had been no actual increase in RCMP resources since the beginning of the occupation?
Can we back up the date, please? Sorry. My assessment based on what the OPS was providing us, the city manager, Kemayot, et cetera, is that there was no meaningful increase in the number of RCMP being deployed. And there might have been a lot of reasons for that lag, and we weren't aware of those.
And then you continue, not looking to jam you up, just need to know if a progressive buildup is underway per minister's last exchange with the mayor. The numbers suggest no increase. So can you describe what had been promised to the mayor by the minister? And is this Minister Menachino?
I can't recall that.
Okay, and what was the promise that had been made?
An additional 250 over the course of the next few days.
If we go to the bottom of this page, there are 187 on operational readiness, but haven't been given a shift. And then you say we'll have to find out if they've been sworn in. So I understand one of the concerns that had been raised was whether these officers that had been assigned were being sworn in on a timely basis. Is that correct?
It is correct to say that we were told that that could be one of the concerns, one of the lags.
And were you able to confirm whether there was any backup in swearing in RCMP officers?
The chair of OPSB told me that they were swearing them in as quickly as they were being filed, but I can't corroborate that independently.
Right, and if we can go, I'll just bring up that that exchange, OTT 24082, and it's at page 3. So we'll see in this, these are your WhatsApp exchanges with Chair Deans of the OPSB, is that correct?
It appears to be, yes.
So at so page 3 at 3:23. So you asked, does a board meeting have to be called every time you need to swear in new officers? She responds, no, that she has delegated authority to approve and have them sworn in. And you asked, are you aware of any backlogs in approval? Skipping forward to her response, backlogs in approval, you mean for swearing in officers? No, not at all. And if we jump down, 2:58:09 p.m., you say, asking again, are there any backlogs? So this was the next day. In terms of swearing in RCMP, she responds that she left a message for Blair Dunker. Who's Blair Dunker?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't dealt with him.
Okay. I believe she's the CAO of the OPS. And at 3:35:59, Chair Deans states, I've followed up with your specific question. So far, Blair has told me that officers are being sworn in twice daily at 9 a.m. and 9 p.m., and she is not aware of any backlog. So that's the information that you received from the chair of the OPSB.
Correct.
Were you aware of any backlog? I understand these appointments need to be approved by the Ontario Solicitor General's office. Were you aware of any backlog at that end?
No, it was never brought to my attention.
That question was never raised?
No.
If we can go back to the text exchange with Mr. Jones at 3:00:55 at page 4. You state it's worse than what you and in the thought.
You and I, sorry.
Pardon me?
It was meant to say you and I thought.
It's 40 officers available to the OPS as of today. It's 20 per shift. The 185 you referred to are committed to protect federal properties and assets. Who provided you with that information?
It would have to come from OPS. We have no line of sight on that unless it's provided by OPS or senior management.
You don't know specifically who provided that number?
No. But it's a very, very specific number, hence it had to be provided to us by a knowledgeable source.
If we can go to page 5. So this is February 12th at 1:12 p.m. Mr. Jones says, RCMP says we've sent over 3 shifts of 70 each. You respond, they are lying to you flat out. What led you to make that statement?
Extraordinary frustration of having to tell the mayor that our residents are now into day 14 or 13 of the demonstration, and we're not seeing any meaningful progress in terms of additional bodies on the ground assisting OPS with the operation. And that was our daily reality of not being able to report any progress back to the people of Ottawa in a time where they were under extraordinary duress.
You continue can you take a call with the city manager because the facts are not in dispute? What did you mean by that? Because it seems to me when I read these texts that the facts are in dispute of exactly what numbers were on the ground.
Right. I think the intention there was to say, you know, there's always spin that's happening in political offices some of the time. And if he doesn't believe what I'm hearing, maybe he should speak directly to the city manager who's getting these daily reports from OPS in terms of, you know, was our number right? Was their number right? Maybe, you know, maybe the commission will shed light on that. But we were being told by a combination of OPS, city manager, Kanellakos, et cetera, that we were not seeing those additional bodies on the ground available to us. And it is possible that there were lags. Steve was a former chief of police. He explained to us that, you know, people coming from other jurisdictions might need 2-3 days to travel, et cetera, et cetera. There were reasons for lags. But in between the time that we were told you're getting an additional 250, you know, 4 or 5 days had elapsed and we were seeing no additional people. And obviously the frustration of residents was also boiling into, you know, the mayor was wearing it, he was feeling it, he was hurt by it personally, seeing our residents suffer greatly, hearing from shut-ins, seniors, people trying to get to their homes, et cetera. He was extremely unhappy, and obviously we were under tremendous pressure to try to get additional police officers to come and help the OPS.
We can go down a little bit more. You say you can tell him, is him referring to the minister? If you can go up a little bit, sorry, for context.
I can only assume that that's what I meant.
So you can tell him that he's being lied to by the RCMP. Those boots are not under OPS command. Would you agree with me that you were quite confident in the information you were receiving at that point to go so
100%.
far as to make that kind of a statement?
Yes. Because we had broad reports from, you know, miscellaneous stakeholders, media, et cetera, our people on the ground, and OPS, which, you know, is a pretty good proxy for how many additional officers are coming into a shift. If they're not coming into a shift, I think OPS would know that.
If we can go to page 6. Oh, we are at page 6. Go down a bit more. And here, there's kind of a further report that's provided to you, and you state that that report's not factual. Those are not the numbers available to OPSB. And the response you receive is, I don't know how we reconcile our numbers. And so were you ever able to reconcile these numbers?
We were not. But he also acknowledges that he felt that there was a discrepancy and he felt it was frustrating as well. We were both extremely frustrated.
If we can go to page 7. So, sorry, let's just go up a little bit. I just want to see the date again that we're on. If you can just go up to the next timestamp, thank you. So that's on February 12th, and let's go back down to page 7. Here he says, also hearing Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on plan from the integrated planning cell. You can get a status, if you can get a status update on that. Was this the first time you were hearing this, that this was an issue?
That's correct.
And this was now February 12th. What, as part of this exchange, what was your understanding then for the lack of additional deployment by the RCMP? Did you come to understand what was holding things up?
My perception at the time was, and I noted it in words that I would like to change today if I could, but I can't, that I believed that it may have played a role in holding up the release of officers. It sounded like, to a lay person, that the absence of that agreement might have been holding things up. Had we known earlier, we would have sat down with the city manager, with Kim, with the chief of police to get an understanding of what we were told for the first time 13, 14 days into the crisis, that there was no agreement on an integrated planning structure. It was extraordinarily frustrating for us to hear that. Because we're there, normally we try to help, we're there to try to fix things and get things resolved. And obviously we don't have all the inputs if we don't have the entire picture of that command structure not coming together until almost 2 weeks after the start of the demonstration.
So there's two things that you've mentioned there and that are in the text messages. There's one being that Chief Slowly has not yet signed off on a plan from the integrated plan and cell. And the second being, which you say, it took 10 days for us to be told that you could not get agreement on a command structure. So were those two separate issues, or am I misreading the text?
In my opinion, I was responding to his text with my loose understanding of it. Because with no sign off on a plan, I assume we're in quicksand.
Okay. Did you or the mayor's office check in with the OPS on this issue after these texts?
I believe we did.
And what was the response you received?
I can't recall.
That would have been in a meeting. How would that follow-up have been done?
I'd have to go back at the dates. I mean, there's no world in which we would not have shared that concern. I recall sharing it with the city manager. I assume that he took it up with Kim, with OPS, et cetera, because without that alignment, it would be hard to see the teams collaborating on the ground.
Do you recall whether OPS acknowledged the problem or denied the problem?
I do not.
Do you remember whether it was addressed? Whether that problem was addressed?
I do not.
Okay.
And sorry, in that period of time, the chair of the OPSB was sending me text messages about, am I seeing motions about me? Am I seeing motions about Peter? I would say that we were at the height of the implosion of confidence in our city and in the OPS. We're close to that. I guess you could call it a crescendo of collapsing confidence in all of us.
Let's go to page 9. So this is February 13th. So in the third bubble on the left, Mr. Jones says, was glad to hear Slowly was able to confirm the resources we've been sending through, and you respond, yes, very positive. I'm trying to get your support, but, oh, sorry. So this second half, I think, pertains to the deal with the protesters. Yes. But can you maybe explain this short exchange on Slowly being able to confirm the resources on the 13th? Do you recall that exchange? No.
But he's stating that there's been, in a previous conversation, I've asked them to make sure that OPS knows directly what the minister's office was telling us in terms of numbers. It would give the OPS an opportunity to, validate those numbers. And this seems to suggest that they established a more direct line of communication to share that information, as that is what Mike is reporting, and I had no reason to challenge it.
And so you're, are you aware, because this was one day later, are you aware at this time that resources actually started coming through at this point, or not necessarily?
I am not. My reaction is, if Peter Slowly has confirmed that they're getting additional resources, that sounds very positive. We were in the midst of finalizing, securing support for the movement of the trucks outside of the residential district. That was our main focus at that point in time. And there was no significant buildup of additional resources from either level of government at that point in time. Maybe the OPS will contradict that with numbers, and that would be great that we see those numbers.
So in your witness statement, you say that major RCMP resources began arriving on February 16th or 17th. Do you have any insight into what changed between February 13th and 16th that led to that influx of resources?
I do not.
You're not aware if there was an agreement on, signing off on a plan?
I do not.
You're not aware if it was Chief Slowly's resignation that led to that change?
If it had a role in it, we were not privy to that. We did see, after an interim chief had been named, we started seeing a pickup in pace of organization, daily briefings to residents. Interim Chief Bell made a statement saying this will be the last weekend that our residents do not have control over their city. We started to see, obviously you wouldn't be making those types of statements if you didn't, you weren't starting to feel an influx of resources to support those, the tripartite effort. But we saw, I can't say that it's causal, but we saw a definitive increase in the perceived level of organization after there was a change of leadership.
Okay. And you're not aware of any change in resourcing being attributable to the invocation of the Emergencies Act on the 14th?
I can't say that it did not contribute to it. I have no knowledge of that.
Thank you. Let's go to OTT 20712. These are your texts with Zita Astrabas. And I'd like to go to page 17. We can go down a little bit. Down a bit more, sorry. So here you state, and this was on, this is on February 15th. You state we had just gotten off a very successful call between the mayor and Chief Slowly, and grateful in the change in tone since yesterday. I'm just wondering if you recall what that's about.
I don't. And I don't. Can you back up a bit, please, to see what date that's on? I don't know if there's a time on that, because normally on that date, I don't think he was still chief of police, so I don't know how that makes sense.
It would have been, I believe, a bit later that afternoon, but that's okay. If we can go to ONT 311. So I want to talk a little bit about your engagement with the province. There's a meeting that kind of a tripartite meeting at the DM level, which Steve K attends. And if we go down, you see there in bold. So this is on February 6th that this meeting occurs, which is the day that the mayor declared a municipal state of emergency. And the statement there in bold that Steve K makes is Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the city of Ottawa at 4:30. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Did you have discussions with the mayor about this decision to declare a local emergency?
I did.
And do you agree that with this statement that this was the expressed intent?
I do not.
No? What was the intent in your view?
The intent was to be seen as doing something that reflected the feeling that residents felt we were failing them on so many fronts. And we had, members of council, the advice from the city manager to enact the state of emergency, even though we knew it gave exceptionally limited powers to the city in terms of fast-tracking procurement, etc. It was largely symbolic, but the mayor felt it was his call. He felt that we should be making that statement. I personally do not recall him telling me that the intent was to put pressure on the province to exercise powers to resolve this. I don't recall that simply. Doesn't mean he did not receive that advice. I might not have been in the room when he received it.
What was your view at that time, that it was necessary to put pressure on the province?
Sorry, can you back up on the date, please?
This is February 6th.
Right. The next day, we agreed to send the letter to the Premier, and I had robust exchanges with the Premier's Chief of Staff on that, which we can talk about later. But we were intending to continue to let them know that we needed additional help, and the letter was extremely useful. They took note of the declaration of local state of emergency, and it may or may not have played a role in their decision-making. I don't know. I have no way of gauging that.
So you mentioned that you had a call, I think, with the Premier's Chief of Staff on February 7th. That's in your witness statement. There's a mention in your witness statement that part of that on this issue of the need for resources, it was mentioned that resources were also necessary to respond to the blockade in Windsor that had just begun. What's your recollection of that conversation? How did
it was simply stated matter-of-factly, we're managing a lot of stuff. It was not a rank ordering. It was simply, we have to manage this, we have to manage Ottawa. And at the outset, I believe that until we issued that letter, I think that did play a key role in helping them understand the severity of the Ottawa situation. It was not a small localized demonstration against the government of Canada. It was having a huge impact on the quality of life of tens of thousands of residents.
Did Mr. Wallace, the Premier's Chief of Staff, say anything about how they would prioritize resources between Ottawa and Windsor?
He did not. He simply said he had relayed the mayor's ask for additional OPP officers to the head of the OPP. And that the Premier was favorable and supportive.
Okay. In your witness statement, you mentioned that Mr. Wallace also expressed concerns in the OPS's leadership. Was this on the February 7th call?
I can't recall. We had more than one call and they were not all documented.
Okay. Do you have a sense of about the timing, approximately when this would have occurred?
In the February, within 24 to 48 hours of sending that letter, he did say to me that the province was concerned about giving additional resources to the city under the current leadership structure.
And what specifically, when you talk about under the current leadership structure, what was meant by that?
I don't know what was meant by that. He left it vague, and he did refer to leadership at the top. We're concerned. We don't know if we'll get the results. We don't know if we can trust the organization. It was a broad-based expression of lack of confidence.
Because I guess one of the issues that has come up is kind of the integration of command structures, and another issue that has come up is Chief Slowly's leadership himself. And so, do you have a sense of whether those comments went to one of those issues, both of those issues?
I believe that the Premier's office conveyed a more general concern with the Chief's leadership, which we did not share at that point in time.
No specific concerns?
Well, the mayor had said on a number of occasions that he had full confidence in the chief of police, and our dealings with him up until that point had been, forthright and professional and constructive. And the only thing that changed that is the ongoing response led the mayor to, also lose confidence in the response as it evolved.
Sorry, I meant did Mr. Wallace identify any specific concerns?
No, he did not. No.
And I believe the response that you received, and this is again in your text with Zeta, but I won't bring you there. There was a response from the province to the request to participate in trilateral calls that they would not participate. Did you ever receive an explanation for that refusal?
The mayor pointed out to me that both the Solicitor General and the Premier had told him that they felt that this was a political table and that it would not be a constructive use of their time. So they agreed to disagree on that.
So let's go to OTT 10527. So these are text messages between Councillor Luloff and Zita, the Chief of Staff for Minister Blair. He notes in this exchange that he, at this point on February 12th, has the votes to pass a motion requesting the invocation of the National Defense Act, aid to civil power. Were you aware of this proposed motion before City Council?
I was aware of something along those lines, but this is the first time I see this text message with this level of specificity. But he had mentioned to me he was working on a motion. I mentioned it to the mayor, so I was aware.
And he says there, I'm going to move it on Monday at a special meeting of council. So that would have been, I believe, on the 14th. So you were aware of this. Did the mayor's office, or did the mayor support this motion?
The way it was framed to us at the time, it appeared to be framed as a call to the Canadian military to engage, to help end the conflict. It might have been a miscommunication. We had a back and forth over it, but it ended up not being debated before the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
So it became no longer relevant at that point. And you've already mentioned, and I can take you to OTT 24082. I'll go to page 4 of that document. These are your texts with Councillor Deans. So at 5:39, you say, we will have to work hard to defeat a motion asking Peter to resign on Monday. As of today, I don't believe we have the votes, even though council cannot remove him, only your board. So your understanding is that a motion to asking him to resign would also be put before City Council on that February 14th, correct?
I believed that there was a significant risk that such a motion would be coming forward, and it could include calls for the chair's resignation, calls for the chief to step down, etc. Can you scroll down a bit more, please, or ask? I'm looking for a comment from a member of council that I relayed to the board chair that said something along the lines of, you know, if we don't start seeing better briefings on the numbers out there.
Right.
I'm
It's
looking
just
for it,
above the original.
Okay. Thank you.
So I think it's at 6:52. Is that the text you're referring, or the message you're referring to?
No.
So I would like to ask you about that, though, you say this is what we're up against, we will have to discuss tomorrow, and then in quotes, if Peter's too stupid to announce daily the number of OPP, RCMP,
That's it.
OPS.
Sorry. I'm sorry, it's that quote.
Okay. It is his own funeral. Where had you heard this comment?
A member of council had forwarded that to me.
And why, why did you want to work with Councillor Deans to defeat this motion?
Because the mayor felt that it would be the mayor felt that it would go against our efforts to end the demonstration, to have a change of leadership midway through the demonstration.
And is it to avoid this motion that the council meeting on that was scheduled for the 14th was delayed until the 16th?
No, I believe it was delayed because OPS was planning a special meeting, and we wanted to be able to hold the council meeting after we had council members had a better and more comprehensive briefing from the OPS on what was unfolding.
Well, and so this sentiment
Sorry, there's another reason as well. On that day, we had not one additional iota of hope or information that we could give to the people of Ottawa in terms of efforts to end the demonstration in a collaborative fashion. And we hoped that waiting for the OPS meeting would provide us with more information on the plans that the OPS had to end the truck convoy demonstration as they had charge of the operation.
Okay, so I want to take you then to OTT 17368. So if we can go down. Okay, so below this, there's a number of redactions. My understanding is because there's an exchange of legal advice, I'm not interested in what that says. But if we go up above these redactions, so, and I feel free to ask to scroll down if you would like kind of to situate yourself. But if we just go down a little bit, Councillor Fleury emails you February 5th and asks you to speak to him about presumably whatever's discussed under. Do you recall that conversation?
I would have to say vaguely.
Okay. And I'd like to go up, I'll ask you about that, but if you go up, you forward this on to the mayor and say, is there anything at all out of this hot mess that can be salvaged? The city cannot implement a bylaw that would violate charter rights. We will liaise with clerk and legal on this. And then James Armbruster, which again is with your office, correct? Responds, why don't we just declare a state of emergency? So that the sense I'm getting is that there was other options being discussed, and I'm just wondering what those other options were.
My recollection of the motion, which I cannot refer to, is that Councillor Fleury was under a huge amount of personal and emotional stress in terms of the attacks, verbal and perceived risks against himself, his wife, and his family members. And he had put together a long list of things that he was hoping the city would do. An example of that is that we would ban certain posters and signs that demonstrators were using. I gave that practical example of, I think that was an illustration of why I felt the motion was a hot mess and there was very little in it that the city could use. James gave his own advice, having been involved in the pandemic response as early as on to Ottawa Public Health. He gave his own advice on a separate item. I don't recall if it was in Councillor Fleury's motion or not, but we ended up working with clerk and consulting them on what, if any, aspects of this motion could be salvaged, as we were trying to work collaboratively with him on his concerns.
And so instead, the mayor's declared that municipal emergency, which was mentioned as an option by James. Is that
I don't think it was instead. I think it was one of the measures that was being contemplated. It wasn't an either or, a choice.
Just want to quickly, we expect to hear from Jason LaFace, a protester, that he had a call with the mayor, possibly someone at the mayor's office, shortly before the convoy's arrival, and that he would promise to keep emergency lanes open. Are you aware of any call with anyone related to the convoy prior to their arrival?
I have no recollection of the mayor taking a call from a protester at all.
Nor anyone in the mayor's office?
No, I have no recollection of that.
OTT 20710. Let's go to the bottom of page 15. That's OTT, okay. Yes. So the bottom of page 15. Here it's the text on February 9th at 8:11 a.m. You were having a discussion, my understanding is, with Councillor Deans about postponing one of the motions she might have been bringing forward. But I'm interested in the statement you say in the last bubble there, there's a very significant chance we will still be into the demonstration in late February. I'm wondering what led you to make that assessment.
I would say desperation of context. We were seeing no progress at that point in time. It was not an informed opinion. It was a statement of, if all things remain equal, the lack of collaboration, the numbers of police officers not increasing significantly on the ground, I wrote, there's a very significant chance. It was just my opinion.
In your witness statement, you talk about the meeting that you and the mayor had with Councillor Deans on the morning of February 16th. The morning, later that day, she was removed from the OPSB. I'd like to go to OTT 8842. So this is a draft, well, it looks like a draft letter to me, open letter to the residents of Ottawa, why council acted to restore confidence in the Ottawa Police Services Board. You recognize this document?
I do.
Did you author this document?
I did.
And who generated the content of the document? Was it you or was it the mayor, or collaboration?
Primarily, it would have been me.
Sorry.
Myself.
Yourself. And can you explain what its purpose was?
Its purpose was, as the mayor was no longer running, he'd announced on December 10th that he was not going to be a candidate for mayor in 2022. And we were concerned that the complexity of the governance issues that were facing the City of Ottawa and council around the leadership of the OPSB would be lost in a barrage of election style or electorally motivated accusations and counter accusations, et cetera, et cetera. We wanted to prepare a more comprehensive overview of why the mayor supported this decision and the motion to change the leadership of the board. And at the end of the day, the mayor decided against issuing this open letter.
Okay. And why did he decide against it?
He felt that that the narrative was too meandering.
Okay.
It was too long. It was too complicated. It would just simply add fuel to the fire instead of, help us move on with tackling the demonstration itself.
And so would you say that this letter captures your perspective on the reasons why Councillor Deans was removed from the OPSB?
No, it captures our my office's and my team's perception of our liaison with council members in the hours after they had been informed that the OPSB had hired a third chief of police in 24 hours without informing council, which was a standard practice at the city. Never had a chief of police had been selected by the OPSB since pre-amalgamation Ottawa without council being advised that a selection process was underway. And so this reflects the dialogue that we had with members of council over the course of 24, 48 hours, both from the time that they found out that a chief of police was being named to the time that 4 or 5 days later when it was a huge public debate around why the person was removed. It's very controversial. And this was an attempt to provide the governance perspective from a high level.
Okay, so I think we already have your perspective on why that happened in your witness statement. We covered that during your interview, but I do have kind of a few specific questions. If we can go to the top of page 2, and then I'm going to wrap up. Right. Sorry, let's go up a bit more. Okay. So you, well, I'm going to say you, but I understand that it's your office. At the same meeting, and you're referring, I take it, to an OPSB meeting on February 15th, the day prior, after Chief Slowly had resigned, correct?
Yes.
OPS board were asked to give the chair a mandate to negotiate a contractual arrangement with a firm located in Waterloo. Under this contractual arrangement, a consulting services firm would be asked to manage the OPS effectively February 21 or 22. And this is the part I'm interested in. No votes were taken and no authority was delegated that would allow the chair to finalize an arrangement. Board members believed that they had mandated the chair to undertake a search for an external chief of police. Board members insist on the fact that the board chair did not seek delegated authority to execute a contract for a new chief of police. How did you reach this assessment of kind of the lack of a mandate?
In individual discussions with board members who wanted to share their views on what was unfolding as they were being called by media outlets, criticized, etc.
So you had discussions with a number of other OPSB members who relayed this information to you about that meeting?
Correct.
And I'm raising this because I expect that Councillor Deans, who's testifying in a few days, may disagree with those statements. You yourself didn't have any direct insight into the workings of the board, and so you weren't privy to that meeting and exactly what mandate she was provided. Correct. Okay. I think my time is up, so I think those are all my questions, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I think we deserve a short break. Well, I'll make it 15 minutes if that's agreeable, and we can come back at 5:20. And it looks like we're going to go quite a bit later, assuming the cross-examination goes as provided and assuming our witness is able to hold up.
Commission.
So we should plan on staying till quite late. Thank you.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, merci. So the first up, I believe, are the convoy organizers.
Good evening, sir.
Sir.
I'm Brendan Miller. I'm legal counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the entity that's representing the protesters who were here in January and February of 2022. I just have a few questions for you. I'm actually going to be quite quick. And first, thank you for your very detailed and forthright testimony already today. First question is just with respect to this agreement that had been set up between the protesters and truckers to relocate. I understand that the relocation was supposed to be of all vehicles from everywhere except Wellington. Is that correct?
No, it is not. The broad intent was to have vehicles leave the residential districts, and hence the priority was those districts south of Wellington, at the corner of Sussex and Rideau, and to a lesser extent, Coventry.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that it's our understanding from our clients, at least, that it was simply to be Wellington in the end. That was it. Does that change what you've just said at all, that that was the intention?
It doesn't, because I mentioned that there is great fluidity in our discussions with Mr. French around the notion that some could be relocating outside of Ottawa to separate areas, a farmer's field in Van Cleek Hill off the 417, et cetera. So we had no idea where they were going, but we expected the vast majority to relocate north of Wellington, where we were told it would be an easier perimeter to manage.
Right. And I also understand then that the mayor's vision for how this would work out as well, and some of the protesters and truckers, was that all trucks other than the ones on Wellington would be moved out of town, and that the protesters would just shuttle in buses from their camps outside of town on a go forward.
We were told that was an option, and we don't know if we have no insight into whether or not the organizers were able to pull that off.
Right. And you agree and from your statement that it was the police that prevented the deal from being executed in the end, correct?
My opinion is that it is a broader context of circumstances, and that the invocation of the act created a new legal framework around Parliament Hill in that red zone, and that the authorities decided to take a step back and see what was the impact of the invocation of the act.
Right. But it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson, in your dealings with him, he never indicated to you that the protesters and truckers ever intended to renege on the deal.
That is correct.
Thank you. Those are my only questions, and have a good evening, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, if I could call on the Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Arpin. Sir. My name is David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Mr. Arpin, you were involved, you told us, in the negotiations that led to an agreement with the convoy, correct?
Yes.
And would it be accurate to characterize the protesters as a cobbled together group of disparate individuals and hard to know who's in charge? Would you agree with that characterization?
I think that's a fair assessment.
And if I can ask, please, that you turn up document OTT 355, please. And that was the exchange of emails that we previously saw.
Text messages, sorry.
That text messages, I apologize. In that text message exchange, I understand that you wanted to make it clear that you would not engage with the radical elements of the protest, correct?
That is correct.
And you understood that the Sussex and Rideau group was would fit within that characterization of the radical elements.
It had been portrayed to us in briefings by OPS and the city as a very challenging group.
And I think actually the Sussex and Rideau group was characterized by you as a criminal element. Agree with that?
It is possible, yes. I have said that, yes.
And so even if the truckers moved, it would be unlikely to clear up the Rideau-Sussex intersection, correct?
It would make it easier for the combined police forces to address issues at other locations with a smaller perimeter and a smaller drain on resources in the Wellington perimeter.
But the Rideau-Sussex group seemed intent on staying, correct?
I don't know that.
And that was the access point for the Rideau Center, correct?
It had a significant bearing on the Rideau Center, but there were multiple other access points to the Rideau Center.
And the letter that was sent by Ms. Lidge, I understand that she made it very clear that she did not, or her group did not speak for all of the truckers, correct?
Yes.
And in particular, she said her group did not represent Farfada, the group at Rideau Sussex, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall that from her correspondence. We would have to pull it up or else I'll have to say I don't remember that she said that.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
It's consistent with my recollection of my discussions with Dean French, who on numerous occasions told me, I don't speak for Pat King, I don't speak for XYZ. I'm here to try to get the broad majority of individuals to take part in this goodwill effort to remove trucks from the residential district and provide relief to residents.
And those other individuals like Pat King and the others were on social media at the time taking positions that were not necessarily consistent with the group that you were negotiating with, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, even the group that you were negotiating with that was headed by Tamara Litch, I believe that Ms. Litch had put out two apparently contradictory tweets on the day after the agreement, correct?
Correct. I believe she cleared up the misunderstanding, but yes, that's correct.
Right. So those appear to create some confusion as well as to how this deal or whether this deal was going to work, correct?
I don't have the information to corroborate that.
My understanding is you did not meet with the protesters directly, correct?
That's correct.
And so you talked about the PLT coming to meet with Mr. Kanellakos. And I take it you don't know whether those were OPP PLT or OPS PLT?
I know 100% certainty that they were OPS because the city manager debriefed with the mayor and myself.
And indicated that they were OPS? Or did he indicate that they were PLT?
He specifically pointed out that they were PLT from OPS.
Okay. And my understanding is that the genesis of that meeting was that the protesters were refusing to engage with the PLT and were instead asking to meet with the city instead. Is that your understanding?
I do not have a line of sight on the reason for the breakdown in communications between the truck convoy representatives and the OPS. I believe that will come out in due course.
Was it your understanding that that's how that meeting came about?
No, my understanding is that there had been a breakdown in communications and the PLT was reaching out with a certain degree of urgency to have the mayor and or the city manager engage with the demonstrators with a view to helping them reestablish a rapport of some kind.
And so when the PLT came to that meeting, to engage. They did not come to that meeting with an agreement in principle that they were simply asking to be ratified. What they were asking for was a meeting to help start or continue discussions. Is that right?
They sought a meeting, as the city manager told me, to help them reestablish a rapport between the city and the demonstrators, which had broken down. We were told the relationship had broken down completely and communication was non-existent.
Thank you. Could I ask you, please, sorry, the letter, we can call it up. It's documents OTT 6948, which is the letter from Ms. Leach to the mayor. Sorry, I've given you the letter from the mayor to Ms. Leach. It is 6964, I believe. I apologize. It's the same one.
It's the same letter.
I won't ask a third time because I don't want to strike out. But if
Well, maybe the commission counsel can help you with the number.
I'm looking. I'll see if I can do it this way. The agreement, the letter from Ms. Leach referred to 400 trucks, correct?
I believe it did. I'd have to see it again.
Okay. Just a sec. I'll just show you the.
Councillor, I believe I found the document.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. If you'd be good enough, please to scroll down.
Sorry, if we could just read the number into the record.
So sorry, maybe I go back to the previous letter. Oh,
it's not there. Is
yeah, it's, I'm sorry, it's in the mayor's letter.
Okay.
So if we could go back to the previous one, I apologize.
Can you provide the number, Councillor?
Yes.
6964.
If you scroll down. Yeah, on the second page, the second paragraph refers to the departure of the over 400 trucks from residential areas. And so the 400 trucks was the concern. It wasn't simply the vehicles that would move as well, but the real issue was those big trucks, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of moving the trucks, you'd agree with me that that was a very difficult task. And in fact, I think in a text message exchange with Ms. Deans, you suggested it would be like a Rubik's Cube to
I
move
did
those.
outline the perceived complexity that was being written about by various media outlets, and I agreed with that analysis. It was extremely complex.
Could we please have document OTT 20710? And if we go to page 13, I believe that what Ms. Deans suggested as the solution was, how about arresting the drivers, confiscating the keys, and have them driven out? And then if you be good enough to scroll down or go to the next page, please. And so your description was, if you can pull that miracle off, matching drivers with keys, matching keys with vehicles, getting their cooperation to identify the first vehicle that needs to be removed on streets that are blockaded with trucks. I believe you'll have to start with the first vehicle, then the next, in that order. the logistical challenge of moving those trucks out is nothing short of a Rubik's Cube without their cooperation. The same applies if you start from the back, and it then goes on. I won't read the rest. That represented your views of how intractable the situation was, correct?
Yes, you raised the previous text without giving me an opportunity to comment on it. On the highly simplistic and shocking suggestion that we would simply arrest everyone and take their keys. That's why I responded with a slightly more nuanced advice to the chair.
And I think your point was it would be a very long operation without the collaboration of the individual big rig owners, correct?
Yes, which is why an agreement was necessary to secure that collaboration.
In that exchange that you had with Ms. Deans in her capacity as chair of the Ottawa Police Service Board, am I correct that another piece of advice you gave her was to minimize the number of OPSB board meetings because they suck up huge police resources?
I recall the context being one of the meetings appeared to be improvised, and they were contributing to a sense of demoralization within the general public. That was the context of that comment.
And so perhaps we could go to page 19, please. So what you said was, I would minimize the number of public board updates to maybe once a week as they suck up huge police resources and serve as a lightning rod to attack you, often for partisan reasons. Don't do it unless there is a clear and compelling need focused on major new developments. And so I take it you were aware of the concern about sucking up police resources in these meetings, correct?
Yes, and they shared that with us.
One of the people that you talked about having dealt with was Dean French and also Keith Wilson, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Wilson was involved in negotiating on behalf of the truckers?
I don't know that.
I'm told, and we'll be seeing this through another witness later, but I'm told that Mr. Wilson described being on the ground on February 10th as negotiating in order to avoid a bloodbath. Would you agree with that characterization?
I don't have the information to comment on that.
At the end of the day, Mr. Arpin, you would agree with me that the combined forces of the OPP, the RCMP, and the OPS did an amazing job.
I do.
Clearing this up. Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. former Police Chief Slowly, counsel, please.
Thank you. I'm Tom Curry. Mr. Arpin, what were you've been the chief of staff for this mayor since 2010 when he was first elected, is that true?
Correct.
Prior to that, he was a minister of the provincial government, am I right?
Yes, he was.
Were you with him then?
I was not.
What were you doing before 2010? Did you have a background in, well, just tell us, please.
In a nutshell, I worked for Carleton University for 10 years in a community relations advancement fundraising function.
Okay.
And I served on various provincial political committees and organizations.
Understood. So longtime resident of the city of Ottawa.
Correct.
Now, a couple of things if I can. It was obvious to you and the mayor, I presume, by, you tell me the date, but by the first weekend of this protest, that you were dealing with something very different than what you had anticipated, right?
It was.
And was it also obvious to you that the resources that would be required to deal with the protest as it became an occupation far exceeded the resources available to the Ottawa Police Service?
I agree.
No one should ever imagine the opposite, and I presume no one ever did imagine the opposite.
I can't put myself in people's imagination, but I would concur with the depiction.
And the mayor, am I correct that the mayor always understood that what Chief Slowly had identified as the need in terms of resources, and you recall that he identified the number as, I think, 1,800 personnel, additional personnel. Am I correct that the mayor, in his conversations with you, endorsed that idea?
The mayor did not endorse the idea. He took it at face value because it came from the OPS being the chief of police, and they are in charge of the operation. They had the best knowledge on the resources required, and hence the mayor took the number and we inserted it in the letter. Understood. It was an action of trust.
Understood. Did he review it with any other members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And in the end, am I right that the number of personnel, additional personnel required to deal with the occupation, the ongoing occupation, was approximately 1,800 or maybe even higher, closer to 2,000?
I don't have the answer to that.
You do
it was
not
a large
know that?
number. I do not. It was not provided to us.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I can, just about the numbers of resources that were coming to Ottawa. We reviewed some of the messages that you were exchanging with your political counterparties provincially and federally, right?
Correct.
And I won't go back through it, but there was clearly an ongoing issue about whether the resources that had been represented as having been deployed here for the city of Ottawa's benefit had actually been deployed, right?
There's an ongoing discrepancy in the numbers.
And the numbers, so far as you are able to assist the commissioner, the numbers that you knew were correct were the numbers that were on the, if I can put it this way, the Ottawa side of that discussion. Correct?
I had no way to independently corroborate those numbers, but those are the numbers that were given to us by the people who were managing the operation. Hence, we had to trust those numbers.
Yes, but more than that, I appreciate that. You were told some information and you took that information at face value, but of course you were also told the opposite by the political staff at the minister of this or the minister of that, right? You had other sources of information available to you, as I understood it, which I thought you said corroborated the idea that the resources that were actually here to be deployed were not the numbers of resources that had been represented. Isn't that true?
I've lost the original proposition.
Let me give it to you again. Or did you have it?
If the contention is that there is an ongoing discrepancy in what OPS was telling us, what the feds were telling us, and what the province was telling us, yes, that's my assessment.
Yes, but maybe put it this way, your conclusion was that what OPS was telling you was actually correct.
It felt closer to reality given the fact that we were walking the streets of Ottawa ourselves. We live here. You know, we're going down O'Connor, Bank, Metcalfe, et cetera. We're seeing no significant.
Right.
Social media are reporting on it. Media outlets are reporting on it. Community associations are hailing in saying, I've seen not an additional officer in the last 24 hours. We had anecdotal evidence coming in that suggested that the OPS assessment was closer to the fact at that point in time.
Understood. And that remained true, did it not? Until the weekend, the last weekend, if I can put it that way, prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Isn't that true?
The only thing I will say is that there is one point in time in which Minister Mendicino's office tells us that they are informing OPS of a sizable increase without providing specificity. And I conveyed to them, I thought that was good news if it was factual, and we asked them to convey it to OPS. My recollection is that there had been a small step up in resources.
Right. Not a large step up, a small step up.
Potentially, I recall 250, 300.
Right. You were never, no one in the Ottawa Police Service was going to mobilize a significant public order operation with an additional 250 on top of OPS, right?
I don't have the expertise to answer that, but it felt like a small number. It felt like they needed a bigger number to contain and manage it.
Right. And so by the time you get to negotiating, assisting in the negotiation of a solution to remove vehicles from residential areas, there were no adequate resources, to your knowledge and to your observation, in this city to lead a public order operation, correct?
I agree with that, given the magnitude of the demonstration.
Right. And so you approach that issue, and just one quick thing about that, if I can. There was obviously, I think you may have used the word fluid, or maybe my friend used the word fluid. There was a certain degree of uncertainty about that operation of necessity, right?
I'm not sure what you want me to agree to, but the situation on the ground appeared extremely fluid.
You didn't know where the trucks were going at the time you negotiated the agreement. You knew they were leaving the residential area. Their final destination or final resting place was not documented initially, correct?
We understood completely that it was their aspiration to move into the parliamentary precinct. It was completely clear.
Yes. No, well, I understand that, but you also mentioned, didn't you, that they were going to something you called SJAM, which is the Sir John A. Macdonald Highway?
I concur that we had no certainty until the truck actually moved and it landed somewhere.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
And you had, there's some, and I'm not good, I don't have the time to take you to the document. You were talking about renting farmland, right?
I wasn't. The group was talking about having access to farmland,
right?
Some kind of a private parking lot somewhere outside of Ottawa.
And so when Chief Slowly says that no one told him the final resting place of all of the trucks was in the red zone, you, from your own observation or dialogue with him directly, have no reason to disagree with that, correct?
The only thing I would disagree with is that it was said quite plainly in the meeting of February 13th at noon that we understood that the goodwill construct was that they would be primarily moving from the residential district south of Wellington to north of Wellington.
That was what the PLT team had wished.
No, that was the result of our ongoing discussion with Dean French.
And you were present in the meeting where that was discussed? Or is that the mayor and chief?
Not the PLT meeting, if that's what you mean.
Right. Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. The Chief Slowly, when he was hired, you would not have been involved in that hiring, am I right?
That is correct.
You met him after he was hired?
Correct.
And you found him, I think you told the commissioner, you found him to, all of your dealings with him to be professional, and he was a good chief.
All of our dealings with him were professional, constructive, and the mayor had full confidence in him until the chief decided to leave his position.
Understood. And one of the things Chief Slowly was brought here to Ottawa to undertake was a change in the way policing was done in Ottawa, correct?
It was one of the stated goals of the board.
And that had to do with the circumstances of tension between racialized communities and police service?
Miscellaneous items that the board wanted to focus on, including, loss of confidence in certain communities.
Right. Racialized communities?
For example.
For example, like other terms have been used, equity-seeking communities, correct?
That's a fair depiction.
And the force had been the subject, I understand, of a gender bias human rights finding. Were you here at the time when that was made?
I don't think I was.
The mayor had spoken at the funeral of a black man who had been who died in police custody. Charges had resulted. Recall that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall the specifics of that.
Abdirahman Abdi.
Abdirahman Abdi.
Were you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the case in its entirety.
Right. Very challenging time for the OPS and presumably for the mayor.
Yes, for the city.
Were you aware that the OPS had in 2017 been the subject of a survey conducted by the Canadian Centre for Diversity and Inclusion?
Yes.
And the results of that were considered to raise a number of serious issues for the OPS.
Organizational challenges that they had to overcome.
All of which led to the hope that in the case of Chief Slowly, positive change could be implemented.
It's a fair assessment.
Now, a couple of other things, if I can, please. Were you present when Chair Deans of obviously Police Services Board, Chair Deans, described that she had asked then Deputy Chief Steve Bell whether he would do anything differently than Chief Slowly was doing in the period up to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Are you aware of that?
Was I present at this specific dialogue? I'm aware that she said this.
Okay, good. So you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
And you're aware then you can tell the commissioner that what Deputy Chief Bell told the chair was that he would not do anything differently than what Chief Slowly was doing up until the time of the invocation of the Emergencies Act, correct?
My limited understanding of that exchange is that he indicated that he would not, in a nutshell, he would not undermine his chief. In other words, you're asking him while he's under someone's command if he would do something differently.
Who do you have that understanding from?
From our exchange with Chair Deans when she described it to us. It is her version of events that she claimed that this individual would not turn on his chief when given the opportunity to do so.
Well, it's a little different than that, isn't it, Mr. Arpin? Isn't it simply this, that she asked Deputy Chief Bell whether he would pursue a different strategy?
I have to say, I'm sorry, I wasn't in that conversation, so I don't know. It's just hearsay now.
Well, there's a lot of that around here, but that's fine. The point is that you were interested. How did it come to your attention? How do you even know about it?
Because she raised it with us.
Right, and the reason she did, isn't it? Because any suggestion from anyone that all of this should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly, she regarded as unfair.
It is possible, but she did not make that inference to us.
But you agree with me, though, that it would be unfair to suggest that what occurred here should be laid at the feet of Chief Slowly.
To lay the totality of the blame on one individual, I think would be completely unfair.
Right. Councillor McKenney, you know Councillor McKenney.
I do.
A very active member of your council.
Yes.
And I understand a candidate for mayor.
You know that as well as everyone else.
And she told the commissioner and told your council, you were probably present, that she felt Chief Slowly was being scapegoated. Were you there for that?
Yes, I was.
And it would be unfair, as you've suggested, for anyone to form the conclusion, in your opinion, that one person's command led to any of these outcomes, right?
I don't have enough information to comment on Councillor McKenney's allegation that the chief was scapegoated.
Okay.
It's a very personal and deeply held opinion.
The council at one time along the way, and I'm not going to get the date, but you might remember it, considered a motion to request the federal government to invoke the Emergencies Act. Do you recall that?
Council, it did not, I don't think it made its way to council. There was a discussion around the possibility, and I think it was preempted by the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Well, you're thinking, maybe I can help your recollection. Do you recall that there was a motion brought? It did not advance because it was 7-7? Does this
I'd
ring a
have
bell?
to see it. I apologize.
Okay, I won't pull it up, but I'll, when the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you understand what additional powers were available to OPS members, OPP members, RCMP? Did you know what that meant?
The mayor and his team were briefed on it within, I would say, 24 hours.
Were you part of the briefing?
Yes, I was.
And did you understand that the powers that were granted under the Emergencies Act made a significant change in the ability of this integrated police force?
I did.
Yes. And that until the invocation of the Emergencies Act and the arrival on that last weekend before that date of sufficient resources, your own forecast was that this occupation could have taken till the end of February.
Yes, the mayor supported the invocation of the act because he thought it might continue for days and weeks as well.
Understood. And on matters such as that, does the chief of staff, you in this case, give advice to the mayor?
I'm sorry, that's too general on matters such as that.
Okay, well, why? Tell me then, did you give advice to the mayor that he should support the invocation of the Emergencies Act?
I did not have to. We were informed of it after it was invoked, and the mayor expressed his immediate support for the invocation of the act. So there was no debate, there was no opportunity to provide guidance, and hence the mayor had made, had decided to support it, and we supported him.
Understood. Your issue about I think we reviewed some of you had a long series of text messages or WhatsApp messages exchanged with the former chair Deans of the Police Services Board. Until the issue arose of her seeking another outside police chief without what was considered to be the right authority, until that time, did Chair Deans enjoy the support of the mayor as chair of the Police Services Board?
We did not. The decision of council was not supported by an argument of lack of authority. It was supported by an argument of lack of moral authority. So can you restate the other point, please?
Yes, I'm not, I'll take moral authority if you want to make it moral authority. Is that the issue over which the mayor lost confidence in Chair Deans?
It is because the chair told the mayor in a one-on-one conversation with people present that if he did not support the hiring of an external police chief in the midst of the occupation, that she would not sign the contract. And that led to the loss of confidence.
Right. Up until that time, should the commissioner understand that the mayor was confident in the composition of the Police Services Board?
Broadly speaking, we were working collaboratively to ensure, effective, competent liaison between the mayor's office and the board. As you can tell by the almost, every 5-10 minutes, there's something being exchanged, conveyed, of advice being given, even if it's not taken. But there was yes, the mayor still had confidence.
Right.
Up until that point.
And if I understood some of the text messages that you were exchanging with Councilor or Chair Deans, some of the council members had it in their minds that they should try to depose either the chair of the Police Services Board or the chief of police.
They were faced with the extraordinary outpouring of public anger and fear over the ongoing protracted demonstration, and hence they were responding by saying, we're not seeing progress, something has to change. That's how I interpret that.
Right. And you tried to dampen their enthusiasm for that because it was a matter they should stay out of, right?
when discussing it internally, we would talk about removing the chief of, fire services during a major, if there's a fire, the house is burning, we're taking out people, and all of a sudden we take out the police, the chief of fire services during the emergency. The mayor felt it would not assist in the attainment of the goal of ending the demonstration to remove the chief during the truck convoy demonstration.
Particularly without the resources needed.
That's a fair statement.
I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Next, call on the Government of Canada.
I'm Andrea Gonzalez. I'm counsel for the Government of Canada, and I have just one short area of questioning for you. You have testified under questions from a couple of my friends as to some confusion at the time as to the number of RCMP resources that were deployed under OPS command, right?
Correct.
And in particular, there was a discrepancy, as you described it, between what the mayor's office was being told by OPS and Chief Slowly versus what you understood from federal officials, right?
That's correct.
Just to be clear, at the time, you were trying to get answers to make sense of information that on both sides you were receiving second or third hand, right?
Correct.
I think you said you had no direct line of sight into exactly what numbers were being provided or how they were being deployed.
That's fair.
And your evidence today is simply by way of explaining your questions, communications, actions, and frustrations at the time, right?
That's fair.
And to get clarity on the actual numbers beyond anecdotal observations, you'll agree with me that the commission really needs to hear from the individuals who were involved, from the agencies who were
Absolutely.
involved. And that would also apply to any reasons for any delay or lag.
Absolutely.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
Okay, the Ottawa Coalition.
Good evening now, Mr. Arpin. My name is Paul Champ. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. I just have a few questions for you. The first thing I'd like to know, Mr. Arpin, is what were you told about why commercial trucks were allowed to enter downtown and park and get entrenched?
In our first briefing with the chief, as we were heading into, and city management, Steve Kay, et cetera, when the mayor challenged the assertion that the city had the authority to stop trucks from coming into the downtown core, the chief provided a very, very strong opinion that he had reviewed the matter internally, and he told the mayor that the OPS had determined that the charter rights would prevent the city from allowing the trucks to come in for this demonstration. Hence, the assumption was they had the right to come in.
Okay. And Mr. Arpin, you've given us testimony earlier today that the mayor and yourself had communications with people at the federal government level, ministers and their chiefs of staff, as well as at the provincial level in Solicitor Jones's office and Mr. Wallace with the Premier's office, where those other levels of government were expressing concerns with the Ottawa Police plans or lack of plan for their operational plans for dealing with the protesters. And that was some of the reasons why the OPP and RCMP were delayed in their deployment. Is that fair?
I can't say that I know that that's why they were delayed.
But what were they telling you? That's what you told us earlier.
They were
today,
telling
was it not?
us that Well, you've conflated the feds, the province, Jamie, et cetera. The province of Ontario, as I mentioned, expressed a lack of confidence in the leadership of the OPS. I was not present in any exchanges where the government of Canada expressed a lack of confidence in the OPS leadership.
Okay, but sorry, but the federal government did express that they were hearing that there was a lack of confidence in the OPS plan.
They did express to the mayor lack of confidence in the plan.
Okay, and did you communicate this to Ms. Deans, the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
Yes, she was aware of that, and we were in constant contact, almost an hour, probably once an hour during the crisis.
So, and when did you communicate that to her? Like shortly after hearing it?
I don't recall. It was an ongoing banter. This is what we're hearing. And she would say, I'm aware of that. I've heard that too.
And I'll just move to the negotiations with the organizers. So it's my understanding that on February the 10th, there was an initial meeting with yourself, the mayor and Mr. Kanellakos, where Mr. Kanellakos was explaining that the police liaison team was suggesting perhaps—
It was February 8th, sorry.
Pardon me?
It was February 8th, sorry.
Sorry, February 8th. Where perhaps there should be some discussions or negotiations between the mayor or the mayor's office and the organizers, and Mayor Watson was reluctant. Is that fair?
Backing up, we bumped into the city manager at the end of the business day on the 8th in the foyer, and it's a big word to use, a meeting. It was an impromptu gathering where the city manager informed us that he had been approached by the PLT team, who had informed him that their communications had broken down with the truck convoy and that they were seeking the city's help to try to reestablish that relationship. And the city manager consulted with myself and the mayor, and I voiced the opinion that we knew none of the players, we knew none of the organizations. I did not feel comfortable including the mayor in such a meeting. I recommend that he not attend it until Mr. Kanellakos had an opportunity to meet with the organizers and to see if the dialogue gave us hope, some intelligence that there were groups within the broader truck convoy that we could have a respectful and intelligent discussion with.
So in that first interaction, that first discussion with Mr. Kanellakos, you and the mayor left it open that if Mr. Kanellakos, after speaking with them, thought there was some constructive dialogue, that perhaps that was an avenue that could be explored at the mayor meeting.
Yes, and that he would report back, because my understanding is that the PLT team had opened the door to either the city manager or the mayor or both playing some kind of a role to try to reestablish this rapport.
Right. And then it was a day or two later that there was you had got the contact with Mr. Dean French, and then the negotiations moved forward. Is that fair?
Sorry, my understanding is that the city manager met with the group on February 8th for the first time. We were given feedback about that meeting the next day, probably 7, 8 a.m. And after that point, the next day, which would be February 10th, the mayor got a call from Mr. French saying, hey, I'm here to help. I'd like to help. And we believe that that was a credible call. And the mayor asked me to call him back, and the rest I've testified on.
So Mr. French called Mayor Watson directly?
Correct.
Had his number?
That's right.
And then that led to the negotiations, meetings with the protesters, but with Mr. Kanellakos on behalf of the mayor.
No, I'm sorry, those are two separate tracks. I'm not aware of another meeting between the city manager and other parties until I had wrapped up the broad strokes of the agreement with Mr. French.
Right.
And then again, I was told by the city manager that the PLT team had made the suggestion that we would approach them as an opening proposition. We would approach them to see if they were prepared to remove trucks from the residential district as a show of good faith. We would never make that suggestion. If you can imagine the risk with which that was fraught,
Sure.
for an elected official to insert themselves when, the police operation was being directed by OPS. So we did not engage until we had a clear guidance from the city manager that he had his own meeting, and he thought that the representatives he met with were straight shooting and reliable to the best of his knowledge.
And you felt then that there was also a green light from the Ottawa Police for you to work with Mr. French to try to come up with a deal?
A green light's a very, very big word, because in our understanding of municipal governance, the police authority is still downstream from the civilian authority. So a suggestion was made to us that the communications had broken down, and not the other way around. The civilian authority is not downstream from the police authority in our country. And I think you know that. So we were asked to engage in a discussion with these groups, which normally we would never have engaged in had the PLT team not made that suggestion to the city manager. After that point, we were not constrained or shackled in any way by someone sending us a memo saying, you can talk about, if they're willing to remove trucks from the residential district, but you can't talk about whether or not they're going to backfill it. There was not that level of detail, as you remember, because we were in a time of great crisis.
Right. So on February the 8th, the PLT says, maybe some contact or possible negotiations with the mayor would be a good idea. But then after that, you never had any direct communications with the PLT or the Ottawa Police on that matter?
Neither
correct?
before, during, nor after.
Right. And so when you worked out a deal with Mr. French, that was without any direct input or guidance from the Ottawa Police, correct?
That is correct. My input and guidance was from the city manager and his senior management team.
Right. And when you were coming up with Mayor Watson's letter to Ms. Leach, you in fact shared that with Mr. French so he could give you some input on what should be in it, correct?
No, I shared it with him so that they could understand what the ground rules would be for a potential agreement.
So you had time to share with Mr. French, but you did not have time to share it with Chief Soley or anyone with the Ottawa Police, correct?
The city manager was kept informed on a daily basis, was their conduit to the PLT team, who was kept informed of the ongoing discussion.
So you had time to share with Mr. French, but you did not have time to share with the Ottawa Police or Mr. Chief Soley,
I disagree with that.
But you didn't share it, correct?
I shared it with the city manager, who served on the 2 coordinating committees that worked with PLT and all other police forces.
And so you're saying that you directed Mr. Kanellakos to share it with the Ottawa Police?
No, I did not. It's not my job to direct him to share it. I shared it with the city manager. The city manager was in discussions with the PLT team based on their initial approach to him.
All right.
And that's why they met a second time on February.
And so when you're negotiating on the residential areas that they should be removed, what residential areas did you understand that the trucks would be moving from?
All.
And by all, what did you understand that to mean?
Every area where residents were being impacted by the truck convoy, and that includes Sussex and Rideau, the residential districts north of the Raymond Chabot Grand Thornton Baseball Stadium, and all of the residential districts impacted in the downtown core from Elginish to Wellington to Pass to Bronson to almost Gladstone.
I think some of the documents we're going to see later, or it's my understanding the organizers will be testifying that their understanding was that it was just the areas south of Slater Street on Metcalf and south of Slater on Lyon. And that there needed to be an emergency lane on Kent, because up until then, there had been no emergency.
We had no involvement in that whatsoever.
So you had
no line of sight.
Right. So when you had your negotiations with Mr. French, is that what you're saying? Everywhere, every other location except for Wellington?
The number that was given to us by Mr. Ayotte and the city manager's office was 400 trucks citywide in the residential districts.
So you wanted all 400 trucks gone?
We wanted the 400 trucks removed from the residential districts.
Right. And so when Councillor McKenney attended that city council meeting on February the 16th, broadcasting showing on Kent that their trucks didn't seem to have moved 1 inch from that street, that was still the case.
I think that we have evidence that will corroborate that a number of trucks did leave the residential district. And
Well,
No, in fairness to her, she has other evidence. I'm sure she'll be supplying it or has supplied it.
so you were, I'll leave it at that. On the removal of the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board, the council cannot remove a chief of police, correct? City council?
That is correct.
So when you were communicating with Ms. Deans that there might be a motion by city council to remove Chief Slowly, they couldn't remove Chief Slowly, correct?
No, but if you're an observer of politics, you would know that it would be a huge vote of non-confidence in him that in any jurisdiction might lead to his resignation.
And on February the 16th, you said that this is when there was this call with Mayor Watson, yourself, and Ms. Deans, when Ms. Deans informed the mayor about the plan going forward, that Slowly had resigned and that they'd reached an agreement with Mr. Torjan to be the interim chief. Is that right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
There was on February 16th is the date that the chair was removed and the police services board was largely all city councilor members were removed, correct?
No, not all city councilors were removed. 2 chose to resign and 1 was removed.
Right. And it was the process started in the morning with a phone call with Mayor Watson and Ms. Deans and yourself, correct?
No, it started the day before when the chair of OPSB made 3 different public statements announcing that the OPS was in the process of hiring a new police chief, which is, I believe, in the record. And within 2 hours of those statements, I contacted the chair asking her if a chief of police was being hired, which could not be gleaned from the documents. It was not transparent. I asked if she felt it would be beneficial to give the mayor a heads up about that hiring, and she agreed to it. She asked us to call her office in the morning of the 16th, which we did, and we set up that call at our suggestion.
Okay, that's helpful, Mr. Arpin, because that's not in your statement, so I could not have known that. And in the meeting in the morning,
you're going to have to sort of be a little bit shorter. I'm giving you a little more time, but it's
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. You've told us that Ms. Deans said in that phone call with Mayor Watson that she had not reached an agreement with Mr. Torjan. Is that right?
She said that if the mayor did not support it, she would not sign it.
Right. And then in your it's my understanding, you're saying that later in the day, you learned that in fact she had signed a contract. How did you learn that?
That's correct. I was informed by a member of senior management.
Who was that?
2 people, by the way.
Who was that?
Firstly, I started liaising with members of council on what they knew about the announcement that had been made the day before. And I found out that the chair had started lobbying members of council on the hiring of the new chief. So that information was being shared with members of council before a decision was made on a motion respecting the chair. Secondly, 2, I believe that either the city solicitor or the city clerk or both told me that a contract had been signed in early afternoon of the 16th.
But Mr. Arpin, you gave instructions to the city solicitor, Mr. White, to start preparing a motion to remove Ms. Deans that morning, didn't you? Right after the call?
I did.
Right after the call.
Sorry, we had.
I apologize, I don't have the document number, but there's the emails of Mr. White and the other city council, or the other city solicitors preparing the motion at around 11 a.m. that same morning.
Yeah. That is not what happened.
Well, that's when they prepared it. So when did you, it was you that gave instructions to Mr. White to prepare the motion?
To respond to it?
If I could finish my question, thank you, sir.
Please.
And if you could, sir, just please answer my questions, yes or no. Did you give instructions to Mr. White to prepare the motion to remove Ms. Deans?
No, I did not.
Who did, Mr. Mayor Watson?
I assembled a group of senior civil servants to prepare a motion that might be required, as we do at almost every council meeting where there's a controversial or challenging issue being discussed. That morning, on the basis of the announcement that the chair had made the previous day, the mayor was highly, highly skeptical that the board of the OPSB might have hired, vetted, negotiated with, interviewed a new chief of police in a 1-hour meeting on February 15th. The mayor was so skeptical that he said, let's set up a call for the 16th, which I did. In the meantime, it is my job to anticipate any required motions that the mayor and members of council might need as a situation is emerging from a governance or any other perspective that creates risks for Ottawa residents, Ottawa taxpayers, that might have an influence on public confidence in our city and in our institutions. And the mayor felt, after having had the confirmation from Chair Deans that he was very, very skeptical that this was proceeding, that this hiring was proceeding, the third chief in 24 hours, he was so skeptical that he said, do what you want, prepare for a motion if you need to. I don't believe it. I need to hear it on my own. The call was set up, but in the morning, a preemptive meeting was set up for the purpose of preparing a motion should the confirmation come forward that a new chief had been hired at the height of the truck convoy insurrection, which the mayor disagreed with. He felt it would demoralize our troops significantly. He thought it was a very bad error in judgment. He shared that with the chair. And the chair said, if you do not support this, I will not sign it.
So at the time of the call between Mayor Watson and Ms. Deans, you had already preemptively discussed with City Council staff to prepare a motion to remove Ms. Deans.
Sorry, not with City Council staff, with senior staff who are normally involved in the writing of complex motions from the clerk, et cetera, happens all the time.
And Commissioner, I apologize. If I could just have 2 more minutes, it's getting to one of the key points for us here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Arpin, it's true that Ms. Deans did not have Mayor Watson's phone number, correct? If she ever wanted to communicate with him, it had to be through you, correct?
It's entirely irrelevant.
Sir, it's not for you to determine what's irrelevant. It's for you to answer my question, sir. Did she not have his phone number when she wanted to communicate with him? It was through you, correct?
Which is the case for 99% of interactions between chairs and leaders and the mayor's office. That's how it works on almost every file.
Well, I'll ask Mayor Watson tomorrow about which city councillors have his phone number, but it's also the case Councillor McKenney does not have his phone number, cannot communicate with him directly, correct?
I don't know the answer to that. I've seen them exchange notes at various times.
Of Councillor McKenney's ward, harassment of her constituents, fires at every intersection, so forth. Did you discuss with Mayor Watson perhaps giving them a call to offer some moral support or any other assistance that Councillor McKenney may need? Because Councillor McKenney testified that they never heard once from the mayor throughout that. Did you discuss that issue with the mayor?
I did not.
So you don't know why the mayor, did you consider advising the mayor? It might be a good idea or a demonstration of leadership to reach out to Councillor McKenney, whose ward was experiencing this unprecedented occupation of their ward.
My understanding is that they did speak during the demonstration. You're saying they didn't.
Because Mr. Arpin, there is a little bit of animosity between Mayor Watson and Councillor McKenney, correct?
That's a fact of life in politics for sure.
It is
indeed. Some
indeed.
people have disagreements.
It is indeed.
We're not on the same team.
Not on the same team, that's fair. And similar with Ms. Deans, also a little bit of hostility, not on the same team, correct, sir?
I can't corroborate that because Chair Deans was Chair of Transit in the mayor's first term, Chair of Community Protective Services in the second term, invited by the mayor to chair the OPSB, which is an extremely complex, demanding file. She was given high-profile leadership roles in many governments. The leader and ministers disagree, but they still end up on the same team and work together. And they did so extremely well for many years.
Mr. Arpin, during the occupation of Ottawa for 3 weeks, were we not all on the same team?
Yes, absolutely. And Councillor, the chair and the mayor took part in numerous phone calls together, and the record will show that.
I'm not sure if Ms. Deans will testify that that's necessarily the case, but with Councillor McKenney, were we not all on the same team then as well?
Absolutely, 100%. The fact that they weren't on the same team politically, provincially, et cetera, in past history, had no bearing on how the mayor managed his involvement in the truck convoy, which is 24/7 carrying, 24/7 bringing the hurt home of residents from across the city and specifically in the affected zones. He did care about our city very, very much. And we saw it, we witnessed it in our office every single day.
But he knew better than the other councillors. That's why
I didn't say
worked with
that.
them.
Thank you. Okay, the next is the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom, and JCCF.
Good evening, Monsieur Arpin. My name is Rob Kittredge, and hopefully I'll be able to get in and out of here pretty quickly on a tangent that you haven't touched yet tonight. We haven't had a whole lot of opportunities to understand exactly what efforts were made by the city and by Ottawa Police to obtain towing services. And I don't mean the logistical problems of getting tow trucks in, but I mean just the refusal of towing services to honor their contracts and the difficulties trying to find once that was an issue, the difficulties trying to find towing services elsewhere. So I gather you were aware of this issue at the time?
I was.
Was the mayor's office involved in resolving these issues?
The mayor's office was involved in liaising with the city manager to get a better understanding of why multiple providers would not engage in this conflict.
And maybe I'll just let you tell me why multiple providers wouldn't engage in the conflict.
We were told by the city manager, by Kim Ayotte, et cetera, is that some feared for their equipment, some feared for their safety, some feared for the future long-term impact on their business with a very, very important segment of their income.
Right, but there were at least some tow truck operators operating during the protests. I mean, we know about I think something like 30 trucks being towed, or vehicles, I should say, being towed from the zone downtown. So that some tow truck providers were still working.
Reported.
Pardon me?
That has been reported.
Right. Are you aware of what efforts the city made to persuade its standing order contractors to honor their contract?
I'm not.
You're not. You're not aware of whether.
I know that they tried. That's my understanding of it. The city manager briefed the mayor on the attempts to try to get them to honor their contract.
Right. Are you aware of any whether they offered to cover any damage to vehicles? You're not.
I'm not.
Okay, so details are not within your personal knowledge.
They are actually. When you can't imagine how many details we get to manage, but not this one.
Well,
the city manager had complete command of this issue and was working through that issue with his staff. My own involvement in that issue, I did raise it with the Premier's office, that we were having difficulty securing tow trucks. He told me he would relay it to MTO to try to see if they would be in a position to provide us with some tow trucks. Came back 24 hours later. The answer was no. It was a collaborative effort. People were making calls to different contacts.
And do you have any sense of how many people were approached? Like how many different service providers or how many different branches of government?
No. I do not.
All right. And are you aware of whether the city considered purchasing tow trucks?
I'm not.
You're not. All right. Well, in that case, I guess I'll just wrap up and let you get out of here as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is the National Police Federation.
Hi there. I'm appearing remotely.
Hi there.
Hi. I have good news for everybody. My questions have been canvassed by the previous witnesses, so I have no questions for this witness.
Okay. Thank you. To the point. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins, counsel for the city. The good news is most of my questions have also been canvassed. Mr. Alpin, one of the things you mentioned was evidence of that trucks had moved. So I just want to take you to some photos and have you identify them for the commissioner. So if we could bring up document OTT 000-30060. Perhaps while it's coming up, Mr. Alpin, can you explain what these photos are and who took them?
After the agreement had been concluded over the weekend of February 12th, we sought from the city manager's office through Kim Ayot, could he help us get an understanding of whether or not any trucks were being moved out of the residential precinct, because people who were not in the precinct were reporting on the issue. We had no way of finding out whether or not trucks were moving. And I asked Kim if there was a way to get that information in the morning. Obviously, there was a huge amount of pressure on the mayor, on all members of council, on the city writ large to get some progress. And by around 10, 11 o'clock, as we were having no success in getting any basic intel, I would ask Mr. Ayot, can you tell me how many trucks are moving? And he would say, well, 12 trucks have moved. And I said, well, only 12 trucks? Well, he said, I'm not sure. People are sending me text messages from the field. Okay, great. So we sent an employee of our office to take pictures that morning because there was just so much politics going around in relation to the removal of trucks. And these pictures will show that there are large swaths of the downtown core that were being cleared, and notwithstanding the Rubik's Cube that had been described, well, clearly they got truck A to move and truck B and C, D, E, F, G. And from what we could tell from photos from the media from before, there are 25, 30 trucks in this precinct. Mr. Ayot contacted me, I think, maybe around noon saying, well, unfortunately, we only moved 40 trucks. And I said, well, from the photographic evidence, there seems to have been a lot more that were removed. And then he came back to me saying, I'm sorry, we're apparently the people doing the count were only counting big rigs. So the mid-sized delivery vans, the can-par type vehicle, the small Duravan type vehicle was not being counted. That's all I can say. We had poor intel. He had poor intel. The mayor was being asked, being bombarded on media. This is failing. From what we could tell, from the amount of time that they had to move trucks, if someone was stopping it, it could not be discerned from what we were provided in terms of intel. There are other streets where we see, is this O'Connor? I think
that looks like Bank personally.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm not sure this is very useful if nobody knows, nobody can identify.
We do have a record of that.
The street.
There isn't.
If you could just let me finish, please.
Apologies.
I think what we would need is to know what time these pictures were taken, where they were taken from, what they depict by someone who knows. I'm just trying to make sure that's what would be useful for the commission.
Mr. Arpin, can you provide further clarification for the commissioner on the timing of the pictures?
I believe that was provided to council when the pictures were provided on a street-by-street basis, time and location.
Yes, that's helped. But just in terms of if you can situate the commissioner, and I think what he's referring to is the metadata will in fact reveal the dates that these pictures were taken. I'm asking the witness to provide evidence to the commissioner on his knowledge as to when these pictures were taken.
Commissioner, is that acceptable?
Do you know when they were taken? Yeah, no, we're trying to understand.
Absolutely. They were taken the morning of the Monday, roughly an hour and a half into, I would say around 10:45 to 11:15, the morning that the truck convoy representatives were expected to start honoring their commitment to start moving trucks. And we sent someone physically to take photos because we could not get a corroboration of how many trucks were being moved on a street-by-street basis. So if we can see another one, I think I'll recognize the street. And my impression is that, we provided the street names, Commissioner.
Can we scroll to the next photo, please? Can you identify where this is, Mr. Alpin?
I believe that that's O'Connor looking north to Parliament. We can see the parliamentary precinct. And my recollection is that that is Albert Street, where everyone knows where the National Bank is located. So we could see that there was some progress. We can't see south of Albert. We're seeing there are no trucks left between Albert and Parliament, when the day before there were trucks side by side blocking that entire street. And so the contention that it failed, I just think is premature. We don't know. We can't say it failed because it unfolded over too short a period of time.
Can we look at the next photo, please? Can you
My
identify this?
understanding that is Bank north to, you can see the corner of the Confederation block on the left, upper left, and that is Bank, completely cleared of vehicles, and we can see a police vehicle now that is at the pylon, and that is showing no trucks from the corner of Meridian to Wellington. There are no trucks. There are no truck convoy trucks on that street in the morning of February 15th.
Next
I
page,
believe
please.
that's the right date.
Can you identify this photo, Mr. Arpin?
Metcalfe at Queen and Albert, looking north, there's not a single truck from the truck convoy between that street and Parliament. And
Next photo, please. Mr. Arpin, can you identify this location?
I'm sorry, I cannot, but I'm sure that that OPS can corroborate what street that is.
I think that's all the photos and all of my questions for you, Mr. Arpin. Thank you very much.
Okay, any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I just have a couple of short questions, Mr. Arpin. One is and I'm just trying to understand about the 400 trucks. Your understanding, if I just want to confirm, is that there were 400 trucks that would be moving pursuant to the agreement that you negotiated or that was negotiated?
Our understanding is that there were 400 between the various locations. The initial expectation and hope is that they would leave the most affected district, which is Somerset.
And they could all be accommodated if need be on Wellington?
The GM Kim Ayotte had shared that view that they could be.
The 400, okay. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is, you mentioned, I think you called it a temporary solution that you were negotiating between the 8th and the 13th. Was there a plan for a permanent solution at that time by the city?
There was not. We were completely realistic about the fact that this accomplished what PLT asked us to engage about, which was taking the temperature down, reestablishing a connection, and giving our residents some relief. Not a permanent solution, because obviously there would still be trucks in the core, but at least they would be outside of the residential district.
So there was no plan to resolve the problem?
There was, because concurrently, Commissioner, we were working with all levels of government to try to get more police officers to reinforce the OPS. And that had already started on February 7th. We had sent a letter to both the Premier and the Prime Minister asking for more resources. The next weekend, we worked in an interim fashion to try to provide some relief to residents, but the long-term plan was the truck convoy had to end.
And this lack of police resources, what was the plan if they didn't materialize? As I understand it, you had the discussions which we reviewed, but did you see anyone as being responsible for coming up with a solution?
I saw the three levels of government having to agree to partner together slightly more quickly. That was the solution. We needed a very, very strong influx of additional bodies. The perimeter to be managed was extraordinary, and you may recall that when OPS in conjunction with OPP and the RCMP in the week of February 16th, I believe, when we started to see the mobilization and the erection of a new perimeter that went all the way from Elgin, Wellington, all the way down to Catherine Street, all the way down to Bronson and north back up to Parliament. I think that's when we started to get a greater sense of the magnitude of the perimeter that would have to be controlled and defended to remove them and then ensure they don't come back into the core. And I believe that once the cooperation started, which the mayor sought and was thankful to both the province and the feds for engaging when they did, belatedly, everyone engaged belatedly and imperfectly. But the mayor does believe that bringing these resources together in massive numbers was required to end this very, very, very large demonstration that was now unruly.
So you use the term belatedly. What do you mean by that?
It took a lot of time for the parties to, I pointed out in my evidence that, we found out 10 days into the crisis that there is no alignment on the plan. Maybe this is a lesson to all parties that are we prepared for the next emergency, that we would be day one ready to go and work collaboratively. That's the mayor's only aspiration, that the people of Ottawa would not be put through this again, and it would take less time next time.
To work collaboratively.
Correct.
So you're, if I can try and summarize, you had no plan in that period 8th to 13th. No plan was possible in your view without collaboration, and collaboration was late in coming. Is that a fair summary?
It's a very, very, very summary, and may I respectfully add that I believe that, there's a lot of armchair quarterbacking. And in hindsight, I'll give one example. A member of council was tweeting, "No mass arrests." That was at the start. The chief of police was telling us the charter rights. He told the mayor has no authority to overrule the chief of police on police operations. He told the mayor the charter dictates that we allow this demonstration. Clearly, we have learned everyone, the city, OPS, our partners have learned that the world of policing has changed. And this ended up being almost an immovable armada. It wasn't just individual trucks coming to Ottawa, it was the collective potential impact of all of those trucks, in the parliamentary precinct bleeding into the residential district that, made it so complex and unprecedented.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for coming to testify. Very appreciated. We're all trying to get to those solutions. So that's, we'll end for today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:30. I want to thank council and in particular our interpreters and staff for staying late. That may be a regular event, but it still means they deserve thanks. Merci à tous et bonne soirée.
Thank you all. Have a great evening.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
Okay. Well, I don't know. They definitely aren't releasing these documents, which seems to. I don't feel good about that one. So I said at the beginning this morning that there was this other channel. I'm going to link it here. Right. I had it somewhere here. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I can not find what I'm looking for. There we go. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna think about it overnight. So if I'm not around tomorrow morning, I guess that's where you should watch it at. I just feel like it's splitting up like a whole bunch of people. I'm not sure. Like I know for sure I'm not going to be here equally on this Friday. I have something I have to do. So I don't know. Anyway, thanks very much everyone for joining. And maybe see you tomorrow, maybe not. Take good care of yourselves. God bless you. God bless 23.